Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Frank, you are first. John, Eunice. Yeah, there. Look, Eunice. This expert market is a way of putting a curtain up so they can stick the knife in. Um, um, there's a team of guys that are working very hard to put assets into GTII. One of the guys is a real estate guy out of New York. I don't know his particular skill with uh, doing this kind of transaction, but he's a hard-hitting guy. I've also heard from sources that he's works for the shorts, but I don't know. I've got to think about it. I just found that out. I'll process it and let you know. Anyway, let's go on with what we can handle. You guys, GTII was, in my judgment, in the middle of a squeeze a little over a year ago. The Kramers and their clients were down $1 billion, in my opinion. Now, it upset Cindy Lou Who because Lou Bravo was dead, and it upsets other people. But I don't believe in coincidences. And when COSM came and took $35 million out of the market by misrepresentations to you, it busted the trade. Now, I didn't, unfortunately. I continued to believe that there was the strength of a short squeeze possible. It's in retrospect, it becomes very clear what happened. And, there you go. Well, I went through my Fleetwood Mac phase. I don't really listen to them anymore, but I did listen to them a lot. And yeah, at the time that was a good song. I don't find their music engages me that much anymore. I'm not sure that we're in over your head in with GTII. I don't know how I could have been more clear without just outright causing a panic in the stock and saying sell, sell, sell. But it's been a year since I said to everyone that there is a palace intrigue. There's a battle between the whales and the CEO. There's a battle in the C-suite. It's a battle over control of the company. GTII has, in my judgment, has caught out the shorts. It caught them out from a penny, and they never expected what happened. But now they've been able to get it back to a penny. They've been able to get it back to stellar boxed, and we don't know. It's pure speculation. But I believe they bought out some guys, including a CEO, to do a deal with COSM. The lies, the misrepresentation were there was 2,000% short. There wasn't. There was, we're going to change the name. That's going to make it squeeze. We're going to change the CUSIP number. That's going to make it squeeze. The CEO is communicating with Lou Bravo. And look, I like Lou. And I say my prayers for him. But that's somehow, by talking to him, that's somehow going to give you the inside scoop on a squeeze. No, what they did, they took the stock from around 15 to 20 cents up to 88 cents. The Greek CEO did a deal at 33 cents, took about $35 million out of the market, and effectively destroyed the pressure for a squeeze. We can learn this now. So if we're ever in it again, we recognize it. But since then, they have been shorting the stock. Alpine has been fighting. Apparently, the CEO brought in a guy who is well schooled at derivatives to come in and work with a piece of shit company. Why do you think that is? I mean, you gotta do some thinking. He works at a short fund. Why do you think he's there? Do you think there's kickbacks? Do you think in the United States of America, we haven't reached the stage where in our country, just like third world countries, there's packets of envelopes, there's offshore accounts, there's wire transfers? I don't know. I'm tired of being accused. And then there's people that get close who come on who may be paid off to work with the Trento guys. I don't trust anybody. I do not trust anybody. The money is so big. And what I've noticed in my experience of being out here doing deals, working with people, the desperation is high. And you've got a lot of young men that want to skip the part about hard work and learning things. And there's a way of doing a deal. Hey, if I can flip a house, I can put a corporate finance deal together. I really think, guys, the way to make money back is going to not necessarily be hoping for a huge upside in one trade. I also don't think you can expect any miracles in GTII. GTII is dead. Once the stock goes into lawsuits, it's exactly what the criminal wants. The criminal wants bankruptcy. The criminal wants the time. The criminal brings in guys, young guys with promises and attaboys. It's perfect. GTII is dead. Now, having said that, dead is what you want. Dead is what you want. Because if we can draw a line in the sand, say that's dead, that trade round tripped and it's gone, we can start a new trade. Unfortunately, what I'm hearing scares me a bit because maybe some of the people we're going to be working with are also in with the shorts. I don't know. I'm back to only trusting myself. Unfortunately, the new co is going to be run by the guy from the hedge fund, or it's going to be run by a guy whose skill is working with the hedge funds to clean up the shells. I don't know what that means exactly, because to my mind, that's kind of odd. Wall Street is rigged, and this is the perfect crime.
Call from Andy.
All right, here we go. Hello.
Are you live yet?
Yeah, you're live. You can talk.
All right, let's rock and roll here.
All right, let's see.
What?
Yeah, Big JR is great. Big JR is telling people that you're going to see a lot of swings in GTII because there's no published bid and ask. It's all, they put the trades out voluntarily, unsolicited. So it is going to swing from the bid to the ask. My guess is the bid and ask in this expert market could be 0.01 to 0.08, 0.09, and they're going to drive a truck in the middle. Anyway, go on, Ham. I'm sorry. I just.
So in quoting what you just said, it's a gray market, meaning they could do anything. If you're short, you're going to trade it at the lowest possible level to yourself. I would do it. Everyone would do that. That's what they're doing. Wait for Richard and the court system to play out here. Richard has the backs of big shareholders, guys who have a lot more money at stake than anybody here. Trust me, I know them. And they're doing all they can. I hooked up a guy yesterday who's going to be a content provider. They have a platform, and they're out of Google. And they want to merge into GTII. So once they get control of the company, there's a lot of opportunities. All right. So let Richard do what he has to do. Don't fall for this BS. It's a filing based on the auditors or the CEO. Why it was delayed, I don't know. But it will be fixed and they move back up. That's it. Don't play in the, if you think the stock market is rigged, that market is 100 times more rigged. Whatever you're seeing now. All right. So again, Richard Hoffman has the backing of the biggest holders in the company. So let him do what he has to do. He's in the middle between the attorney they hired to actually get rid of management. So I don't know who that is, but he's in the middle and he'll give you the feeling of what's going on. And Richard's going to be conservative. So deal with it. He's not going to say, hey guys, I guarantee you this. I guarantee you that. I can say it because guess what? I guaranteed you we'll catch the short. We did catch the short. It was the Kramers. We caught Alpine. We got the proof from the DTC.
Thank you, Big JR. Thank you, Big JR. He's saying goodbye, but Big JR's on. Thank you.
Yeah, no, he's a good guy. Anyway, we did everything we could. If the government's not going to force the issue, I told you, we're not the police. I can't do anything about it. We tried everything. All right. And I've been saying the company just get some fundamentals and they'll turn it around. Right? CEO couldn't get his ass to do anything, and this is what we have to deal with now. All right, doesn't mean it's over. AMC went from $1 to 70 something. They were up bankrupt. GME was going bankrupt. Look at it now. It's got $4 billion in the bank. Blah 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 blah. GameStop. I mean, things turn on a dime here. So let's see what happens. All right, I get it. The market's tough. We've been saying for a long time the market's going to get ugly. It just doesn't go straight up every day. And now they're pulling the plug on these things. But remember, it's a rotation. So be careful if you're playing the market. They rotated. UNH, they drove it up 24. Yesterday was down 9. Today it's up 2. So they find different Dow components to sort of stop the slide. Costco's rebounding a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not just looking around now at all these names in tech and see what's really getting slaughtered. But once the market gets down like this after 2 days option expiration, there's a good chance of a turnaround. Today's a good day if you're a reckless gambler to play, the cheap options. Maybe I'm not going to say GameStop, but the GameStop 26s if you wanted to look at, or the 25.5, whatever the hell they are. Tesla, I'm just looking at it. The Tesla 240 calls is down $11, $12 today. These things happen. Sometimes they rally right back to 240. Let me see what the 240s are if I can see them. I'm just trying to teach you. The 240s is 77 cents. Maybe, every 2 minutes that goes by, these things are going to drop. The premium's going to keep coming out of these things. Maybe when they get to 30 cents, you take a shot near the end of the day. If it rallies and goes up on the day, you may buy something for 25 cents and sell it at $5. That's how you really, kill them up. Little money to big money. Anyway, I see them still hitting Trump stock. And I spoke to a gentleman before. And if you think that Donald Trump, Devin Nunes doesn't know what's going on here, all right? They tried to assassinate the guy to wipe out the stock. They shorted it. Devin Nunes is calling for an investigation, and these animals keep selling it. They can blame their computers all they want, but the shit's going to get them. They're not letting them get away. It's a free shot. They filed to sell his 28 or 30 million shares, they knock the stock down. No matter what happens. He spoke at the Republican convention, knock the stock down. He's going to be the next president, knock the stock down. Trying to shoot him, they knock the stock down. Does that sound familiar, people? These are just blatant attacks. They're trying to get people to sell using the market decline. That's all that's going on here. All right, so we addressed GTII, Richard Hoffman, let it play out in the courts. I believe shit's coming up next week. Let's see if he can remove management and get I think it's called a receivership, William, is that correct?
That's right. Receivership appoints the receiver. You're in receivership and there is a receiver.
So he's the one that will set this ship straight for everybody here. So that guy would be court appointed. From what I hear, it's he's for the shareholders. So we have a good person, whoever that gentleman is. I don't know who it is. All right. We talked about DJT, buying the dips. They get ugly. You can't pick the dips. You can't possibly pick the dips on these things. All right. You can see the manipulation pushing it down. GameStop, they think. GameStop, everyone's japping about the 30 calls. There's a billion of them traded. They knocked the stock from 29.79 to 25.56. I posted on Twitter. The gentleman that I know trading the stock has made about $8,000 or $7,500 on 8 or 9 GameStop trades, and he owns it at 27,000 shares. So he's down $1.50. He's made 8 points already. So losing $1.50. But if you look at it, 27. Let's do it this way: 27 minus 8. He owns it at $19. The people that are paying 25, 26 wants to go to 29 back to here. They're breaking even, and this gentleman's still up $5, $6. That's how you trade it. You buy the dips, sell the rips, and it lowers your cost so you can stay in the game longer. Those are on stocks that are trading. Obviously, where I'm in a stock that is not trading, and it's hard to say I can do it there. It's basically impossible to do it there. So I'll go back to FingerMotion, and we're looking at accumulation in this name.
You don't understand.
All right, William? You with me?
Yeah, I'm here. There's a lot of questions that are, anyway, it's all, go on, just keep going. Don't lose your momentum.
I hear you moan every once in a while. And
it's because I'm trying to give quick answers to some people. It's not worth you answering, and it's not worth getting off track. Just keep going.
Okay. So anyway, FingerMotion, let's recap here. The company is on the upswing. It has not participated in this massive stock rally. Most companies have not. All the small companies have been dragged under the water and drowned. And I'll give you one just out of the blue is the stock WRAP. If you just look at what they do, they shoot this wrap that goes around the criminal's legs. They go bang, and it wraps you up in a second. You can't even run away. You fall down. It reminds me of Taser back in the day. Every police, law enforcement wants it, and they were naked shorting that stock till it squeezed. Wrap is on the same path as that. I don't know. I know that my friends own it. All right. They told me about it. It spiked up and went back down. It's under attack. This is something that can help the police. Instead of shooting you, they can just wrap you up like a present. But still, naked shorts, holding it down. TELO, William did a report, met with management. They've been holding this stock down since the IPO unfairly. It's in a clinical trial with the FDA right now. What happened that's so negative that it's down, almost 40%? From the opening bell, $7 was 4 months ago. $7, it's $4 right now, down $3. Over nothing. And they know where the short's coming from out of Canada. Who's shorting it? It can extend your life, kill it. All right, now I go back to FingerMotion. Just show you that many stocks are not participating in the market rally. FingerMotion, they are doing something that no one else is doing, a special dividend. And for those who think it doesn't work, who want to shit on me and say, it doesn't work, I will be presenting it to Patrick Byrne, who did a special dividend also. He did it with in a crypto way, and he created a short squeeze in Overstock. Pat Byrne wants to see people that are fighting back, And this is the perfect thing to present to him because he will understand the special dividend. When the music stops, the record date, everyone needs a seat. If there's no seat, they got to buy it back. All right, so FingerMotion is well past the 45 days that the SEC needs to give the approval. So we're expecting that shortly. If you're short 230 million shares, it's a 10% warrant. They will be short 23 million shares overnight. More. The idiot that's short 1.7 million, he's going to be short 173 million overnight, back up again. These guys are playing with fire and they're trapped. The only way out of this stock is going to be up. The company is providing us with fundamental news every couple of weeks. They're getting a new deal. It's just a matter of time before these deals turn into major revenue. The last deal they did, the last two deals I go over, one was the charging stations. All right. They get 10%, whatever anybody charges on their platform or for their app. In the US, it costs $15 to charge a Tesla. I'll just say it's 10 in China. I don't know. $10 in China. Everyone who charges up their electric car, FingerMotion will get 10% of that $10 or $1 for free. They had 900,000 people sign up. That was 3 months ago, 900,000 people. There's only, what, 1.5 billion people? So all they need to do is get 1 million people once a month charging up and making $1 million a month with no expense. That's just 1 million people. There's 1.5 billion. They're working on the data with the biggest reinsurers in the world. When does that turn into big revenue? I'm sure it's not an easy thing to do, and there's a lot of work to get done, but it's been ongoing for a while now. All right, so that's going to happen. We talked about AIZ. If you Google it, AIZ is called Assurant. It's a $10 billion New York Stock Exchange insurance company, the largest cell phone insurance company in the world. They are partners with FingerMotion selling cell phone insurance in China. The biggest hangup was there is that Assurant has to open up, have places that if your phone breaks to fix it. I don't know how you get the people in place and the, all the different regions through China, but that seems to be the biggest thing. Once they get that in place, expect that to take off. And that will be mandatory on their bills. And I don't know how, I forgot the numbers on that, but it was massive. I think it was, it was $100 $100 a year. And FingerMotion will get 25, AIZ gets 50, and China Telecom gets 25. That's how they break down the $100. To now multiply that $25 by how many phones there are. All right, these are massive deals that are in the works, on the tape. I'm not making it up. It's all right there for you to read. And these idiots trapping it, trying to break the stock, and it didn't work. Now it's going to reverse. The last deal they did was the emergency response, and it's a national contract. The Chinese government is paying FingerMotion to install this, whatever this technology in all these different cars and vehicles and fire trucks and anything that's emergency response. William read on Google was north of 2 million. I'm hearing it's 5 million plus. So let's stay with William's number at 2 million. 2 million. The numbers I hear that they're going to make 20%. And the install is going to cost $100,000 the Chinese government's paying them. And it's $20,000 to FingerMotion, minus whatever they pay to people to install this thing. It is a massive, massive deal if those numbers are on the nose. All right, that's what we're hearing through the grapevine. Don't forget, the company has been summoned by a major Wall Street brokerage firm to do a presentation to their institutional sales force. That's coming up at the end of the month. I can't imagine who is shorting this stock and not covering. The guy with 1.7 million, he's got to be the biggest moron on creation, but obviously he's tied to the short seller. He's taking his marching orders from his buddy. So it's either Lynn calling the shots, Lynn's mother's short, his brother, I don't know who's short the 1.7, but it's the dumbest trade in creation versus a company like this that has fundamental news and is not raising money through the street. If they're not raising money, you're staying short every day. That person is paying a fee to stay short 1.7 million shares. The only way they're wiggling out of this thing is that the naked short is selling them shares, washing shares from the naked short. They're selling more, and the real short is buying them. But the naked short is going up, and the real short number is coming down because they realize that's a moronic trade. There's not one person on the street, one firm, anyone would allow that trade because the most they can make at $3, okay, on 2 million shares is $6 million. I'm just rounding it up. And each month they lose maybe 10 cents, 11 cents a month. So $3 next month is $2.90, $2.89. The next month is $2.78. The next month it just keeps coming down. That's their break even. It's a losing trade. The cost to carry is going to eat them alive. And once the cost to carry breaks, that's why they're holding it down, because they know the real short is going to be in trouble. And they will get margin called also. That's why they keep trying to sell you stock cheaper. People aren't selling the stock. You can look at yourself. You don't need me to tell you there's no one selling it. It's just them. I post the time in sales every day of the fake trades all day long. There is no trades. What do you think? People woke up this morning and said, let me sell like 100 shares in one share a lot all day long? It's ridiculous. I'm just looking at it now. The first trade at 209, one share, then 50 shares, 90 shares. Then it was a 904, 96, 96. You can see the numbers, they're all the same. One share, 1,000 shares at 2072. That tells me that someone got hit on a bid. All right, because the odd lot number, the 2.072, that means they naked shorted it. But I'm looking back at 1232, one share, 5 share, 20, 5, 5, 1, 1, 80, 20, 19, 5, 100, 88, 3. People do not sell stocks like that. Go look at yourself in the mirror and ask how many times you've done that. We have the same selling pattern every day. It's ridiculous. The SEC is a disgrace for allowing it, but they do it because an odd lot, that's what it's called, an odd lot goes below the radar. The SEC is a disgrace for allowing this to go on. This is a typical pattern of selling these odd lot shares. If someone bids 500, I told you I knew a friend the other day, he bought 10,000 and he got like 100 tickets. He bought 2, 4 shares, 19 shares, 18 shares. And the orders keep coming in, and he has to keep documenting how many shares he bought. And he said it was ridiculous. It was like, 100 transactions, all small trades, 80 shares, 50 shares, until he got to his 10,000. It wasn't 2,000 shares for sale or 5,000. It was 100, 100, 100 like that. These are signs of all fraud. Now, if you think Devin Nunes and Donald Trump and Pat Byrne are going to let this get away, you're mistaken. I put up the videos of Pat Byrne. Go back to 2006. Go read. Go watch his videos. This guy's on a mission. He has now helped Donald Trump expose all the election fraud on his own dime. He told you in the video, I will be in the administration. I've been told already that I'll have a position. And the only thing I want to do is stop settlement. Now, if you don't believe what we're hearing, what we're saying, I just said everything that's on the tape. This is the greatest opportunity. It's amazing. And the fundamental difference is what makes it different than GTI. The CEO should be ashamed of himself that he had 2 years to add a fundamental play and he didn't do it. That's the difference. And I stand by what I said. That is a great opportunity because the short is still there and you have the proof. FingerMotion doesn't have the proof. DJT doesn't have the proof. GameStop has no proof. Where's the proof? We could tell the proof. We could see this. We could see the fraud. But GTII is the only one that actually has the actual document from the government, and still nobody does anything. The document is right there, William.
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
All right, so the document is right there. And as I speak, the manipulators in FNGR come in with one share was for sale. Now it's 2,400 shares. And they hit the 208 bid for the one share. And it's the same stupid pattern. If I was short 230 million shares, what the fuck is the big difference to sell another 2,000? Right? You're going to jail anyway. You're going to get busted and you're going to get wiped out. And for those who don't believe that these things happen, I remember Taser. I remember Peloton. I remember Beyond Meats. I remember Krispy Kreme, Herbalife, you name it. I've seen them all. They always have their moment of doubt, including GameStop. They don't look like they're going to go. They look horrible. And then all of a sudden they go. Again, stock settlement is clearly going to become an issue. We have 80 trading days to go. Today is 80 trading days. Monday, we start at 79. I remember trading days. I've taken away the weekends. They don't count because we don't trade. 79 trading days to go. These guys, we need to see 250 million shares of FingerMotion bought. I see 56,000, and it's basically make-believe trading. Nothing is really going on. Every day, nothing's going on. And if you can't see it, I understand it. If you're afraid, I understand it. But for those that are here that do understand it, you are going to get the greatest opportunity ever. And if there wasn't any proof, if there wasn't any short, you could bet your ass the SEC would have shut us down and shut everybody up already. But they haven't. They haven't said boo. We put the truck in front of the SEC 15 times. I don't know how many more times I have to do it. It's ridiculous. Can you still hear me? I just walked outside, William.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. It's ridiculous. They're a disgrace. All of them. Hester Pierce, Gary Gensler, Graywall, the guy who's the head of enforcement. Shame on all of them. How do they go home at night knowing that people are just robbing people? Susan Trimbath put a document from 1963. The SEC to Congress about fails to deliver. 1963. That's older than everybody here. They were stealing from your parents, then they're stealing from you, and they want to steal from your children and your grandchildren. And we're trying to stop it. For the creeps that oppose us, who keep telling us nonsense, that's what we're doing here. I don't know GameStop. I don't know DJT. I don't know any of those names. But I want to see you work in all those names. GameStop is the perfect stock to trade. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Why? Because the company has filled the shorts, and it's just investors with investors. Don't get me wrong, there's someone probably still playing around here for 10,000 shares or whatever they're doing, or a million shares. They're still playing, but it wasn't like before. You could tell the stock has a completely different look. If the stock had three positive ticks, did GameStop usually go from up 20 cents up to up $1 in a second? You don't see that anymore. It's very orderly, meaning that that's investors buying it. It's a walk up. All right. That's a different pattern. And that's why I keep telling you, you can buy the dips. And when the investors come in and scoop back up the diamond hands, you can sell it back to them and you can make a day's pay all the time. You don't make it every day. The last 2 days, the last day and a half, it's been tough. It'll firm up. And then when it gradually gets up, you can break even on it or you can sit and wait. You know, breaking even on Wall Street's a good thing. I keep telling people that. You break even, you pay too high. Maybe we pay 27, it's too high. It's 25 and a quarter right now. Gets back to 27. You know what? I'm going to break even. If it pulls back then, and I'm a buyer at 26. Right? But that's how you do a buy the dip, sell the rip. All right. I stopped looking at KOSS the last couple of days. I would only buy that if it goes down to 8.5. DJT, I do believe that this, if Donald Trump, Pat Byrne, Devin Nunes, Carl Icahn, and everybody else, even Vance, they're going after Wall Street. There's no more taking shit from Wall Street. If you don't believe they're going to force the issue on this naked short selling, Lord help us, because this game is, everything is going to get wiped out. In which case, you should just get on the short side, become a capybara, become Hindenburg, start your own firm, write whatever the hell you want, and just steal. That's the only thing I can see left. And that means the U.S. market is going to crash. Buy real estate. Don't put your money in anything but something that you can hold on to. And don't get tricked into thinking the stock market's a place you can see all these great winners. You know, we all see these great winners, GameStop. Everyone thinks, oh, GameStop. There's thousands of other stocks that haven't moved a penny, FingerMotion included. And in FingerMotion, William, we've documented the information on the short, the amount of the short, the business. We talk about it all. I don't think you get any more information. The only thing I haven't told you is how many times the CEO takes your shit a day, William. I mean, it's ridiculous. And yet these guys keep marking it down to steal everybody's money. I'm not going away. I'm never going to go away. I'm here. We got 80 more days. Today's almost over. It's 79. You know, when I started posting it, William, I started at 92. We're down to 80 already. That's how fast time goes by. And these motherfuckers deserve to be fucking hung. All of them. And that prick Ken Griffin, Scarface, just bought that dinosaur for $44 million. This guy's stealing so much fucking money. He's buying paintings, houses, everything's worth $250. No one sees it. No one sees this. Warren Buffett's been fucking a billionaire for years. He doesn't spend money like this. The only people that spend like this are fucking crooks. How is he making money? Everyone's getting wiped out. But this motherfucker's just printing money. Just printing it. He has had no fear. Go look at, he has houses all over these. Oh, he's worth $16 billion. He spent $2 billion that I can see in art, ancient Picasso's, whatever the fuck he's buying. Now he's buying dinosaurs. He's buying history. This guy's, it's insane. Donald Trump has to know what's going on with this character. And these other characters around him buying hockey teams. The other guy for Virtue. Guy bought a hockey team. People are getting robbed, stolen. I hear the misery every day. And these pricks doing nothing. No risk at all, just selling and counterfeiting shares, stealing money and enjoying life like it's no big deal. The SEC won't show you the data. MMTLP, those poor bastards, 600 days, I think it is now, or more. I'm not even sure. They won't even tell them anything. And you can see they're grinding the poor people out. Time is a killer. I see less and less things on Twitter from MMTLP. That's grinding people out. People are giving up. That's what they want to do. They want people to give up. I haven't given up in 24 years. And I understand people come, I've been here a year, I've been here 2 years. And there's no reason that you should have to sit here and defend your investment. I never saw where you had to buy a stock and you got to defend the fucking thing. But if I didn't, everyone would get wiped out. We're getting wiped out defending it. Look at South Korea. They're designing systems to expose the shorts. China throwing them out. Thailand throwing them out. India throwing them out. Yesterday I had a call with major people in the Middle East. And William, the one person on the phone, runs the money for the royal family. All right? That's how powerful the guy was. And I pitched them about the exchange. And we went through the whole thing. And they asked me how much money I wanted. And I told them I didn't want a penny. And they know on our money. I says, get me the license and I'll raise the money. I says, you'll be a fool if you don't invest in it because the license will make the exchange worth billions. Why wouldn't you put your money on? But I really don't want your money. If you don't want to give it to me, I don't care. I'll go get it myself. And one of the things that these guys were long, they made a big investment in is Rivian. I think it was the RIVN. Is it still in existence? I don't know. Is it an electric car company? Can you hit that quote up for me?
Yeah.
RIVN. I didn't get a chance to go over it last night.
1643.
What was the high on this thing? I don't even know.
2806 this year, and 826 low this year.
Well, the year high from the past 5 years was over $100 a share. Okay, and I guess one of the royal families invested in that company, and they got wiped. One guy One guy was a money manager, a big major money manager. The other guy was a big investor, and he talked about how the shorts. After a while, I says, do you know much about the shorts? He goes, well, one of my investments got crushed by the shorts. And I said, what was it? He said, RIBN. I said, so now you understand why we don't need short sellers around. They're just here to destroy and take your money. That's all they're doing. No matter what a company does, good, making electric cars, they could kill us. And they understood that. So they're going to get back and huddle and see who they can introduce me to. And in closing yesterday, and for people that don't understand this, when a company wants to leave the U.S., you have to fill out a Form 25, meaning that you're going to delist in the U.S., relist in a new exchange wherever you're going. So you won't be on two exchanges. You'll just be on the new exchange. So let's say it's in Saudi Arabia. FingerMotion only has, 26 million shares that are free trading. The rest are restricted. They would go. The restricted shares, no big deal. 26 million shares would go to the new market. 230 million, the brokerage firms, how are they going to deliver shares in the new market? They're going to have to close out these transactions before they leave the U.S. So public companies would get the short squeeze by leaving the U.S. The gentleman that rounds billions of dollars, my friend, she was on the call. She told me the guy's jaw dropped because he knows the opportunity on the long side if we could start moving companies out that are big shorted. He could step in, see the Form 25 filed, and come in and buy 5 million shares of anything, let it go 5-6 points and make himself $30 million per play. Imagine having 500 of these companies doing that. Landing a whale. Imagine getting somebody like a Tesla. I'm just using his name because he does a lot of business in the Middle East. A big whale leaving, or Rivian leaving the U.S. because that's their investment. They're tired of losing, moving it to their own country. You think RIVN would mind if their biggest investors are telling them to leave, or they would just leave? One whale changes the whole game. They understood every angle. They know we thought about it. We want to settle in blockchain, so there's no chance of a counterfeit share coming into the system. There's no short selling, so there's no fraud in the back offices on stock loan. We covered every angle. And it's just a matter of time before I get the government to back me. They know South Korea's yelling, China's yelling, Thailand's yelling, China's yelling. They know people are screaming in the U.S. All they need is the introduction to the royal family and get the license. I gave them the names of the people that I was speaking with at Abu Dhabi Global Markets. That's the SEC in Abu Dhabi. The woman who was the head of the Saudi exchange a couple of years ago when I spoke with her, it wasn't time in Saudi, but now Saudi's opening up their country and they want to become the new Dubai. So this could be a great opportunity to help build a new Wall Street in the Middle East. And personally, Wall Street, as far as I know, is wiped out. There is no Wall Street. It's computerized, naked short selling, just stealing everybody's money. And you got these penny ante thugs in the middle of it. Lynn Partners, things like Kramer's, Asabi Management, and all the other little thugs that they haven't caught yet. They live in the middle of this whole thing. And the only reason they exist is the loophole of naked short selling. They make $1. They pay the lawyer 20 cents. They pay their SEC attorney 10 cents. And they keep paying off the brokers and everybody else in between. So they're walking away with 30 cents on the dollar. And they're the ones that go to jail at the end of the day. Once the government starts locking these guys up, it's over with. I'm sorry, William, for yapping. Are you there with me, William?
You did a good job.
And again, I stand firm. And I was an expert trading. I'm not a fundamental guy, but my friend is the head of institutional sales at this firm. He told me it was on the calendar. The company never said anything. The company's going to see these people. They were called in by the company. So when they present, my friend will get back to me and tell me how it went. And I'm looking forward to his response. And he's a shareholder too, so it's great. And my friend is the head of the institutional sales there. So that's great news. We have people littered on the street. Johnny Tobacco reporting the naked short selling was a great angle in DJT before the assassination. Alex Jones was reporting on it. Takes a little longer before mainstream media takes the head out of their ass and they can see the criminals, their fingerprints, as Pat Burns says, on the crimes. You can see their fingerprints. I could see Lynn Partner's fingerprints in FingerMotion. We saw the Kramer's fingerprints using Vertical Group and Alpine, what do you call it? I forgot the names of the stupid thing. Oh, I forgot the name of the brokerage firms they used to use. I can think of it, I'll find it. But these guys were using all these small brokerage firms, one-man shops to naked short. They would give them the order and they would short it all day. All right? Those guys all belong in jail. All right? You can see their fingerprints. You can smell it. You can see it. The stock in FingerMotion, I could see the fingerprints, the 100-share lots by these criminals trying to mark it down just to save a penny or trying to get you to sell, trying to get you to give up. That's what they're trying to do. And you want to know something? I'm not a political guy. They tried to shoot Donald Trump. He stood up and said, keep fighting. You know what, something? That message to me has nothing to do with the political, but I will keep fighting to stop naked short selling. All right? What I've done lately is I've taken off the mornings. It's beautiful outside. I go play pickleball so they can come back and get fired up. And by the way, William, I beat everybody's motherfucking ass in today, just to let you know. No fucking mercy. I was smacking it like crazy. All right? And that's the mentality Djokovic needs to get back. He's got to be aggressive. No fear. Keep going, and you don't quit. Once you're confident in what you're doing, you know you can win. I'm confident in fighting naked short selling, and I know I'm going to win. All right? I can't force the shorts to come. GTI let us down because the company did not build the fundamental business. That's all he had to do, was build the fundamental business. He had many opportunities, 100 Law, this guy, Trento, this. I don't know what happened. I'm not part of it. I know the gentleman that brought the 1-800 law firm, and I was told that the CEO was very difficult to deal with, and it was like he really didn't want to do the deal. And that was a major, that was the knockout punch, because that was a major law firm. And that fumbled by the wayside because of the company. I don't know what happened with Trento. I assume something I don't know. I know other people. One of the guys that's on Twitter, great guy, Optimuse, he sent the deal that company way, and he said this guy's just chasing companies away. And ask him, he knows. Great guy. And you know what? It's wearing on everybody. Everyone's pissed off. Everyone's upset. What's going on? But guess what? We're going to dig out of it. Richard Hoffman is a lifesaver. He's a guy that understands the legal process. I don't understand it. And he's resurrected by himself to fight to remove management. He did. Then he needed shareholders. I supplied him with the shareholders. Where everyone gave up their shares, tied it up to go into the legal proceedings. If the thing took off, everyone locked up their shares. We couldn't sell it. And we tied it all up because of Richard Hoffman. And Richard Hoffman is moving on. Courts take time. All right? If things don't move through the system like we want them to, they take time. Anything else, William? I'm sorry.
Not really.
No questions from anybody?
No, if you want to keep talking about people losing money in GTI, you can, but that's most
There's
of the
nothing I said it. Richard Hoffman is fighting tooth and nail to make it happen. It's out of our control. The CEO needed to do a deal. I've been saying it for 6 months. Where's the deal? Get a deal, get a deal. We need a fundamental anything. And he hasn't done it. The market in the stock is make-believe right now. Totally make-believe. Totally make-believe. FingerMotion is a different company. It has the fundamentals. These guys have trapped themselves. You keep saying, well, the stock keeps going down. The stock's been going down since they rang the bell and announced 2 deals. The market went up thousands of points. It didn't move a fucking penny. It went down every day. Like my brother says, even a shitty stock goes up. These guys never let it go up. Go look at the stock, KNW and GMGI. GMGI, they just did a deal with Lynn Partners. Who the fuck is buying that stock? I told you, these motherfuckers are paying people. They pay money managers to go buy their stock, or they're paying brokers. I guarantee they're probably fucking doing that. We don't see it because they're probably paying them a bag of cash. Hey, go buy the stock. We need to make some sales to get back our money. Hey, we made 100,000. We'll give you 25,000. I guarantee they're probably doing something like that. I don't have any knowledge of it, but these guys are just low life. Who the fuck would be buying it? And if you look at it, K&W, every day it had a big volume day, it fucking went down afterwards, meaning that they paid someone to buy it. The guy did his part, paid up his money, got paid, and the stock just drops. That's what it looks like. That's a pump and dump. And it comes from the short seller pumping it. Pay somebody to buy the stock. We're shorting it. We'll make $1. You make 25 cents. That's what their cost to business is. GMGI, the same thing. Who's buying this stock? They owe money to the devils. Yeah, let me go buy it so Lynn Partners could get short and make more money on the downside. Everything they've done has gone to trash. Go ask SYTA. The stock reversed twice. I think the high was like $60. It's $1 now. They reversed it so many times. People don't. Wait, what happens when they keep reversing it? How many shares do you have in your company after you funded it? Well, how many shares left? Do you remember?
In which one?
One of those stocks you file at that silver company. You had.
Oh, well, I have one here where I can show it. I can find it while I'm talking, but I remember it. It was a rapid diagnostic company, which has done very well, right? In Thoroughfare, New Jersey, they've raised a lot of money, huge contracts, very successful. I received 150,000 shares for 2 years worth of work and raising, I forget how much money, but we raised millions of dollars for the company. I didn't get any cash. Anyway, my 150,000 shares today, I have 1 share left. I just got the documents for the shareholder vote last week. I have it here somewhere. I have 1 share left because of the reverse.
And the company's still in business.
Company's
right?
still in business.
After reversing, that's what they sell them. Guys, you got to reverse it. You got to survive. CVM.
Well, what they do is they split the responsibility. I was always taught, and it's there in the books. The CEO has a responsibility to you as the shareholders, but clever attorneys and lying Wall Street types convince the CEO that if the CEO looks out for the company, she's doing the job of looking out for shareholders, because otherwise you're going to be out of business. It's a complete bastardization of responsibility. And anyway, you end up with, like I did, for 2 years of work, I end up with 1 share worth, I think, $2, $3, maybe $4. That's my compensation for raising millions of dollars for the company. Imagine what my clients had to go through. They have nothing. And that's Wall Street under Gary Gensler and Ann Wagner.
And they just go from this stock to the next stock. Northwest Bio, they're dying for them to reverse. CBM, reverse. CELU. I went to the guy's office. He's a neurosurgeon. Don't take the money. What did he do? He took the money. What did he do? They killed the stock down. What did he do? Reverse the stock.
I'm showing everybody. I have 1 share left. 1 share left. And they changed their name to MyMD Pharmaceuticals. Great company, great team, great strategy. But as you know, every company, every CEO, and this employs dozens of people in New Jersey, every single one's a bad idea. What you need to do is destroy it, because you work with the criminals on Wall Street. You destroy tax bases, jobs, dreams. You destroy America, all because you're Kurt Kramer or the lying son of a bitch, Jeff Easton. Everything's in my opinion and judgment.
Right, that's what they do. And we're trying to stop it. And I think FingerMotion is the company, okay, that's going to make it and make it happen big. The company doesn't need them. It has the fundamental news. It's in the biggest market in the world. How could a company in the biggest market in the world announcing contract after contract keep going down 2 cents, 1 cent, 2 cents, 3 cents, 2 cents? Where's all the selling coming from every day? It's make believe. And when it turns, you won't even get a chance to buy it. And I got it. I know I've always told you, you got to buy them when they're William Ugly. When they
That's
get
pretty
when
ugly.
you think of William, that's ugly. When you
That's
see it
when
that
they're at the
ugly,
bottom of the page.
that's when they're
on
at the
the
bottom
chart.
of the page. And that's when they turn. And when they turn, it's going to be boom. It's
Well,
gonna be
let's
big.
make a clear distinction between FingerMotion and GTII and dozens of other companies. I'll make the clear distinction. They have a CEO who will never sign another deal with a criminal Jeff Easton and Philip Valier. They will never do a reverse
You
split.
said it on your video.
And secondly, the company has built up the trust through competence, through performance, through integrity. They've built the relationship essentially with the government of China, essentially, over 8-10 years. And they're in the largest market in the world with data and with phones. It's not anything other than that. And it's huge upside. They're going to go to profitability. It's the whole difference. And once they're at profitability, Jeff Easton's clients are screwed. But hey, for now, they get you in the same mood because there's a lot of day traders out there. They come in, they scare you. They hit and run, hit and run. They're just gnats. They're just mosquitoes. They come in for 500, 1,000, 2,000 a day. They work with their buddies. They cheat. They break the law. It's okay with Ann Wagner. It's okay with Adina Friedman. It's okay with Gary Gensler. But they're going to be caught out here. But those day traders, they hit and run. They're gone. The people who are going to be caught are the counterfeiters. But hey, I congratulate the shorts. They have a perfect crime. They've developed the perfect heist, and they've paid off the guards. They've paid off the bank officers. They've paid off the cops walking around on the street. They've paid off everybody. But the guy they didn't expect was an honest broker, Ham, coming and fighting. And they didn't expect a really smart, diligent CEO.
They didn't expect this idiot to stay around this long.
No, they didn't expect that. They're like, hey.
No one stays around. And I get it. I see people fainting all the time. I don't want to fight anymore. I've seen people. I've been here 2 years. I've been here a year.
It's a shit.
Money.
It's a shit.
No. I got it. That's the pattern that the shorts want to create. They want people to keep going through. And, I applaud the GameStop people for, their diamond hands and their fight. But I totally disagree with the bozo roaring kitty sending people to his death. And, that to me is total competence, where he never said a boo. He got people to buy calls, they vested, and they're all getting wiped out.
So Bunny Chico.
That should be a buy it when it goes, take advantage of it. That's what they all should have done. He should have been telling people on the run to 80, hey, he should have been saying exactly what I'm saying. Take half your money off the table, protect yourself. That's all he had to say. He said nothing, zero. That's how you play this game, protecting your assets. He said nothing. He's a disgrace. He may be a good guy, but he's a clown to me. And I would never tell anybody to do that. Hey, just go buy all the stock you can. And when it goes up, never sell it. Wait for it to go back down. And don't worry about it. It's going to go back up. It's a disgrace. You should have been telling people as it's going, hey, protect yourself. Sell a little bit. That's all. I say it every day, William. If you haven't learned that by now, every day I've said that. And I still say it. GameStop is a perfect stock to buy the dips, take advantage of all the diamond hands, and just take advantage of them. That's it. I'm not trying to hurt them. We're just trying to take crumbs for everybody else in the middle of it. You know, it's a little safer than playing a Tesla. It's a lot safer than playing the video. All right. Playing GameStop, you know the people are gonna come back and take it back up again. You just read the message boards. You know they're gonna come. Someone's gonna buy 50,000 calls again. How many times did I tell you? They buy the calls. How come they always buy the out of the money calls for everybody on this call listening? Why is it that it's always the out of the money calls that they purchase? Because they're cheap, William, and it's a lot less risk buying an option at $1 versus buying the 25 calls at $2 or $3, right? It's 3 times more the money, right?
Yeah.
So these guys buy the out of the money calls. First, they start buying the stock. Then they go out and they buy a bazillion of the cheap calls. And everyone did a great job promoting it up to $30. On the way up, the march up, you sell your stock. You lose $1 on the calls, and you made $3.50 on 1 million shares. You made $3 million. You lost 80,000 times $1. You lost, whatever it was, 80,000 or $100,000. Big deal, and you made $3 million. That's what they're doing. How do you know that? Because I've seen it done, maybe a zillion times. First, you buy the stock, then you buy the calls.
Yeah.
And for people that don't understand it, I will post it again. Meet Patrick Byrne. Go back and look at his videos, the deep capture story. Take the time, because that's going to tell you whether you're going to get rich or you're going to get poor, because believing in Pat Byrne is what's going to make it happen. And if you don't believe that he's going to make it happen, then you should be gone. If you watch the videos and think about what this guy's done, then you're going to sit there and say, this guy's the real deal. Hold on a second. I just like to get it. I even actually, the Pat Byrne has a story of deep capture. If you wanted to read that, that was written by Mark Mitchell. He used to work for the Wall Street Journal. I used to talk to him all the time. Good guy. He was a reporter from the Wall Street Journal. He used to work for Pat Byrne, and detailed. I'll put that up too. Read it. Take the time. Read what this guy had done. The people who surrounded him. Hold on, I'm just putting it up. Meet Pat Byrne. Written by Mark Mitchell. Yeah, the story of deep capture. There it is. They used to say he was making up conspiracy theories about naked shorts that didn't exist. Read that. If you believe, he said it in a voice recording. I didn't say it. I'm not Pat Byrne. I know him. For him to tell you that, and he said, I'm going to be in the administration. The greatest trading opportunity is in front of you. Anyone want to talk? Deny it, Patrick?
No, I don't. I mean, people are
just look
talking about GTII. So if we
Okay,
just have to
listen,
keep
GTII
talking about GTII. GTII is seller boxed. For all practical purposes, it's seller boxed. So we can keep talking about it though.
I'm waiting for Richard Hoffman. It's not over till it's over. That's how I look at it.
It's not over, but it's going to take time. You get into the courts, it's time. So anyway, I'm.
You can't trade it. I wouldn't buy it. I'd rather pay 50 cents for it than pay 10 cents or 7 cents for it. And you say, why would you do that? Well, because I know at that point that the company has the fundamentals coming in and it's in play. And we know there's over 500 million shares to buy back. Again, we're down to 80 trading days. Monday it's 79. The days go by fast. These guys are short 230 million. We traded 66,000 shares today, which I bet 46 of it were fake. So we probably traded 26,000 shares today. on the investors buying and picking, trying to buy some stock or picking the bottom here, maybe a little higher. But they need to buy back 1.7 million. How are they going to do it? There's no stock for sale. It's impossible to buy. Impossible to buy. And you say, really? I go, well, go look at KOSS. It went from what? $6 to 18 in one day, right? How would you like to bet in that one? I would have loved to bet in there, having all the stock that we have in FingerMotion and KOSS at 6, and watch it go to 18 in one day, selling my stock at 15. Boom, see you later. Right? I'll be on the French Riviera right now. But it's like finding a needle in a haystack. When they're going to go, we don't know. We can only report the data and tell you the bubbles about to burst. The bubbles about to burst, number one. But number two, the guy that's going to pop the bubble is Patrick Byrne, Donald Trump, Devin Nunes, Carl Icahn, and what's his name? I don't know if it's the guy's first name, Vance, whatever his first name is. I forgot his name.
JD. I don't know his first
JD
name.
Vance. Those are your people that are coming after Wall Street. And Ken Griffin keeps he keeps making noise, making stupid purchases. That shows you how stupid he is. He owns half of Palm Beach, half of Star Island in Miami, half of this, half of that. Apartments in Google him. Look at the houses he's purchased. The biggest, the most expensive place in London, the most expensive place in Chicago, New York. I don't know if he's in LA, but $100, $200 million properties. Palm Beach, who knows how much he spent down there? He's taken over Miami. And he keeps making more noise than anybody. And you think Donald Trump, let's say if Donald Trump is worth $2 billion, that this guy's worth $15 billion. I think how much he's worth. I forgot how much money Ken Griffin's worth. From stealing? And he's going to let him destroy DJT? Are you kidding me? You have to be insane. I don't know why he's not there saying something yet. He's using Devin Nunes. I don't know why that noise hasn't been louder. But you know what? It's coming. It's going to come. I'm sorry, just taking it. I'm drinking a Coke. I'm sorry. Anything else, Williams?
No, it's, no, there's nothing new.
Chief option.
There's a question about what's happening with the film that you raised money for. I guess the implication is that money was.
They're trying. The last I heard, and I donated $10,000. I told you. I got paid as a consultant from West Christian. I donated straight to the film, $10,000.
I remember that.
I told you right on the line. I got the money. I sent it straight to her. I'm not a film producer. I'm just like you. I'm not chasing them down. They know what they have to do. People I know. Were you interviewed for it? I forgot.
I did on the option expiry day. I did interview for them. I took them to lunch. I think they're a great team. They did a lot of hard work. The two things I heard is they needed more content, and I also heard they're trying to get it signed up with someone that's going to distribute it, and it's taking time. My guess is they're finished. I can try to find out. I certainly can do that. I can certainly do that.
So we've done everything possible to try. We put the truck. The truck tells the whole story. We could sit there and say, oh, we called the SEC, and you could say, oh, these people are full of shit. Right, William?
Yeah.
We called the SEC. I orchestrated it every day. I made everybody call at 12 noon. For 2 years, we did it every day, William. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And here we put the truck out there for a reason. The truck shows you that we made the calls. We called the authorities. The truck is right there. We had it in front of Fox. We had it in front of CNBC in New Jersey. We had it in front of Dave Portnoy, that idiot. He can't use his voice, but he yells about every once in a while when he's losing instead of standing up for the problem. We told him. We put the truck right in front of his building. We put it in front of the Washington Post, the FBI, not the Secret Service. I don't know where that is, but the DOJ, the FBI. Where else did we put it in DC? In front of the law firm. Remember, we did it in front of the NASDAQ or FINRA. I forgot who we did it down there.
We put it in front of Archibald's where Hunter Biden hangs out. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Just kidding. We put it.
I remember it was on the side street.
We put it in the Washington Post, the DOJ.
The White House, the Capitol building. We put it everywhere.
I don't know about the White House. I don't remember that because you can't get very close to it.
Oh, we have pictures of it, the Capitol behind it, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, we did that.
I mean, we did it there so everyone could sit there and say, man, these motherfuckers did exactly what they said they were going to do. And you can't say we didn't do it because the fucking truck's the picture. It's right there. We put it up there for you. That's called regular people fighting to save everyone's ass. If you lost money, we can't stop it. So stop bringing it up. Because if I stole your money, then you could sit there and I could tell you to your face I stole your money. But I did not steal your money. And William didn't steal your money. Nobody here. We don't even have an account that we can make a short in. If I did, then I steal your money left and right. Because why not? No one's doing anything about it. You don't go to jail. You make 10 million, you give out 2 million, see you later. You get a gold star. That's what they do. We're trying to change it. That gold star means you're going to jail for 10 years. That's what it's going to mean. And you can see more and more criminal cases people are going to jail. All right. Kristen Shaughnessy's been posting all these people going to jail. When did they prosecute? When did they give the jail term for that guy? What's his name? From Arca, whatever the hell is it? Arcalos, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, it's Bill Wong.
Yeah, Bill Wong. He's going to jail for a long time. He's going to do FTX time. He's going to do FTX jail time. 25 years, 20 years. The tide has changed. These guys are going to jail. All right? They can't hide. And guess what? You know, the people that did it to MMTLP, they caught somebody really big there because guess what? They're hiding them and protecting them at all costs right now. And that's not going to last forever. They're going to get busted. The proof is going to come out. Everyone's going to see who it was, whether it's that GTS, I can't remember the other names, whoever else they caught. But they're going to get caught sooner or later. And those people are going to get justice. And it's going right back to the top there. The people that filed to get a trading, you can start with them. The Blue Sheet investigation, that exposes and roasts everybody. They're dead in the water there. What else, William?
Nothing.
The market's down. Let's say the market's down $400 after going up every day. And now people are nervous because the market's coming off. Nothing goes up in a straight line. The only thing that goes down in a straight line seems to be FingerMotion. All right. Usually there's a little zig and a zag. We got to 242 on great news and they beat it back down. Hurry up, get it down here. But as you can see, there is no selling. People, I'm going to give you one trading tip. Okay. Stocks that don't have any volume. Okay. And there's no more selling. They are considered buys. If what you're seeing in FingerMotion and the symbol was Tesla, I guarantee you in 8 minutes it would be up 3-4 points. Guaranteed. Same thing in GameStop, same game DJT, because as the buyers start to come in and they see no selling, people start picking at it and they think it's going to go from red to green, they take off. That is a fact. Ask any hedge fund trader, anybody you know, that is the ultimate trading pattern. You buy when there's no selling, and you quietly, it starts to tick up, and once they go green, they take off. So if you could buy a stock that's down 50 or 60 cents, and then it goes green, now if you bought near the bottom, let's say down 50 cents, you're up 50 cents, it goes green, boom, it goes $1, you make yourself down 50 cents, to even, you're plus 50, up 50 cents, you're up $1, and leave the other 50 cents for everybody who's coming in later on. That was the ultimate trading pattern. I look for that pattern all the time, and I gave you a description where I would buy it and how I would sell it. That's exactly, you could do that all day long. But you got to find your own stocks to day trade on those things. And the names to play those are the Teslas, the things that move a lot. Those are the perfect patterns. Here they are. Tesla was just 270 the other day, whatever it was, and now it's down to 240. Up, down. Stocks are swinging as though the doors fell off of Tesla today. Let me look at that for 1 second. And how about Boeing? It's still at 180. Doors falling off, wheels falling off, and the stock never goes down. Too important of a company, I guess, right, William? They can, whatever they do cannot be held against them, right?
Well, who's building our hypersonic missile? I don't know. It's a Boeing.
Right.
Maybe we can go to war.
Well, listen, I don't want to get into the political nonsense. People that want to vote for the Democratic Party, that want the wars, let their children be the first to be drafted into the military. They want to fight, grab them all. So take your kids and let them go fight. I don't want anybody in my family going to war. All right. So again, that's how I feel about it. But if you want to vote for these people that want wars, then your kids go first. That's how I look at it. And my wife's family is military. Her uncle's was they called a full bird. I guess he ran Desert Storm. He was a general. And all the people in Alabama from my wife's family, they were all military people. None of their kids, none of them will ever serve again under these idiots. They would never. And that's the word from the South. So again, I don't want to get political. That's not my thing, but that's how I feel about that nonsense. But again, I'm giving you trading, buy stocks that are down. When they turn, they usually go from down. If you get a stock, like I said, I'm just using an example of it's Tesla. You buy the rebounds in these things. Once they go green, boom, see you later. So imagine grabbing Tesla when it's down $9 where it is now. I think it is, right? Yeah, they're trying to pin it at 240. Are they going to break 240 or is it going to rally from 240? Let's see. Hold on, let me look at the calls. Let's see what the 245s are. The 245s are down $6. They're 14 cents. Wow. The 242s are 42 cents. I don't want to be a gambling fool, but boy, these are right up my alley. The 242s that, if you get them at 38 cents, you get a market rally on the close. Tesla won't go up $1. It'll jump $3. I mean, it'll go from 240 to 245 in a blur. And that's what I like. I like to trade names like that. That's what I look for. Look for cheap calls. Hey, I know it's a gamble. I buy 100 on me. Let's say 30 cents is 3,000. If I catch it right and it runs back 3 points, I make $1.50. I make 15,000 for 3. And that's how you trade options. That's how I traded options. I'm not a believer in buying. Think about the poor soul that bought the Tesla 45 calls the other day at, let's say, the other day it had to be, the stock was 265. It had to be 20. And now they're going to zero. Imagine that. You paid $20 for the 245s. It was 265. And now they're 15 cents. Wow, that's a beating. And that's what the problem is with expensive options. All right, the expensive options, you got a long way down. Small ones, the gamble, right? You know what you're risking. I like to risk small money to make big money. That's how I like to play. And again, I'll just go back to FingerMotion. FingerMotion is an option that doesn't expire. The stock is an option that doesn't expire. Why it has options on it, that's a different story. The crooks are using it as some way to create stock. All right? Every once in a while, there's a weird option trade on the put side or something where they put up 500 puts, and that's where they create some more stock to sell versus the options. All right? So I really don't see it, but again, they just put the stock was 209, 210, and they just printed, I'll say 5,000 at 206, something like that. That, my friends, is a prearranged trade. There's no bids, yet they'll take 5,000 down 4 cents. Right? These guys don't buy any shares. The Tom Gira from the Nasdaq VP said in 2007, they are concerned people are becoming becoming market makers to take advantage of the market maker exemption, and they go into the box, meaning they make a market with no intentions to buy and only sell. Well, that's what we have here. These guys sell and they never buy anything back. It's pretty obvious. And I believe the trade you just saw was a wash trade. I don't know what the amount was, but I believe it was washed. Anything else, William?
No,
Your silence.
that's
Your
all.
silence means that everybody's dead.
No, there's a lot of talk about GTII, 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 GTII. There's a lot on MMTLP. There's a lot of thank yous
I'll tell
to
you
you.
what. You know what?
A lot of thank yous to you.
William.
And
I would like to hear if anyone has anything new on MMTLP. If someone has anything, I'd like to hear.
Busy has pointed out that on MMTLP, if this fiasco rolls over to next year, we are in good hands with the Trump administration. There are 2 attorneys generals involved. It takes time to investigate. One is Louisiana and one is Texas. He then goes on and tells everyone that J.D. Vance signed one MMTLP letter. Devin Nunes attached our open letter to his SEC complaint. The Texas AG might be the next United States Attorney General. We are in good hands with the next administration.
And that, my friends, is what I'm trying to tell you. And Busy did a great job getting me that recording of Pat Burns saying that. He's a great guy. He works hard. We're all working from different parts of the United States. And you know what? I met him. He's a great guy, and he works hard. And he's telling you the truth. If he says you're in great hands, this guy's reaching out to the attorney generals. People, this is a fight to steal your money. Stand up and fight back. Don't piss on us. We don't control it. We can only do what we can do. Repost, say something on Twitter. No one's going to bite your face. They're just a bunch of cowards standing behind a computer to bashes. Don't be afraid of them. Stand up and fight back, because if you don't, these guys are going to steal everything from you, your kids, and your grandkids. That's what we're trying to stop. Everyone here's got kids, grandkids, and parents. They're robbing everybody, and we're trying to stop it. And don't shoot the messengers. We're doing everything we can. Busy Brands is breaking his balls, that guy, every day. Giving up his livelihood. You know, I've spoken to his wife before. These people work hard. Anna works hard. They travel. They do things. Everyone's doing something, knocking on a door. We can't help if people are rat bastards and turn on us. That guy from Texas, what was that guy's name? That politician, Pete Sessions. Was that his name, William?
That's one guy's name. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we were in his office talking to these people, educating them. Yes. You're leaving. They do nothing.
Look, today is options expiry. There's every index is down. Trump is just been under an assassination attack. Biden may or may not continue running. There's all sorts of activity internationally vis-a-vis the dollar. Concerns about who's going to be in charge. Wall Street's confused. Are we going to have Trump, Biden, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton? Anyway, the market's down. So don't get all caught up with the red today. I don't think. Just anyway. I don't want to. I sound like Biden saying anyway.
I think what's his name's going to run.
Who?
I think Big Mike is going to be the presidential candidate for the Democrats.
Michelle Obama? Yeah, she might.
Mike, whatever his name is, Mike. Big Mike.
Who knows?
Listen, I care about one thing. I don't give a fuck if they put a monkey in the White House. All right? We need the stock settled. Pat Byrne's going to get it done. Busy Brands knows that. I know it. Everyone else does. We got 70, 80 days after today, 79 days. Where are they going?
When I first saw the story on Wolf, it was a $15, $20 stock. Yorkville destroyed that stock. In my opinion, now Yorkville is gone. Maybe there's still a large short position. I don't know. But what I mean by gone, they're no longer able to suppress it. The fundamentals of the company are working. The stock is now $6. So it's no longer under $1. So there's risk. My guess is it's headed back to $15 or $20. It's more like an investment, though. And if you're in there for a short squeeze, I don't believe Wall Street's going to allow companies they have under control to squeeze. But can you see it go from 6 to 12 to 18? Yes, you can make 2 or 3 times your money. That's my opinion.
Well,
I don't know what Ham's opinion is.
I met with the management. Great, very smart, super smart people. They're the ones that started Riot. They started Mara, and they're super bright. I said that many times. But they're not going to come out here and fight the short. They're not going to do that. They're going to beat them with their fundamentals and what they do. And as Bitcoin keeps rallying, that's how they're going to make the money. They're not fighters. They don't do that. They let the stock get slaughtered. They raised money at the bottom at 60 cents. I know people who bought in on that. They sold a ton of shares, everything I don't believe in. That's what they did. And the stock gradually went up. I have friends sell it from $2 up to $5.50, and they're all gone. People I know. But that doesn't mean it's not another trade in it. I'm just telling you that management is not the fighting type.
That's right.
They're brilliant, but they're not the fighting type.
But I think you can tell that now that the stock is in the $6 range, they've successfully broken out of the manipulation phase. But who knows?
I was told the short's over 1 billion shares.
So there's still room for fireworks. I just think they're having a hard time keeping a good man down.
Once they turn, that's what happens. Listen, it's in a crazy sector. And William, let me ask you this question. We have people here. FingerMotion. Who's in there? Who can you relate the company to? What company? Give me a company.
Snow, or I would go so far as relating.
Snow is the relationship to data. What about all the other shit they do?
Yeah, I mean, I would relate it to, you can relate it to a mobile phone company here. You can relate it to an insurance company. You can relate it to e-commerce, and Amazon, maybe not as big, but a piece of it. Anyway, I don't know I can't think of a perfect comparison.
Now, if you look at it and you say, what is Wolf? Wolf is the same as Mara, M-A-R-A, and Mara took off. It's now $25, right?
Yeah.
There's Riot was another big shorted stock, squeezing up $1. So there's companies to compare it to. FingerMotion is so crazy in so many different directions. There's no one to compare it to. You just went through it. Well, data, it's Snow, S-N-O-W. That's a $60 billion company. It's doing insurance. Those are $50 billion companies. They're in telecoms. Your China Mobile, China Unicom, that's probably a $50 billion company, right? Look at, they're in different fields everywhere. And I don't know any company that would fit the bill. And now they're installing this software or technology in first responders all over China. Who the hell does that? There's nothing to compare what they do to anybody.
Busy Brands makes a really good point that because of the suspicious activity in the trading of the stock that Trump owns and Nunes runs, there's going to be investigations.
Wow, look at that. Someone actually said the best thing ever. We've been yelling about that, and it takes a guy like Busy Brands to finally step up and tell everybody what he understands. We all can see it.
Isn't
And if
he
you
just
don't
a
think that-
jarhead? Isn't he just a jarhead?
Well, he was the guy. He's the guy that used to. I guess he was the guy that he defused the bombs with, and he didn't wear his equipment all the time when he went out there.
I'm just kidding. Busy is the best. They should call him
But he's
Best
telling you-
Brands, not Busy
He's
Brands.
telling you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to investigate the short sellers here, and it's coming to a head. And who does that lead into? Pat Byrne. Pat Byrne, how do we end the short selling fraud? Well, boom, and he's going to kill it right there. And there's your opportunity. You want to miss the opportunity? Good luck. Move on. Go trade Tesla. Go do what you have to do. I'm telling you, and here is the guy telling you that in DJT, which I don't own a share in, they're going to investigate the short sellers. They're going to find out who's done it, who's behind it, and they're going to go to jail. And that's going to make everything tumble. And trust me, we're right in line with Patrick Byrne. Trust me. Thank you, Busy, for opening people's eyes. Because if it doesn't come out of someone else's mouth, they think I'm making this shit up. And I'm going to do everything in my power to drag Lynn Partners into the Southern District and have them put in jail. Everything I can do. And I've been documenting everything, and I will submit it to Patrick Byrne when it's time. I will go see him personally, and I'll give him all the information, even about the special dividend that's on the way. And guess what? Pat Byrne, if you don't know, he loves special dividends. Go back and read his history on dividends. Go look at it. Anybody else got anything? Let's rock and roll here.
There's a question coming. I guess he has to type it.
I can't believe I spoke to a guy who got his ass kicked from the royal family in long RIVN. I thought that was outstanding.
Well, there's been some comments on that. They just got a huge contract with Volkswagen, and I mean huge. And then this gentleman, let me see if I can find it. This gentleman lives in Arizona. He sees their trucks in growing numbers in Arizona. So it's not.
Well, just if you can look and see who owns the biggest holders, if you see anyone from Saudi Arabia, those are the people I'm talking to.
So
I
RIVN
haven't
did
had
a
chance
huge.
to go through it. RIVN. RIVN. I think that's it.
They did a huge deal with Volkswagen last month.
I know they're tied to Toyota, though. So they were talking about Toyota, I think.
Well, that would make sense with the family you're working with. I
did a 2-hour call yesterday talking about naked short selling. And they asked me for an example. And I said, well, you know what? I can't think of an example. What do you think I told them about FingerMotion? And I documented everything around it. And I gave them the reports that I gave to the government of Abu Dhabi, the Abu Dhabi Global Markets. I gave them that report on GameStop. I showed them how I was in early, and I explained it to them how. They all understood GameStop. The whole world knows about GameStop.
That's true.
Yeah, I'll give people, you want to have fun here? Hold on. All right. If you want to, yeah, well, I'll text it to you, William. This is the gentleman that loved the exchange idea.
I'm not going to put it out there. You give away too much information. You think everyone
right.
here is your friend. They're not all your
No,
friends.
I'm just trying to show you that there's people of power that are behind this thing, and it just takes time. I can't do anything about it. I don't give it to them. That's no big deal.
There are. I can confirm the names you gave me. I know. So I can confirm it's big.
No problem. I'm just making conversation. Listen, I like to fight, and I'm showing people no one can get to these people. I'm just looking through here for a second. KNW on its way to pennies. They got a debt spiral with Lynn Partners, worthless. Just go look at SYTA. If you know anybody in the company that has this thing, the poor people of Seattle are getting slaughtered for knowing the CEO. The CEO's probably told them, we got money. Don't worry, it's all good. Yeah, okay. They'll be reversing that stock one day. Mark it down. DJT, they're pinning at 35. I agree with Busy Brands. There's going to be an investigation. The investigation is going to make a bunch of stocks explode. So pick and choose whatever you think is going to work. And I can guarantee you, if they come out and say they're going to investigate the shorts in DJT, the first three stocks that are going to go are going to be KOSS, AMC, and GME, because the same three the funds that did it every time are going to go piling into it, and they're going to just keep buying it until they rope everybody to come in. So there you can mark that down too. So when you get the investigation news, those three stocks are going to go first, because how come Finger isn't going? Because we don't have those institutions that are out there manipulating the stock. Because that is 100% that what's going there. Because there's no way the relationship between those three names is the same from 2020. It's impossible. I told you I keep an eye on Kodak. They won't let it go through 6. Keeps hanging in here around 570. KOSS 845. I'd be by 850. I would step in. AMC I don't follow. GameStop, you can buy it anywhere on the way down here. It'll turn. Same with DJT. KNW 0. TELO is the most disheartening company working on extending everyone's life, and the short's just fucking sitting on it. It was a $7 stock. One guy bought the whole float. It's 4. My friend one guy owns the whole float. My friend bought 500,000 shares. 2 people own the float plus 500,000 shares. And it's still down. Ram, the CEO, is a knucklehead. I spoke with him. I spoke with Dan Bongino. They should fight. He wanted me to show him the proof. He didn't want to fight until he saw the proof. But after that, he had a short squeeze go from $3 up to 7. So then he sort of surrendered and took that. He had a big rally, and that was the end of him. ZJYL, I follow. GDC, nothing right now. They have signs of going up, but then they just stall. MULN, I don't know what the hell's going on there. That poor guy waited too long. GNS, worthless. Riot, Mara. And, look at Mara take off. I think Mara, if you go back in time, William, was like a 30-cent stock, 25 cents. Can you get a 10-year chart on that, or 10-year high low? I think it was 25 cents. I think I remember. I think I knew someone who paid 25 or 30 cents for it back in the day. This is like the third time they're squeezing this name. Does anybody know what these 3 companies do?
That's a data company, MARA.
They do the Bitcoin mining. That's all they do. 3 companies
Going back
Bitcoin.
10 years, it was almost 250.
Yeah, I think the low is 25 cents.
Oh, that's what you want? Yeah, the low.
Yeah. Because I remember it went from 25 cents and it squeezed up.
I mean, the lows for a year was at the bottom of the chart. I mean, you can't go any lower than 0. So you're probably right. I can't see where it
It went
says.
so Riot. So Riot got squeezed to $45. The shorts came out on CNBC calling everybody a fraud, but not the short sellers. They stopped that short squeeze. But Mara went from 25 cents to like 15 bucks or something like that. That was one time. They all died off again, and then they came back again. And now they're coming back again. This is the third time. And they do Bitcoin mining. They got computers using power, mining Bitcoins. That's what they do. FingerMotion is doing all kinds of crazy, exciting things. No one gives a shit about it until they start putting numbers up that are telephone numbers, and then they will. That's how it goes. And people just, if you want, you don't believe me, go to the SEC and say, how long does it take to approve a filing for the corporate dividend? What was it? What's the filing called? I don't know. I put it up the other day, the actual filing from the SEC, 45 days. With questions, it's 45 days.
TCAP says that the low was 39 cents. So that's close enough to 20.
It was down. I know it was down that low because I know this kid from Long Island that bought it. He made a ton of money in it. And I'll say that was when Riot exploded back in way when. Maybe that was 7 years ago, I think. Went to 45 bucks. And they always blame the people that are running the company. They're crooks. They squeeze the shorts. What's going on? Get them. Not the short sellers that were betting against it. there was 100 to 1 on the 100 sellers to every one buyer on the short side, and they got run over. And they blame the longs all the time. People don't realize that the short sellers are just hitting a sell button. They need margin money. The longs have to pay for trades. Again, busy brands will tell you DJT is going to lead to all types of investigations. And leading that charge is going to be our guy, Pat Byrne. Pat Byrne is going to advise them that this is such fraudulent activity. Mr. Trump, it's going on everywhere. I've been fighting this for 20 years. This is real, needs to be stopped. The American people need you to stop this right now. Bang, it's over. There you go. That's exactly what you're going to read one day in the newspaper. And we're going to have our name in there, FingerMotion in there. And if GTI can ever get its ass together, we'll drag that in there too. But it has to get fundamental news.
If Pat Burns is in charge of the SEC, will there be a squeeze right away in DJT and Finger?
Yes. Once they announce Pat Burns involved, it has to happen. We need the election first. Then you'll see the appointments. Pat Burns said, I've been assured that I'll be in the administration. And the first thing I want to do, I'm going to raise my hand. I memorized this stupid speech, is stock settlement. We got to get the bad guys out of there. I don't know why he said that place with the babies. Pat Byrne always speaks in a riddle. And he was drifting off. In that place where the babies are, we need to protect it. I'm like, what? I mean, he just couldn't say it. They're selling counterfeit shares and just go from there. No, that's what he does. He gets people lost when he speaks. But that's his mind. He's like Elon Musk. They speak in circles sometimes. And that's all we have, William. I gave it a shot here. It's beautiful outside. I'm sitting outside now. It's not 190 degrees today, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's true.
My grass is starting to grow. My pool is a beautiful green. I surrendered trying to fix it. I can't do it. That's good news, right? And that's about it. And no one else has any questions about anything? Busy, you got any questions? Busy, give me some more scoop, Busy. Come on.
Well, he thinks BlackRock and Citadel are in trouble. And he thinks Nunes.
Hey, let me ask a question. William, stop there for a second. I saw an article or someone posted that Schwab has got some big problems. Is anyone else hearing that? I retweeted it last night. I said, well, maybe it's time to move your account, I said, and to short, SCHW. I wrote that down last night. I read it last night. If anyone follows up on that, if you hear anything about Schwab, I'm curious about that.
Susan points.
And you know what? Yeah. And be careful with your money in these brokerage accounts if they start to go under.
It's true. Is Patrick Byrne subject to conflict of interest if he's put in charge? He's gone from Overstock. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Left years ago. Listen, I put up, go to Deep Capture. Go in there and read about Pat Byrne, how he exposed the naked shorts. I remember my father was a garbage man. His father owned Geico. A little different fighting tactic. He hired reporters. He had a network of people that worked for him. And every week we needed a new story from Patrick Byrne. He supplied us with stuff to pick up the troops. We got stuff coming out every day against the president of the United States, his company. And people still thirst for more. We need more information. We need more. Go back in days when all we had was Pat Byrne talking. You know, anybody would follow him. I could write a story, but no one cared. But when Pat Byrne spoke, at least we had something to fight with. A lot of my friends have passed away. Some have heart attacks. Some quit. I got it. I'm in. I'm still fighting. And Pat Byrne will destroy them. That's just who he is. And you can wait, take your time, go find whatever you got to do, knock yourself out, best as you please. But I'm a firm believer in buying when no one wants them, because when they do, they're going to be impossible to buy. Just remember that. So whatever you're playing, don't think about making, losing a penny here and there, or a dime or a quarter, because when it happens, the stocks are just going to gap and you won't even get a chance. So think about that when you're playing this game. If you're frozen and you can't do anything, I got it. It happens to everybody. You're frozen and you can't do anything and you're disgusted, but things will turn. The market is selling off. The stocks that went up for 3 years straight, they got to come down. That's just the way it is. The stocks that haven't done anything are going to go up. That's just how it's going to work. And that's the stocks that I want to be in. I'm not an NVIDIA player, an Apple computer. I don't play those things. I don't have enough money to change my lifestyle buying an Apple computer at $200 a share. Or NVIDIA at $1,000. Or Costco at $800. Even though we all go to Costco, I was watching a Seinfeld episode last night. George was the summer of George. He's eating a block of cheese. I'm laughing. That's when you go to Costco, William. That's when you get a big block of cheese. Everyone buys that stupid piece of cheese. And for those who need something to watch, if you're a football fan, I think it's on Netflix. They had the series on the quarterback. Now it's on the receiver. The wide receivers on the football team are the two gentlemen from San Francisco. I forget the tight end's name. And the other guy, Deebo Samuels. And the guy from the Vikings. And this kid, Amin Ra is his first name. William.
Mm-hmm.
And he's with the Detroit Lions. And, you see these receivers, we don't know much about them. And I have to tell you, such gentlemen. And the one from Detroit, Amin Ra, his mother is from Germany. And his father was Mr. Universe. And the kids learned that the mother taught them how to, all their boys speak German. So she speaks to them in German, and dad speaks to them in English, and they communicate. And it was just great to see, he's obviously black, and he's speaking, German. The father was speaking German, but the kids were all speaking German, and all professional football players. Super well-spoken, hard fighting, working their asses off. And it's great to see. And these poor guys get killed. So if you ever want to see something, it's good to see, and you get to meet these people that you never really hear much about. We see them on TV dancing, but all very, very good young men. Very nice to see. Making big money, by the way. And for those who like gangster movies, everybody I know from Brooklyn is watching Gravesend. If you want to watch a stupid Brooklyn gangster movie, go watch that.
Busy tells you that Schwab has an enormous liability with MMTLP. Steven Rosenberg says that Schwab has huge problems with failures to deliver.
Again, these things take off. They don't lose $1 billion. They'll be losing $5 billion at a clip. And that's what we're fighting here. And Pat Burns going to expose them. So just like hanging there. And I can see the attack on FingerMotion on, I don't know, where is it right now, William? I see the last trade 203 on 87,000 shares. As you can see, nothing. Then a little quick attack down. So again, accumulation, just stand there, you buy a little, buy a little, buy a little. I think I bought 17 or 1,800 yesterday, 210, 212. A lot of my friends are on vacation in China. They're not around, so this is when you happen, when the buyers aren't around. I'm laughing. GDC was at 150. They got it down to 115. Look at the 1-year chart, and that thing was it was $241, and they got it down to $1.15. Look at the base on that thing, William. It's been going sideways since late 22.
Since you bought it.
Oh, since I bought it, it's been straight down. Listen, I like to go with companies that get a fight. I have no idea how sick you got to be short DJT. They're coming to investigate whoever shorted it. Any shorts around the name, you have to realize that. And they're still staying short. Now, if I was Donald Trump and I found out who these people are, I would demand to find out. I would lock them up immediately. Immediately. And I hope he does. Put him in jail for life. That's what they need to do. All right. Anything else?
Look.
Sounds like everybody's sound asleep.
No, they're listening. Are you buying XRP? I don't think so.
That XRP, reach out to that lawyer, Hogan. I met him and his wife. Very nice people. Hey, you hear Lou Dobbs died?
Yeah.
He was just going on Devin Nunes' show. He must have just dropped dead. Must have had a heart attack.
Lou Dobbs, Clint Eastwood's girlfriend. Bob
And there was another actor.
Bob Newhart.
Bob Newhart died. Remember him?
Yeah.
I wonder if these people, as they passed away, think they're taking.
Call from Bussy Brands JIME.
Hang on.
Or Ken Griffin.
Let me merge you. All right, Ham, you can talk to Busy. Yeah, hang on. All right, you can talk to Busy. Talk
I think you're running out of things to talk about, right? But let's talk about DJT and how they shorted this stock.
That's what I want. That's what I want to hear. We need somebody like you. I lost William. William went into a coma on me. So yeah,
He fell asleep. Well, I mean, it's funny, right? Somebody always knows. So you have the airlines, which were shorted before 9/11. Now you have the Mandalay Bay and the shooting at the concert. They shorted the Mandalay, whoever was running that company, right? So now here we go with DJT. Not only did they short DJT, but they also shorted Rumble. So somebody always knows. So I, in my feeling and the stuff that I've been reading, somebody's in deep shit, right? You could also say that maybe Larry Fink and Ken Griffin from Citadel might be in some deep trouble. Not accusing them, but it makes you wonder, right? The nefarious acts are definitely going to come to an end if the next administration takes place. I have a feeling that they're going to bring the whole stock market on the next administration anyways. But just a simple fact that they're doing this to DJT, Devin Nunes attached our open letter, the MMTLP open letter, to his SEC complaint. Devin Nunes has been coming out on mainstream media talking about the naked shorting, right? That's the big key word, naked shorting. But not only that, he's been reaching out to Attorney General. So the same blueprint that MMTLP is doing, Devin Nunes is actually doing it. So you have to be a fool not to know that or believe that Trump doesn't know about MMTLP and Trump doesn't know what's going on with his company and his stock.
100%.
So it is a big issue that needs to be rectified. And I think the perfect person to do it is going to be, like you said, maybe they're going to bring in Patrick Burns as an advisor or maybe even have a place in administration. I would love for him to take over as the SEC chairman, but only one could dream.
Listen, they should bring me and you in. I'll point them out. I'll point them out and you finish them off.
I'm hearing rumors they'll make RFK Jr. the Attorney General.
Who?
RFK Jr., Attorney General for Trump. It's a rumor I'm hearing.
He's got the worst voice. He's got the worst voice in creation. I feel my
but he's
voice.
got courage. He's got courage.
Tell him to stop eating glass.
You're saying that JFK is actually being considered as a U.S. Attorney General?
RFK Jr., yep.
Well, funny enough, and I don't know if people know this, that I have several conversations directly with him. And I've been talking to his staff for the last, 3 months or so. Whenever he purchased that GME shares, on a Monday, I was on the phone with him. On a Tuesday, I was also on the phone with him directly. And I'm not saying that I was the cause of him buying those shares. I was not. But he understands what's going on in the stock market. He's supposed to be having a podcast in regards of what's happening to retail investors. He wants to get behind retail investors. So I've been in talks with his team in regards of putting that podcast together with several retail investors from different communities, AMC, GameStop, and MMTLP. So they're very much aware of what's happening here to retail. So listen, if he joins into the next administration, that's just another win for retail investors.
He's got curiosity and a willingness to investigate, which I've not seen in anybody else in government. So he would be great. He would be fantastic.
Listen, I agree. I agree with Busy. The shit's going to hit the fan. Trump has to do this before the election because he don't want to be sitting here promoting his own company. So it's got to happen between now and the 80 days, which I've been posting. So I look at it at any given time. I expect them to come out and talk about this. And I think it's going to hit the fan. What about Devin Nunes? I thought he filed a complaint with the Attorney General in Florida. I think he did that too, right?
he sent a letter of complaint to the Florida AG and also Louisiana. So, you know, listen, you know, I've been trying very hard to try to get Texas on board. There's important people that are actually trying to speak to, you know, Ken Paxton himself. I don't know where that's going to go, but I know that Louisiana is also on board, and we have people out there in Louisiana that have close relationships with Liz Morrell. She's the Attorney General from Louisiana. So they are definitely on her ear, telling her, hey, you know, what's going on here with MTLP, but what's happening in the overall market. And, you know, we're also trying to pinpoint to these AGs that, you know, indirectly you'd be helping DJT. So it's just a working process, and it's kind of disgusting that it has to be us retail investors that have to actually stand up and put these people together. It shouldn't be an excuse that, you know, some of the excuses that we're getting in Congress, that this is too difficult to understand. Well, if it's too difficult to understand, then hire somebody that will make you understand. This is a serious issue that's happening. It's destroying 401k, pension funds. Many American peoples are being hurt by what's going on every single day in the stock market, the counterfeiting of shares. So it's a systematic problem that's happening in the market. I think that now it's taking mainstream, which also kind of redeems you, Ham, because you've been very vocal about naked shorting, and you know, you're trying to switch it up to, you know, from the naked shorting aspect to counterfeiter shares. That's what it is. They're counterfeiting, you know, shares. So I think
all I know is that this counterfeiting. All I know is this counterfeiting has cost me. I bought a toupee and I got a cheap one, so I need a good one because I don't need you guys like you busting my balls at the crap table. when it falls off my head and you start smacking it because it looks like a spider, I need to get a good toupee, William.
Well, as Donald Trump said, you know what the difference between a skunk, a toupee, because someone said his hair looked like a skunk, and the hair that Donald Trump has, a skunk's not worth $900 million or whatever. No, he said $7 billion. Anyway.
Oh, that's a difference. Well, listen, all I know is if you squeeze DJT, he would have not 7, he would have $15 billion. And I can't see why he wouldn't do it. It's a free shot to kill Ken Griffin and everybody else around it. All these people that knew and tried to profit off him getting murdered, he needs to wipe them out. And that's what I think is going to come, and I think Busby's right about that.
Yeah.
One thing that pisses me off, Sam, and I don't know if you know the story in regards to the Taylor Swift and the Ticketmaster mishandling of the concert tickets. I mean, the ball's on these people, right? They're really gun-ho to set a hearing in regards to Taylor Swift and Ticketmaster, but they can't do shit about the stock market.
Exactly.
And it's disgusting, right?
They drop cases in one day, the next day it's in court. I'm like, why had that happen? They just filed a suit. They're in court the next day. It's amazing that they move whatever they want to do. I agree with you on that 100%.
And the technology is there, right? I mean, blockchain. But there's no way that they could do it, Ham. There's no way that they could actually put.
No, are you kidding me? What's his name? Pete from Philly said, I told him it's another 80 days. He goes, they're going to need 580 days to clean this mess up. That's how long. I said, well, they already had 63 years. So screw them. Now it's over with. That's how I look at it.
You guys think they want to clean it up. They don't want to clean it up. But I think Devin and Trump and RFK will. But nobody there now wants to clean it up. Nobody.
Right.
In my opinion. That's in my opinion. Not Gensler, not any of these other people.
When I watched Gensler at the MMTLP hearing, where he just skirted around the whole issue, around and around and around, I wanted to punch him in the face myself. It's a disgrace. We do investigative work. We can't comment. We do this. We can't do that. And then he says, well, that MMTLP is working with another company, MMMT. I kind of know about it. What a load of shit that guy was.
Oh, and have their feet in the corner, right? They know that it's a frozen crime scene. So the only way for them to get away with it is to blame two CEOs. Okay, The CEOs are being blamed for a pump and dump. Was it the CEOs that actually created the counterfeit shares?
Right.
So
They always
we know in December 5th, via the FOIA request that we got, the only FOIA request that we were able to obtain, by the way.
Exactly.
And there's hundreds and hundreds of FOIA requests, and they still have denied it. When I called the FOIA branch manager in DC, Aaron Taylor, we were trying to investigate to see if the lady got fired because she actually released that FOIA. But they said no, she was not fired, and there would not be releasing any FOIA documents. And if they will release any FOIA documents, they'll all be released at the same time. So we've been trying for months and months and months to get FOIA requests granted, but they have failed, and they don't want to because
they don't.
The first one they said that we got lucky. But to go back on that December 5th, in regards to that FOIA request, they actually have the blue sheet, the blue sheet data. So why is it so hard for Congress to look at that FOIA request and say, hey, you guys have this, why can't you guys give it to us? But they don't want to. I think that if they subpoena the records and we are successful to get those records, this thing will be settled overnight, because they don't want this going mainstream. Are you kidding me? The whole world would know. Not only would you prove the retail investors that were correct, but it also would show it's counter in the whole entire stock market, and they don't want that. So
that shows the whole world that the stock market is all fraud. That's exactly what it is. That's why I'm surprised they haven't been turning the faucet off faster and locking up like taking a Kramer or Lynn Partners or Savvy Management and say, hey, we're going to charge you with fraud, and just quietly put these guys away. You watch how fast it starts to stop. That's how fast it'll stop. Anybody caught doing it will know they're going to jail. They don't have to say anything, just do something, but they don't do anything and they don't say anything.
And I'm shocked that they haven't settled MMTLP, knowing how loud we have, we have been over the last 19 months. Going on 20
How
months.
many days is it now? What is it? 600?
I don't even count. I count the months now. It's almost 20 months now. That's how long it's been.
Wow.
But being successful with Congress and getting that open letter with 74 signatures, bipartisan, by the way, you would think that they will actually start getting nervous. So I think that they have no choice to actually respond back to Congress and have, quote unquote, a scapegoat in regards of of what took place here, right? Blaming two CEOs.
I would put the truck out there busy. I would put the truck in front of the SEC and do a slide presentation with each person that signed it, put their picture and their name on it, and with their signature, and keep scrolling it on the truck. They signed it, they signed it, this one signed it, this one signed it. And basically, you're embarrassing the people that signed it, because now they know their name is out there and they signed this piece of paper, but you're also abusing the SEC and everybody involved. I would do that. Raise the money, get the truck, and have it sit there all day and just keep the slide going with the face of the politician that signed it, and just to keep it on a steady stream, just rotating from 8 in the morning to 4 o'clock, and smack them in the face.
Well, let's just go through this, right? You have Devin Nunes that understands, and thank you for your peeps, right? They're educating Devin. We know who that is. But then you have JD Vance, right? He signed one of the letters supporting MMTLP and trying to bring answers to what happened here. He's asking the right questions. That's going to be your next VP. Then you have Devin Nunes, which they're actually doing it to DJT, which is possibly going to be the next president of the United States. So they understand that this is a problem, not only DJT, but what took place in MMTLP. Now, if we're lucky enough and Patrick Burns gets in there, he's been on 2 space calls regarding MMTLP and what's happening on the overall market. So that's why I said I hope to God this doesn't carry over to next year. But if it does, we're in good hands for the next administration. You have the VP that signed his own letter, right? A senator, it was 2 senators, Mike Crapo and JD Vance, did their own letter asking the SEC and FINRA for questions, regarding, they're asking questions regarding MMTLP. So they want answers. They failed to do that. So they're going to have a chip on their shoulder in regards to what's happening with DJT, but also what's taking place at MMTLP. There's a reason why, and only a fool will believe that Devin Nunes, without investigating is going to attach an open letter to his SEC complaint regarding DJT. But he's well aware of what's happening with MMTLP, which helps MMTLP and DJT. If they help MMTLP,
It helps everybody. Forget that. Listen, MMTLP helps everyone.
Everyone.
That's the problem. They released, that's the proof that we need. They have the proof in their hands. They got the blue sheet. They won't do that for anybody. But you have it. It's done. You got the emails. That changes the game right there. That ends the game right there. That's how close you are. Did I lose everybody?
No, I'm listening. I don't know if Busy's still there. He should be.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah,
I was just responding to it.
He's always busy, you know. That's why.
Yeah, MMTLP is the game changer for everyone. Unfortunately, there's no way to profit from what happens with MMTLP. There's zero way to profit from it. So the only way to profit from it is go find the stock that you can figure it out, and that's up to you. You can go find out your own, whatever it is you want to go play. Because when MMTLP gets exposed, you won't get a chance to buy anything else. They're gonna take off. And the people that don't understand naked short selling, they'll miss the boat. And that's the game-changing moment that you're gonna get, and it's coming.
It's definitely coming. I feel it, but it's again, I go back to, it's sad that retail investors such as myself and many of the community members and yourself and William that are in the forefront of this battle, that we have to be the ones exposing this. It's really sad that you have rules in place to prevent all of this, and they're not enacted, right? So I get frustrated because it's like, why do retail investors have to be fighting? It's not only us here, it's also people in GME and AMC that have been loud and advocating for reform, for change, for advocacy. They're just pissed off. They're tired of it. They're tired of being stolen from every single day. So I know it's exhausting, but there's people that are just not going to give up. I don't want to lose because I know that we're right. Even though contrary to what the SEC is doing and going after two CEOs, they didn't create the counterfeit shares. There's a huge problem. Why did you hit the U3 halt? Why? Because and let me tell you this, Ham, if we don't stand up, especially here in MMTLP, what is it to say that they're not going to do it again? When they are in a corner, they're stuck, they're, you know, in better terms, they're fucked. They're just going to say, oh, fuck you, sue us. So
I said it 1,000 times. You have to stand up and fight. I don't care about your money. I don't care if you buy a share. If you don't stand up and fight, you don't stand a chance, and your kids and your grandkids don't stand a chance. Susan Trimbass put a letter from the SEC to Congress up about fails to deliver. It's on Twitter, Susan Trimbass. You can see it. Go Google it. It's right there. I retweeted it. In 1963. I thought I discovered fire when it was 1988. It's down to 1963 now. Think about the bad guys, and I can guarantee you this. All the big people you see on TV, all naked shorted themselves to billionaire status. Because they can't pick stocks. They're not good stock pickers, all these guys. They all do the same thing. And to make all these returns, like William says, it's impossible.
Well, it may have been going on since 63. I know that Cornelius Vanderbilt had to fight it back when he was creating his empire. But it's different, in my judgment, since Reg Show. Reg Show was designed to start fixing it, and instead they just, I just thought of a crude example. They just opened the sluices up, and it's even worse. And I think it's institutionalized. I think it's crime on an industrial scale, and they're all involved in it, every bit of it. And they have no interest in stopping it. We think they do. They don't. But with the new administration, I think they will. And with Busy's hard work and everybody, Pedro and Junk Savvy and Anna and you know, the 100% and Optimus, the whole dozens of people working their butt off, I think we're going to effect change. It works slowly.
Well, I'll leave you with this, guys. I'll leave you with this, that DJT is definitely on my watch list. They're a pain in the corner. Would they try their assassination attempt again? Maybe. There's trillions and trillions of dollars here at stake, right?
Right.
Tell them to kill
Not-
me.
not-
I got nothing going on. Kill me.
Not saying with DJT only, but I'm talking about the overall market, because they take away their Ponzi scheme away. And just think about this. We had an answer for their Ponzi scheme, and was buying and holding. And when that was thrown into their Ponzi scheme, they the choice to keep printing. That was the monkey wrench that was thrown into their Ponzi scheme. Now the stock market's so overinflated with counterfeit shares, they don't know what to do. So when you have something like this, a DJT, that they know damn well it will be investigated, that's on my watch list, because when it runs, just because they know that he is a lock to be the next president, and you've been screwing with his stock, and then the CEO has been very vocal about what's happening to his stock. Yeah, that's one to put on the watch list. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to run, but if there's anyone to watch, it's going to be DJT.
What do you think,
So there you
Busy?
go, William, so there you go. I've been saying that the stock that has to go, without a doubt, is DJT, and the rest are going to follow.
They
I'm
have
a FingerMotion guy, and I believe in MMPLP and this and all that. But I keep telling you, I don't own it, but you have to be criminally insane to be short DJT. And they're going to get it. There's going to be something soon that's going to be something through the SEC. They're going to tip off the bad guys, and the stock is going to explode. It's just going to come in one day. It's going to be up 30, 40 points. And that's what's going to happen. Because they're going to get a tip off that they're coming. And that's what I see. The big law firms will get a tip off from the SEC. Hey, if you're short DJT, be careful. The lawyers will tell the hedge funds, and that's what's going to happen. And that's when the shit's going to really get hot, right then.
Yeah, I don't believe that there was a clerical error. They also shorted Rumble, which has a relationship to DJT. So they knew what they were doing. It was no clerical error. They just got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. They really wanted, Trump gone. So now they're in a desperate situation. And this is why I believe that at the end of the day, they're going to have no choice to cover that, because then you start opening the books and start investigating not only to what's happening in the stock market, but what's happening in DJT. Now, who shorted this stock? Why did how who was involved? Yeah,
They need to be hung. They need to be hung. There shouldn't even be a trial. Take them in the back and shoot them.
All right,
Because
guys.
it's treason. They tried to assassinate the president. They're part of the plot. There's no mercy on that.
No, this should have a trial first.
All right, everybody. Listen, have a great week. Busy. Thank you so much for coming on. You're a breath of fresh air. William's in a coma here. William, are you taking medication? Stop taking the dog pills.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right, everyone.
Ham,
Listen,
and
have a great weekend.
thank you,
We're back down
Busy.
to 79 days. 79 days on Monday. All right, everyone. Have a
All right.
Thank you.
Call ended.
Okay. I have some energy here because I ate 2 oranges. I'll try to go through many of the questions that were brought up. I'm not able to speak or put my own thoughts out there when I would never make it on a trading desk. On the other hand, I probably wouldn't make it in academia either, because I'd get bored. But all right, let me go to Winged Wolf here. I did see that woman, and I'll point out to you, she was wearing a black Make America Great Again hat, and she held up a sign which seemed to start the whole thing. So I think she should be the first one they haul in. my brother tells me she was, she's I'm trying to remember her name. It's an Italian name. I think that's who he's talking about. She works for the FBI and runs the Albany office. I might be mixing the two, but her name might be Janine DiGiuseppe, but I'm not sure. He says the one he's talking about's in her 20s. That woman looked a little bit older, so it might be somebody else. Anyway, I did see that. Let's go from the bottom down. Yeah, she acted very calmly. And I think that's why she wore a black hat, so she wouldn't be Trump not in power until November, how it happens before. Well, Ham's theory is Trump has to act on it before he's in office, because once he's in office, he'll be precluded because he's the largest shareholder of DJT. That's Ham's theory. I think, number one, let's not count our chickens. I can't talk about it on YouTube, but let me just simply say Trump is not in office yet. He has not been elected yet. He has not been the other side might be elected, even though Trump is elected. So let's not get all like we're through the woods. If we're down in a stock, nobody blame ourselves. That's why we have stop loss. Well, I think, Bunny, and I'm going to address it on all the questions on GTII. I don't think I could have been clearer from a year ago. I started talking about that the direction of the company was changing. Now, I've told you I was asked to be CEO of GTII. It was not in writing or anything, but it was, hey, would you do this? I said yes. There was a desire of the core investors, the whale investors, to act and take this in a direction that Reichman did not apparently want to, for some reason. From that moment on, after I thought about it for it probably took me a week, and maybe a little longer, but it took me a while to think, well, that's odd. Why are they asking me that? And then I started thinking, that indicates there's not a commonality of direction and purpose. And more importantly, which I'm not going to address specifically, but I also, for 2 years, basically, the decision makers at GTII were listening to a very thoughtful, artful, intelligent, hardworking, honest, talented, skilled person. But then they stopped. And I believe I made it clear to you as best I could that sometimes CEOs who have spent their whole life with their baby, with a piece of shit company, can't let go. Can't let go. Now, somebody up here, I think it's Nico. Man, I can't find it, but I think it's Nico said, why don't we just talk with the CEO? I agree with that. I think you can, rather than going the legal route, you can probably come up with an arrangement that satisfies all. But the problem is we're at a point, once things go legal, you're at a point that you need releases. So any mutually cooperative arrangement is going to require releases. And that means you can't go after the money or sue. So I'm not sure it's as feasible anymore. There's always a point where you cross the line and you can't go back. Now, just to finish my thought before I go on, I was talking over and over and over and over and over and over and over again about selling some of your, I think I specifically said GTII in my examples. So you could wait 31 days to buy back if you wanted to, but we had other squeeze candidates. Now, the list of them that I have here, it's a partial list, because I made 3 different lists, and my desk here is, I think it's a nightmare. I have 3-4 different stacks of paper, but here's just some of the ones I said. I thought Finger could trade up. I thought Logic could trade up. I even thought at $1.25 CAUD could trade up. That didn't work. I thought HNRC. I mentioned Vocal as extremely high risk. And I don't know if this was before their 500 for 1 split or after. I didn't write that down. I mentioned a couple of stocks, other stocks. I had mentioned CVM, and then there were some others. I'm just looking at this list, and basically, none of the stocks have had a run up. None of them. But that doesn't mean they won't. And I, even as recently as last month, I was suggesting to people that you could still trade. For example, I remember I'm going to do it as a rough. I can't remember the exact specifics. But back in November, December, you could sell your GTII, 1 unit of GTII, and buy 6 units of Logic, something like that. Well, Logic hasn't, they've destroyed that as well. And just as recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was saying, you can still do that same ratio. 1 unit of GTII, you can buy, I forget, it was either 5 or 6, 7, call it 6 units of Logic. And I still think Logic has a trade coming where from 2.5 cents, let me just see where it is. No, it's 2 cents, but the ask is 0.0239. 0.0239. Logic has a deal that they've announced worth, now that they've sold more shares, worth 5 cents a share. But in the press release, they announced a series. It's unclear, and 2 deals that are under LOI. It's unclear if that means the series is more than those 2, or it wasn't clear. But they talked about the deals they have in mind are worth over $750 million. That works out, even with the additional shares, to around 40 cents a share. They said they were going to get this closed by the end of July. As I was going through the explanation the other day, I guessed I was confusing myself by saying, well, they got to hurry up because it's the end of July. But no, we're already in the 3rd quarter. So you might have to wait sometime during the 3rd quarter. I don't know. But is it worth that wait to get 2.5 cents going to 10 cents? Maybe that's 4x. Maybe it goes to 7.5 cents. That's 3 times your money. These are not short squeezes that like GME was going to go to the moon and AMC and Roaring Kitty is telling you to chill out. And hey, I got $250 million and I'm calm. I can afford to lose $250 million. I live in my mother's basement. None of that makes sense. But hey, everyone believes, oh, hey, that's where it's going to go. But my point is, if someone could tell you you could take $1,000 and double it, that's pretty darn good. So anyway, that opportunity was still there. Now, with going to a question here, I saw here, I can't find, that's the problem. I can't. Somebody asked if being on this market is the same as seller boxed. I think it was La Liga, but I can't find it. Let me just look one more time. Now here it is, La Liga. So do you consider what's happening to GTII as seller box? I think it is technically, but not sure how it applies. No, they're not seller boxed yet. However, this new thing called expert market, which is just a con job. It's to confuse Congress, confuse you, and it's to allow the criminals to cross trades, organize corruption behind a screen, and no one cares. And they call it expert market so that if the trade goes off and there's a lawsuit going on, the other side can't sue, and the judge looks at it and says, oh, well, it was an expert trade and it's a fair, they got a fair price. So for those of you who think GTII can still squeeze, as long as it's in the court system, the judge is going to look at it and she's going to say, hey, there's a fair price. It's an expert market. It's trading at 2 cents. Guys, that's what I mean by seller boxed. The stock has fallen down and it can't get back up. That's the same as what seller boxed is. DBMM is seller boxed. HPIL, seller boxed. GTLL, seller boxed. VNUE, seller boxed. It just means the stock gets so low. Remember the one Lou told you about, the medical company? Seller boxed. Now, what's the magic of those trades? And I'm not saying Lou was getting paid for that recommendation, but as all those people came in, and I bought 1 million shares at 2 or something, 2 cents, just to be in it, to see. I didn't know him, I never knew him, see what he's talking about. But to trade from a 0 bid and get a 1 cent bid, that's a massive rate of return on a market maker's money. And to get in at 0 and be able to sell it out to dumb retail who's been being told, buying it at 3 cents or 4 cents, I mean 0.0003, whatever it was. It's 100%, 1,000%. It's almost incalculable. It's essentially infinity from 0 to these numbers. And then the churning goes on, and they're having a field day. It's like a family of rats circling a bag of fresh meat thrown out of the back of a restaurant. It's a feeding frenzy. And that's what's in my judgment, that's, of course, it's my opinion, but that's what the expert market's all about. And Susan said that on her screen she sees an ask of 20 cents for GTI. I can't at Morgan Stanley, well, E-Trade, I can't get any bid or ask, so I don't know. But they're going to keep it wide. They're going to do all this crossing. It'll all be expert. The judge will look at it, chum chum, stamp, expert. Covers my ass, covers the lawyer's ass. As long as everyone's wide ass is covered, we'll call it expert. GTI is not going to squeeze. It's not going to squeeze. It's over. But that's fine. That trade's, I told you it's a round trip. I told you that trade's dead. And I'm not trying to say anything good about me or avoid any opprobrium. I'm not. I'm just telling you, I'm calling it as I see it. That's dead, gone. It went to 9. It's back to where it started. Shame on us for not making more money. On the other hand, shame on the market for being corrupt. Shame on the guys that were bought out to kill the squeeze that was in place. Shame on people who might have been corrupt involved with the company. So this is a battle we can't win. And the lesson is you have to trade. You have to trade. Every single one of these stocks is in the red today. And what's a good example? One stock. The other day I was watching a stock. Can't remember the name of it, but it ran up. And of course, people are telling me it was going to go a lot higher. Well, it didn't. Because, I mean, if you don't understand it by now, it becomes absolutely, it must be how a teacher feels after 25 years of service, trying to tell people that him is a direct object, not a subject. I think that's right, direct object. And everyone uses him incorrectly now. And it must be that same kind of mind-numbing thing. Him being the president of the United States. That's not how you use him. But everybody does it. Well, now this concept that using the reg show exemption for market makers, which we don't need anymore, there are none, in this area of NASDAQ and over-the-counter market, stocks under $1 billion, under $5, under $7, your funds that you invest with, from Vanguard to Stevie Cohen to Ken Griffin to BlackRock, pay people offshore, and then they can't come pay people who are in a fraternity up in New York City. They all know each other. They're all young, aggressive men, drinking sometimes, going to temples sometimes, meeting at bars sometimes, playing golf sometimes. I don't know how they meet each other, but they're all in it. They draw, they attack. Then there's lawyers that help them. And so as Stevie Cohen calls up a Jeff Easton and says, look, let's meet. We'll meet at Piney Brook golf course on Sunday, and we'll just nosh at the golf bar. And they meet for 30 minutes quickly, 20 minutes quickly. Here's the deal. I've been watching. You're a day trader in Yahoo, and you seem to enjoy day trading Yahoo. You seem to be reasonably well presented. what I need you to do is find me companies which sign. We will send we have an attorney we'll introduce to you. We'll send you the documents. We want you to get CEOs, lie. They don't use this word. Lie to CEOs. Tell them you have real investors. My funds or funds I'm associated with will be your investor. We'll buy everything any CEO, as long as they sign this document, will be your source of funds. But we're going to give you the lawyer. They have to sign this document. And once the profit occurs, now you're going to have to constantly be there to lie. You're going to have offices. If you get in trouble, we have the lawyers to bail you out. We have the SEC, just like The Godfather. We have the judges in our pocket. We have the SEC in our pocket. You'll be okay as long as you never contact me, you never lie to me, you never hide money. We will support you. Now go out and get those companies. Well, as soon as Jeff Easton finds Finger, as soon as he finds Vocal, as soon as he finds KWN, as soon as he gets them to sign up, he lies to them. Oh, we're not shorting. He's not. I guess he's an idiot. It's just like the thing that happened last Saturday. He might be incompetent or he's complicit. It's only two choices. But if you haven't gotten by now that the secret is, as soon as the CEO is talking to Jeff Easton, he lets Stevie Cohen know through intermediaries. Stevie Cohen's funds at arm's distance start selling that stock downward. They're bringing money in to their maw by selling stock into existence that doesn't exist. So in the case of FingerMotion, I'm just making it up, but they maybe sold 5 million. They sold 1 million as soon as the phone rang. Over the next 45 to 60 days, they got another $5-6 million worth sold. So they can give that cash to the CEO at settlement. Embodied in the contract are all the conversion, the toxic, and it goes on. They sell. And you go through this day trader stuff. You go through the bashing, and you go through calling William a scammer, and it's just endless. And the only reason it's effective is because you believe the liars. You can't help yourself. You've been taught that the regulators are telling the truth. People on YouTube are lying to you, and a lot of them are. I'm not going to defend myself. You can make your own assessment. I think I'm entirely insane to continue doing this. There's very little. There's some gratitude. There's very little learning going on. And it's almost incredible to me. There's no interpretation sometimes of what I'm trying to say. It's just diamond hands. We're going to buy it at 6, and we're going to hold it all the way down, and we're not going to do anything. It just doesn't make sense. There comes a point, and I've lost a lot of money, by the way, in GTII, CRTD, Finger. So there's no magic. There's no expertise. But You have to act. Every day you come in. This is not like dating a girl that you're in love with and you found out she's sleeping with someone else or did sleep, and she says, oh, it was a mistake. And then you're in your head, you're going over and over again. Well, I could go back to her. She told me she was lonely. She thought you were doing it. You were traveling. You were in London, and I'm not going to give you the details, but we were out drinking. But I'm not giving you the details. It was a mistake. So you go back and you're in love, you're not in love, you're hurt, you're proud, you enjoy the yum yum, and you enjoy the laughter, and you enjoy but then all of a sudden, and you torture yourself for months, and it still hangs out years later. That's not Wall Street. That's not Wall Street. You have to have the courage to come in. I bought GTII because I thought there was a short squeeze going on. Lou told me to buy it at whatever, $3. It's at 8.7. But now Lou is telling me, and Frank Benedetto and Gus Fliakos are telling me to buy COSM at 22 cents because it's going to go to the moon. Well, you got to sit down, try to suppress emotions and say, what does this mean? A lot of this didn't occur to me. Looking back, I see that maybe a lot of Lou's people bought that stock up. And as soon as Lou started saying, sell it off, it was going to come back down. And maybe Lou got in early, booked a profit. I don't know. May he rest in peace. I liked Lou. I didn't know him. But the point is, the facts change. The stock's at 8.97. All of a sudden, one of the supporters of the stock is saying he can't talk to the CEO, but he can talk to the manipulative, super opportunistic con job, in my judgment, CEO of COSM. So that's good for you. I had a boss that told me, Billy, as soon as you're talking to the CEO, you stop managing money. You no longer are managing money if you're talking to the CEO. The bid on Logic is now under 2. So the bid is 0.0161. The ask is 0.0219. To me, this means the criminals are getting more and more confident of whether they're real shorts or it's the Neo exchange or it's that group Insomnia or whatever, or it's Aubrey Advisors. Their clients, they're shorting it. They're seeing nothing being announced. And so what their goal is to make sure the CEOs who are negotiating with Brent say, wait a minute, you told, I'm making it up. You told us we were going to get 10 million shares worth 5 cents. Now it's only worth 2 cents. We want 15 million shares. And that completely queers the deals. I hope Brent has the strength to say, no, you got to ignore this. But they want to create endless supply of stock, suppress the price, so then the CEO joins in destroying his own stock. But I don't think that's going to happen here. It may just be because I just talked about the stock. I believe the shorts listen. There was this Sun Power stock. I'll talk about it. I just want to finish what I'm saying about GTII and Finger and Jeff Easton and how this all happens. So a Jeff Easton, through intermediaries, is being paid off by Stevie Cohen in this example. What's the split? 60-40. Maybe 70-30 to the big boy, 30 to Jeff Easton. Kickback City. All of these stocks are overwhelmed by endless selling, and no one cares. Now, I think we have to recognize that when a story like with a GTII, you get in because it's going to squeeze. And I just told you there was a change in the direction of the company from a year ago. And I told you then, hint would be wrong. I strongly stated that there was a clash between the whales and the CEO. I said it in different methods and words. Well, these clues you look at, you got to start taking some of the money off the table. Let's say you put $10,000 in at 10 cents, at $10 in GTII. If it's come all the way back down to $5 maybe, well, you either sell or maybe you say to yourself, you know what, I don't want to lose all of this. I think it's going to squeeze, but I'll sell half. I'll take a loss on half so I at least have some capital so I can invest in something else. That trade didn't work. At some point, you have to use the brain rather than the heart. I put 10,000 in at $10. I have 1,000 shares. Do I want to see it go to a penny? It's at 5. Like I always say to you, let's say it's at $10. Now it's at $5. You have 3 choices basically. I mean, obviously you can mix and match. You can sell everything at 5. You can hold it. Diamond hands, idiotic idea. Or you can buy more. Those are your choices every single day. So every single day, you have to look down. And like now, I'll tell you, logic. I'll use logic as an example. What I'm seeing is the stock's down to 2 cents. It was as high as 3.5 cents 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I have to think to myself, I don't want this to go to 0. I don't want this to be seller boxed. Should I sell my shares? Now the spread is 0.0161. The ask is 0.0219. So if I sell, I'm probably going to be slaughtered. But is the stock price telling me something? And it's not, because the criminals just sell stock into existence that does not exist, and no one cares, and there are not systems in place to prevent it. There are not systems in place to prevent it. Nobody comes in on a white charger to force them to buy back. Nobody makes them buy back all at once. Nobody. So I look at this, I said, wait a minute. This scares me. Oh my God, I'm losing money. So what are my choices? Sell half, buy more. Hold. Well, in my case, because I don't have the dosh, I can leave off the table buying more. So I have 2 choices. Do I sell or hold? And you can mix and match. So do I sell part of it and hold the rest? So I look at this and I say, all right, I know because I've been educated by Junk Savvy, Busy Brands, Pedro Philly, Anna Trades, Richard Hoffman, Mark Bazile, Ham, Optimuse, 100%, Devin Nunes, that what these actors do is they sell endless amount of shares into existence that don't exist. They don't borrow the shares. They don't locate the shares. They never deliver the shares. I've now seen this for 3.5, 4 years in stock after stock after stock. Even that genius, Jeremy Fromner, who told me I was out, or it might have been my word, that I was out over my skis when I'm saying that Jeff Easton's clients were shorting his stock with counterfeit shares. Well, did he learn his lesson? I don't know. I don't think so. I'll read you his letter here in a minute. Well, so what do I know about logic? I know that Aubrey advisors totally, in my opinion, they did it on purpose, but they totally screwed up the D-SPAC. I know that time has gone by. And I know that in that time frame, real shorts, criminal shorts, past shorts, it's easy to borrow. They're going to sell. I know that. So then why am I in it? I was in it for the reverse merger. Well, I know that one of those reverse mergers got kicked to the side. I know that the company needs to be a clean, I'm not sure it's really a shell because it owns some things. But for sake of argument, it needs to be a clean shell to have the reverse merger. I understand they had to raise money to keep current in their filings. Otherwise, they're not attractive for a reverse merger. I know that the company made an announcement in May, as I've just described to you. I won't repeat it. And I know that there's going to come into this company a series of reverse merger candidates worth over $750 million. And it should happen pretty quickly. Now, that all sounds good. Basically 40 cents a share. But then I've got to offset that thinking to myself, we did vote in that it's going to be a 1-for-50 reverse split, which makes sense. That $25 stock maybe will go on the New York Stock Exchange. But wait a minute, it might go on Adina Friedman's exchange. So that could be right for stripping because she doesn't care. She has no curiosity. She doesn't care. But $25, I think, in my examples, it might have been $20, is 40 cents. 40 cents. But 40 cents from here at 2 cents, that's a pretty powerful move. Okay, so I know there's some risks in execution. I know Adina Friedman's NASDAQ is a slaughterhouse for small cap companies. I know that. But this is 2 cents. Well, 0.0219. All right, I know that there is a risk because Brent is the CEO and he has always worked hard. He's honest as the day is long. He's creative. He puts things together and he makes things happen. Yet, was it his responsibility that Aubrey advisors came in to screw everybody? I don't think so. But in my head, I got to figure there might be some risk of some advisor coming in, lawyers, liar, funding, like Yorkville. I'm like, Darn it. They did it again. They're able to get in, lie, and the CEO, darn it. So the question becomes, all right, that might be a risk. 40 cents versus 2 cents. And then finally, the other risk is that these CEOs, the 3 companies, maybe it's more, but we know of 3, who are doing the reverse merger, have agreed a price, a number of shares. But because of the criminal action in the stock, this is all their modus operandi. Look at MULN, look at MMAT, look at Torchlight, look at HPIL, look at VNUE, look at DBMN. Just go down the list. COSM. It's what they do. It's all they do. So they destroy it, and then the CEO goes, wait a minute. We had an agreement. I want more shares because the CEO can't get it out of her mind that these prices reflect everything that she needs to know. She can't get it out of her mind that the regulators are there to prevent these crimes. She can't get it out of her mind. Why would they let them do this? She can't get it out of her mind. She grew up in an honest environment. All right, so I'm looking at this. I know all those risks because one of the risks is the CEOs demand more shares than they originally agreed. All right, I know all those risks. On the good side, I'm hearing that it's almost $1 billion being merged in. I'm hearing that it's biotech and that it's therapies that already have revenues, already have long-term sales projections. The stock's going to have research. It's going to have insider buying. Those are all good things. I remember one other risk, which is tied in. It's already implied that the press release said they were going to raise money in the third quarter. So that's implied. And maybe that's why one of these short sellers, Yorkville, might be Yorkville, is selling the stock so they have some cash to give to the CEO. The CEO goes, wow, these guys are one-stop shopping. Well, they just did the same crap they do in every other company because Adina Friedman doesn't care. Gary Gensler doesn't care. Anyway, you know the parties. They don't care. They don't care. So I know the risks. I know the risks. And I'm looking at this. All right, I can get out at 0.0161. Everything goes down. Oh, it's just you can't win. Or I think to myself, the markets are down. The shorts are active because they think they're going to win. And I know from the press release that this company has the potential to be, my part of it is 15% of $800 million, maybe. 40 cents, 2 cents. All right, let's discount all those risks, all those risks. How much do we discount them? 50%? 25% for those risks? Let's discount them 75%. 10 cents. So I could buy this at 2, and as these things are announced and implemented, it goes to 10 cents. I make 4 times my money. So I've reconsidered my investment. I'm not going to sell. If I had money, I actually would buy more. Instead, I'm just going to hold. And I wish I had money. That's a question to focus your mind. One question you can ask yourself. If I didn't own the stock, if I did not own the stock, and I had cash, would I buy it now? If the answer is yes to that question, then you can hold it or you can buy more. If the answer is, you know what, probably wouldn't. There's other transactions that are better. And that might be a sign to sell. I've told you for a long time, one of the key reasons to sell, other than the story changing, is if you have a better opportunity. To me, logic is a 3x, 4x, 5x, maybe a 10x. If you only discount the risk 50%, 50%, you can make 10 times your money. Anyway, that's one example. And that's what you got to do as GTII goes down. As the things start changing. No one was listening to me. Everybody got mad at me. As I said, that short squeeze was queered by 3 guys. Everyone got mad. Oh, he's dead. He's Frank's a family man. He has to make a living, and the CEO has contract. Well, to my rationale, the facts had changed. Well, you don't have to get out of the whole position. You don't have to make your whole goal in one stock. You can recognize that there's some more risk here. The story's adjusted, so I'm going to sell part. And I told you, and none of them have really worked out yet. And there's more. I have probably another 10 in my list. That the good thing of getting out of GTII, at least for tax reasons, there were other shares of stock that could have a either a miniature or a strong short squeeze. So you didn't have to be out of the potential for a squeeze for the 31 days. But look, it's very likely the Democrats are going to win this election. I don't know if it'll be Biden or Harris, but they're going to raise taxes. And tax losses are going to be valuable to you. All right, let me move on to the other things on my list. All right. Somebody said Lou did not trust the CEO. Well, I think I've already answered that. But I will tell you, there was a brain trust operating on your behalf. I wouldn't say they were in control, but I would say they were allowed control in order to look out for your interests. A year ago, that changed. So I actually believe that when Lou was saying that he didn't trust the CEO, it didn't apply, because it was 7 months later that the CEO actually came down from his castle and tried to take over control. In his arrogance, he felt like he got the company up to $1 billion in market cap, and that it had something to do with his brilliance. And, with money, it doesn't matter how smart people are. It's how you deal with your emotions and your arrogance and all of that. So I don't think that particular defense of Lou makes any sense at all, because at the time, the company was control was ceded, C-E-D-E-D, ceded to people who had your interests at mind and heart. All right, let me see if I can find this article on, one of you brought it up earlier. And Um, all right. Uh, yeah, let me find this article. It's quick. Yeah, I don't have to, I just got to find it is the only problem. I think I know where it is. My printer isn't working, so I just have to read it from here. Let me see. I'm not going to take a long. All right, so I might have missed the story. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to miss the story. Let me see if it's here. All right, let me see if I can find it a different way. All right, I'll just pick a different story than the one I found. Let's go with I'll go with CNBC for some of you guys. SunPower stock has fallen 70% this week and 93% in the last 12 months. Guess what? SunPower is not immune to the criminal action. The collapse came after SunPower told dealers it was halting new leases, installations, and shipments. SunPower stock collapsed 70% this week after the company informed dealers it will no longer, I'm repeating what I just said. And there it goes at 79 cents. Guggenheim and Securities, whoever that is, has slashed its price target to 0 from $1. It's the same heist. It's the same criminal scheme. But do you remember the other day somebody came on here and popped up 3 or 4 times saying SunPower, it's got 140% institutional ownership, and they want, and I looked at it, and I don't recall being too impressed with it, but I said I'd look into it. You have to be wary of people getting your mind to go to COSM, to go to SunPower. Hey, look, it's going up. You know what their goal is? They want to get the idiots, me, you maybe, but me certainly, to buy into the stock. We put our money up. We have to put up real cash. They sell fake shares. And as it's going up, they're able to take money out, money out, money out, money out. If they have a deal with SunPower, they give them our money, and then they make investment banking fees, and plus they make the kickback from Stevie Cohen, in my example. This is, on an industrial scale, the stripping of money, the destruction of stocks, just like when a sea boat pulls a big steel net behind them and rips up the entire coral reef around the Bahamas in exchange for $1 million given to the president to get all the fish in one go, leaving the island denuded of fish. That's what they do. So sun power doesn't surprise me. Some guy came on here to try to get us to look at it, to buy into it. It's just a day trader. It's just a day trader. He or she has access to a market maker. They can sell stock they don't own. They don't have to borrow it. They don't have to locate it. They don't have to deliver it. They do have to lie, but they don't. They're good. They're uniquely good at lying. And then they sell. And just like that fat guy at Sharon says, well, we just take the order. So just beware rushing to stocks that are up already. They want to take that hard cash from you. All right, I wanted to read to you, and I will. I couldn't print it out, but I'm going to go through the exercise of reading it to you. I just have to find it. I can find it again, but I had it here ready for you. I guess I have to look for it again. All right, I'll just look for it again. Oh, that's not it. Let me see. I know how I can find it. I know how I can find it. Sorry about this. Here it is. No, that's not it. Here it is. Okay. This was written July 16th, published on the Created website. As the CEO of Created, I feel compelled to share our experiences. Of course, he has to go through the experience. He won't listen to somebody like me or Ham. He has to go do it. That's personality of some people. It doesn't have anything to do with their integrity, their hard work, their intelligence. It's just a personality type. As the CEO of Created, I feel compelled to share our experiences and some data on what continues to be an abusive environment. Yet, he doesn't see it comes from Jeff Easton. It's a blind spot. And by the way, just to reiterate, everything I talk about is editorial. It's in my own opinion. It's in my best judgment. Particularly in dealing with fails to deliver. This is what he calls it, fails to deliver. What about fails to locate? And how we have navigated these turbulent waters. You know how he's navigated it? He continues to do business with Jeff Easton. And he does a 500-for-1 stock split. I hope he learns. Let's read his letter. I haven't read it before, but let's see what he says. It is crucial to bear in mind that my perception of the market is that the multiple of non-reported failures to deliver to reported failures to deliver is perhaps as high as 20 to 1. My opinion, it's much higher. But his opinion, I give him credit. He bangs his head on the wall enough. He's at least honest enough to come out with his assessment after he's destroyed the stock. Some believe I am naive in some ways, and that the ratio is as much as 100 to 1. Well, okay, I didn't see that, but I would go with 100 to 1. A non-report, but it'll be different in every stock. A non-reported FTD, not florist delivery. FTD is a failure to deliver. A non-reported FTD means exactly what it sounds like. A market maker shorts the stock without having the borrow, and through layers of protection and loopholes gets away with being short, essentially illegally, not essentially, 100% illegally, and at the expense of the retail investor and the CEO and the taxpayer. I warned him about all this. Of course, I was just one voice. He didn't buy it. I went out and met with him. I like him. He didn't want to hear it. So, by the way, the market maker doesn't short. If you remember the picture, the video of that fat guy that now works at Share and Tell, he just takes the order. It's his client that shorts. And then the prime broker houses that trade. He just facilitates the trade, takes his commission, and goes home with hopefully with a book that has no open orders, and he sleeps like a baby. He gets up 2 or 3 times a day. Okay, so WTF is a FTD. What the flying squirrel is a failure to deliver. Fails to deliver represent the aggregate net balance of shares that failed to be delivered as of a particular settlement date. Well, that's one way to write it, to confuse you. That's the macro definition, because he doesn't want to address the fact that the clients of Jeff Easton failed to deliver on the micro level in each of their accounts. And it doesn't, netting it out, that doesn't mean laws haven't been broken. Netting it out, that gives them all day to play their reindeer games. And that's what guys at the American Stock Exchange say, oh, it's okay. The problem here is they collude, but it's okay. They're good clients. It's still illegal to sell stock that you haven't located in writing or that you don't own. These figures are not, see, this is where he is coming across as if he's fighting for you. He's just actually obfuscating it to cover his ass and make you confused. That's my opinion. Let's read. These figures are not daily amounts of fails, but a combined figure that includes both new fails on the reporting day and existing fails. This accumulation can be due to various factors such as settlement delays, unbelievable, technical glitches, unbelievable, or strategic trading practices by market participants. The SEC has recently updated the settlement cycle to T+1, 1 business day after the trade. What does that matter? If you're going to lie about 3 days, why aren't you going to lie about 1? It makes no difference. This change is aimed at reducing the risk of settlement failures and increasing market efficiency. You can't trust him. I don't think he's doing it intentionally. It might just be because he's got a block on the top of his neck that is thicker than molasses. Data disclosure. The data presented in this article has been meticulously retrieved and analyzed from the SEC's failed to deliver FTD, which spans from February 2004 to June 2024. The data set is available in 2 periods per month, from July 2009 through May 2024, and by quarter from 2004 to June 2009. The first half of a given month is available at the end of that month, while the second half becomes available around the 15th of the month. To gather this data, we embarked on a comprehensive data extraction and processing journey. We downloaded over 300 zip files from the SEC's FTD archive, unzipped them, and converted the resulting text files into CSV format. Leveraging Python, we utilized powerful data manipulation libraries such as pandas to perform a series of data normalization and parsing operations. This involved filtering out only the tickers associated with created. There's 4 of them. And aggregated this filtered data set, which comprised more than 25 million rows. The final step was an in-depth analysis using Python's advanced analytical capabilities to generate the insights shared in this article. Well, I can see one insight missing. They're only reporting twice a month, and in some cases, once a quarter. What happens during that time? He doesn't care. What we found out. For created, the issue of fails to deliver has been a significant challenge. No shite. On days when FTDs occur, the average amount of the FTDs can reach as high as 100% of the volume reported on the next day. No problem here. For example, if a total of 2,000 shares trade in a day, failures to deliver from the previous day could theoretically be 2,000. Our stock market cap spiked to 150 million in November of 2021. Before Jeremy Frommer, decided not to do a $3 takeover deal where Jeremy Frommer would have been the CEO and could have run everything, leading to increased short selling. The short selling happened when the market cap went up. It didn't happen before. Increased short selling, failures to deliver, market instability, and that is what eventually contributed to the collapse of the stock price. The spike. And then everyone came in. I see. This instability has created. Only teeth are impacted. This instability has affected created in a dramatic way, and most of the middle markets, attributable to the unchecked pressure from the market making community. No, it's from Jeff Easton. CRTD reported FTD analysis. By analyzing the failed to deliver data, we gain a deeper understanding of the magnitude and impact of the FTDs. What about the failures to locate? Here's a summary. Their average price. All right, I'm going to skip over that. For the years, the average price in 16 was 39 cents, in 17, 18 cents, 18, 15 cents, 19, 16 cents, 2020, $3.26. Good on Jeff Easton. 21, 375, 22, 107, 203, 18. All right, I'm not going to read every year. How it happens. The actual short selling activity is often untraceable. So why you do this study? Attributable to the nature of algorithms and potential collusion between market makers. Potential. Doesn't happen. Either inadvertently, oh, it's inadvertent, or deliberately. We believe that the amount of FTDs not reported could be multiples of what the SEC actually reports. Oh, you believe it? And then just out of thin air, perhaps 4 or 5 times higher. But he won't believe 100 times higher because he's a genius, especially for small market caps under 50 million. Well, I think he's right. If during the initial phase of the small microcap markets adjustment, the rate of unreported FTDs was 4 or 5 times the reported figures, and considering that our FTD percentage was 3 to 4 times higher than the actual FTD correlation, the current implications are staggering. But I had to destroy your cap table first before I could find this out. But I do give him credit, to be clear, that he's doing this test. I really do give him that credit, and that he's publishing it. I think it's a huge act of courage and a huge act of an attempt at transparency, but he's still a knucklehead. Looking at extremities that occur on particular days where the FTDs can run as high as 30% of the volume on a reported basis, and therefore extrapolating at a 10% rate, 10x rate, what is happening in the non-reported FTD gray space is potentially massive. Potentially? This suggests the potential short interest could be much larger than the shares issued and outstanding. And significantly larger than the freely tradable shares held in street name at Set & Co. The probability of ever getting factual data is low, given the layers of protection the market makers have and the lack of transparency in the books. It's not the market makers, it's Jeff Easton and his clients. All right, bravo, Jeremy. I give him credit. The danger of self-regulated organizations. Bravo. Self-regulated organizations, SROs, in today's complex digital trading environment present significant dangers attributable to their inherent lack of transparency and accountability. Broker-dealers operating as SROs have the latitude to engage in numerous questionable practices without sufficient oversight. Let me ask you something. Does the CEO bear any responsibility for signing those notes and then coming out and publishing a news release that Lynn Partners does not engage in this, and then doing another note and doing a reverse split? Does the CEO have any responsibility? All right, here's the list of practices that are needing oversight. SROs allow hedge fund clients to ignore the locate requirement. There you go. Thereby facilitating naked short selling. Broker-dealers create easy-to-borrow lists that inappropriately include threshold and hard-to-borrow stocks, further enabling shorting activities. hiding FTDs through washed and match trades by rolling over an FTD to another broker, engaging in illegal stock sales in dark pools off the primary markets to avoid market oversight and to remain anonymous. Lack of supervision to ensure the locate requirement is satisfied for short sales. Fraudulently marking short sales as long to hide naked positions. You have to wait till your stock is on the mat to failing to make any effort to locate shares prior to short selling, entering into made-up option contracts to obscure naked shorting, using the DTCC stock borrowing program to conceal naked short sales, submitting fake short interest and other reports to share regulators, hiding activities by falsely reporting synthetic shares as real shares in broker statements, counterfeiting, lying, fraudulently reporting in your accounts. They call them synthetic shares. It's just a Xerox of the title. Issuing voting materials to shareholders without assets, not complying with the requirements to investigate and report transactions. The current regulatory environment poses significant challenges for micro and nano cap companies. No effing shite. In response, I, Jeremy Frommer, continue to work on CEO Block. You didn't want to listen to my noise or others. I commend him, though. I do commend him. And he's created a way he can profit called Fuse Investments. It's a consulting group dedicated to serving. Oh God, I wouldn't trust this for anything. Maybe though. I mean, I don't know. Our goal is to create a fairer system which allows young companies to grow without being suffocated by regulatory burdens. It's Jeff Easton. Conclusion. I skipped 2 paragraphs. Created story is far from over, but we are preparing for a war of attrition. I agree with him on that. While the situation may often seem dire, it is. We see a path to breaking free from this vicious cycle. What? By doing a 1 for 500 stock split? The resilience that my team and I have developed will be our strongest asset. I think he is resilient, and we will fight to redefine the boundaries of the small, micro, and nano cap market. We are committed to building a scalable, defensible, value-driven enterprise which benefits from our shareholders. So is his responsibility to created or to this new consulting firm he created, Fuse Investments? Join us on this journey as we navigate the storm, capitalize on opportunities, and advocate for a fairer, more equitable market environment. Together, we can turn the challenges of today into the successes of tomorrow. On March 22nd, 2024, created, whose CEO is Jeremy Frommer, released this press release. Created today announced the successful conclusion of its settlement negotiations with Lynn Partners. This significant achievement marks the culmination of a series of strategic actions aimed at strengthening the balance sheet of the company. This is a critical step in Created's ongoing efforts to uplist to a national securities exchange while maintaining minimal dilution and keeping the public float tight and definable. The company is sincerely thankful to Lynn Partners for their professional demeanor, adherence to business etiquette, and transparency through the process. I'm not going to read the rest of, I'm not going to read his quote. How can a man actually look out for your interests when he's delusional? He's intelligent. I've met him. I think he's honest, but he's completely delusional. FingerMotion. And if there's only a few people listening, I'm sorry. I'm going to go through my list. FingerMotion closed at $2.03. So here's what's going to happen. In many accounts, call options are going to be exercised. Monday morning, FingerMotion will be cheaper than it is today. Maybe not at the opening, but at around 10:30 through 2 o'clock, I predict FingerMotion will be cheaper because there'll be forced sellouts. And that'll give you a chance maybe to buy it at $2 if you want to. I'm not telling you to. If you want to, at $2 or $1.95. Okay. I want to point out to you, if I can find it, that, okay, there, it's not there. Let me look one more place. The thing, you go to news sources and then you got to remember where you saw it. Okay, that's not it. See if it's here. I'll just do it. If I can't find it, I'll just do it from memory. My eyesight's really gone to pot. Okay, here it is. I can't find my glasses. Here's another set of glasses. All right. Okay. From the Epoch Times, CDC figures show COVID at very high levels in 7 states. The most recent wastewater data published by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention show that COVID-19 levels are very high in about half a dozen states and high in many more. 26 states are seeing high or very high levels of COVID-19 in wastewater. As of the week ending June 29 this year, 259 deaths were recorded across the United States. And I assume they mean based on COVID-19. President Biden tested positive and he's isolating. There's an uptick in 2 variants and a related one. All 3 of these, 2 KP variants and a related LB.1 variants, accounted for 86% of the new cases. This LB1 variant has the potential to infect some people more easily based on a single deletion in spike protein. It's not there's no evidence it's a more severe disease. So you can interpret what that means. I think it means that there will be mail-in balloting for this election. All right, I want to show you written in by the Associated Press in November of 2018 by Erica Knetz. In China, your car could be talking to the government. In China, your car could be talking to the government. When Shan Junhua bought his white Tesla Model X, he knew it was a fast, beautiful car. What he didn't know is that Tesla constantly sends information about the precise location of his car to the Chinese government. Tesla is not alone. China has called upon all electric vehicle manufacturers in China to make the same kind of reports, potentially adding to the rich kit of surveillance tools available to the Chinese government as President Xi Jinping steps up the use of technology to track Chinese citizens. I know I had the wrong diphthong in my voice. Sorry. I didn't know this, said Sean. Tesla could have it, but why do they transmit it to the government? Because this is about privacy. More than 200 manufacturers, including Tesla, Volkswagen, BMW, Daimler, Ford, General Motors, Nissan, Mitsubishi, and U.S. listed electric vehicle startup NIO transmit position information and dozens of other data points to the government monitoring centers. It happens without the car owner's knowledge. The automakers say they are merely complying with local laws which apply only to alternative energy vehicles. Chinese officials say the data is used for analytics to improve public safety, facilitate industrial development and infrastructure planning, and to prevent fraud in subsidy programs. Data to improve safety, cause development, help with planning, and prevent fraud. Who has the data processing system? Finger. I'm sure there's others, but Finger has one contract we know about. All right, I'm going to not, and it's interesting. Michael Chertoff says if what the auto manufacturers are going to ask themselves, quote, if what you're doing is giving the government a more or authoritarian country of a more authoritarian country. Ours isn't. Ours isn't. The tools to have massive surveillance. Chertoff, I don't trust him. All right, that's one thing I wanted to show you. And it relates. What's important about that, that's the potential of other contracts for FingerMotion. Oh, the stock's down, it's down. It's all a fraud, everything. Okay, I mean, that's one way to look at it too. That is one way to look at it too. Let me see if I can find this one other piece quickly. I think it'll astonish you if I can find it. If I can find it, it's going to astonish. It's going to blow your socks off. Of course, I can't find it. I might just have to tell you. And then you can look it up yourself. All right, you guys, I'm getting frustrated because I can't find it. I hate this when this happens. All right, I'll just re-look it up. Darn it. I can't stand it. I can't find it. I had it here ready for you, and I can't find it. All right, I'm just going to look it up again. All right, here's this number's lower than the one I found, but it's good enough. January 15th, 2024. In 2022, there were almost 278 million privately owned motor vehicles in China. And then another source says, as of the same year, 2022, the number of automobiles is 319 million. I found a higher number, but let's just go with that. Do you know what that means? They have as many automobiles as we do, roughly, and they're still growing. Just think about what that's going to do for the demand for oil and gasoline as you get older. All right, I'm going to skip that one now. All right. The only other thing I wanted to talk about gold with you, because with everything going on, gold's the place to be, gold and silver. But I'm going to save you having to listen to me now on that. I do want to see if I can glean some information for you from the NextBridge filing. They filed their annual report. It's long, and so I don't want to go through it page by page. What I just want to do is get to the summary, and then we'll leave it alone, and I'll look at if you had any questions. I don't want to go through history. I don't want to go. I'll do that in a separate video. Just want to get to a summary or discussion, a management's discussion. Let's see if I can find it. Let me go to the table of contents. Management's discussion. Let's just go there and see. Okay, overview. Our consolidated financial statements have been prepared on a standalone basis. All intracompany transactions through December 14, 22, which is the date of the spinout, have been consolidated. Okay. I don't want to read all the stuff, the history. Recent developments. We met our 2022 drilling obligations under the DDU agreement. I'm having a hard time. I don't know if that's DDU. It's a, I just want to look up the definition of DDU. Because it's not popping to my head. It's probably obvious. No, they don't define it. The DDU. Delivered duty unpaid? That's not what it is. I don't know what DDU is. Maybe one of you guys can tell me. Let me just go back to getting his. I'll try to do a more detailed video on this. So current, recent developments. What is the DDU arrangement? I don't know what it means. But anyway, it's their drilling obligations under their lease. We met our 2022 drilling obligations to drill 5 wells in the Oro Grande project in advance of the March 31, 2023 deadline under the university lands lease requirement. The data collected from these 5 wells, in addition to the 5 wells drilled in 2021, confirmed that there are at least 5 potential, listen to that, that's great, 5 potential distinct reservoirs under our acreage. That's fantastic. Also, our operations team deployed a new mist drilling solution, which increased hole stability, which we believe will result in meaningful cost savings for additional wells drilled in the Oro Grande project. While these wells may have potential to produce hydrocarbons, to sell commercially in the future, we have no immediate plans to deploy the additional capital necessary to sell production from these wells to third parties. Instead, we plan to use the results from these wells to determine our drilling plans, in other words, prove up our acreage for future wells, including reservoir locations, target depths, designated acreage in the Oro Grande project. They may have to go get more acreage. It's great. It's all good. Effective as of October 6, 2023, the company and certain investor participants entered into 25 separate participant agreements to conduct drilling in the 17,000-acre Johnson prospect. This is a shallower prospect. They funded this drilling, $9 million. They acquired the rights. They drilled 5 vertical wells. Each participant has a right to future drilling. 5 additional wells, I guess this year, 24, that's right. So the payout, they have a let me see if they describe it. Anyway, after payout. So I don't know what the arrangements are before payout, but basically, broadly, minus the royalties, the cash flow from the wells will go to the investors first. It may not be exactly 100% of the cash flow, but broadly, there's a payout arrangement. After payout, NextBridge will own 25% of the working interest and 18.75% net revenue interest in each well. That's great. So they basically have a significant ownership in each well. For the year ended last year, we had a net loss of $37.5 million compared with a net loss of $81 million in 22. Can you say tax loss carry forward? Can you say as soon as they start producing their first roughly $120 million in income will be offset by loss carry forwards? It's awesome for us. They had a small bit of revenue, not very much. I mean, tiny cash flows. I want to see what their impairment was. They're using M&K CPAs PLLC. All right, I'm going to skip it. I can't find the impairment, but I think that's good. What they've done is they've restated the work that auditing firm boards did, and they've gotten last year's numbers done. It seems to me they may still have to do the first and second quarter. But what it implies to me is they're ready to do a financing, both for the Johnson prospect, but also for the university lands. They need to drill 5 wells and complete those wells by the end of the year. So they're ready to move forward. They also need to renew their leases and maybe acquire new leases. It's all good. I think it's great progress. I'm not going to talk about gold right now, but all signs point to owning gold. All right, I'm just going to go to your questions. I assume I've lost most of my audience, but for those of you who are still here or come on to listen later, thank you. Let me go down to the bottom and go backwards from there. Thank you for your question, Spiny. I'm not going to address one specific stock. I will point out that a number of these stocks, which were in the red all day, traded up after the market. My guess is the overall market's under pressure because of a lot of uncertainty and option expiration, and they just piled on for day trading. So it doesn't surprise me that there's a pop-up. Thank you, Mark. I don't even know what the question is. Oh, on GTII. Yeah. Sam, I don't think there'll be a squeeze now, and I'm not sure that we should expect one. But I do think there's a group of guys out there who are going to work with the company, and I assume there'll be a CEO assigned who can bring assets to the company, and I think they can take their skills in real estate development and instantaneously transfer that skill level to the world of corporate finance and acquisition, and I think can get the stock price of GTII to a target. If I had to pick one, Mark, I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I've decided to step away. But if it were me, I would start from the starting gate and I would say, all right, we've had time to study it. We've analyzed all our options. We've made a business plan. And as of now, it's probably 2 or 3 months after you do all your studies. But as of now, from now, our goal is $9 in 9 months. And I think it can be done. But they've put a good team of young men together, and I think they can get it done. Yeah, the expert market trading, which I read out yesterday, was approved in September of 2021. I never, in my experience, never traded with it. It's new. I think it's there to protect the criminal activity. And I believe the spreads allow them to cross and move trades around. It also, by naming it expert market trading, it fulfills this legalese. I forget the legal requirement, but let's say a judge says to a broker dealer, we require you to buy back those shares at just to buy them in. Well, that broker dealer can go into this so-called expert market trading system, buy it back. I forget the terminology, but to a judge, that's going to look like that. The best price available for investors. Therefore, it's a good deal. Bada bing. I think it's all fraud, but it's going to be above the board fraud. Well, this Sorrento case is an example, Sam, of where the problem is you don't know what a judge is going to say. But apparently it was a request to buy those shares in. I'm not going to look at the chart because I've already taken too much of your time. But when I looked, it went to about $20. So yes, that could happen here. But if you can hear me, I'm not talking about a squeeze that goes to massive levels. Maybe it goes to 10 or 15 or 20. And then the stock was under pressure again. So I just caution you that. But that's not to be negative. That means you can make your money back and maybe get a return that justifies all this pain and suffering. And I own the stock too, by the way. I'm not trying to put it on you. It's just the English language. That's right. Mark says it well. It's going to hang out in the expert market, which is just a bullshit market until it's Orwellian, until either the court places it into receivership and filings of it. I mean, this is like rescuing a young woman from a whorehouse, but you have to go to the court and it's going to take you 6 months. They're going to continue doing what they do. That's a bad example, little crude, but that's what happens. It's just ongoing criminal. Yeah, there you go, RW. Being smart and sell, and not always, but sometimes. I wish I had sold GTII. Maybe not at 8, maybe at 7, maybe at 5. I did sell a little bit, I think, at 4 to buy MMTLP. That was genius. You can see how much MMTLP I have, not very much. But yeah, to be willing to take the new information, look at it with a cold, hard truth, not with emotions. It's very hard. It's very hard. And just fight your emotions and say, you know what? I've been through this before. I'd rather have 5,000 than nothing. I know I put up 10, but if I can get 5 now, I'll sit on it for a week and I know something else will come along. That's sometimes the best way to do it. Sam, what I think is going to happen to GTII has already happened. It is, and I've asked Richard for copies. I think there's 2 filings. I haven't gotten them, so I'll remind him. Because I'm not a lawyer, I don't have Pacer, so I can't pull down the filings. It's really expensive if you're not a member. But we're in court now, and it changes everything, Sam. It's no longer a financial market, it's court. So it's totally unpredictable. But I can predict this: if it stays in court, there's no guarantee it'll stay. But if it stays in court, it's 18 months at least. So you just got to get ready to wait. I think there's a chance that all the parties might sit down and agree a settlement, but then we won't be clawing into the big assets which may have been defrauded from the higher stock price. That's just the settlement. It's a release of all parties. It might happen though. There's a group of young men working together, and they're close to him, and I'm sure they will have it under good hands, and they'll move forward. They have a lot of ideas, a lot of energy, and the discretion not to do deals with the criminals, and I think they can make things happen. Heath, I had Not on yesterday. I don't know what Not said today. I'll find it, but Not's terrific. I'd strongly recommend everybody to follow Not Legal Advice on YouTube or Twitter. Jeff That's true if the company goes bankrupt, but I call attention to another company. I'm having a Biden moment, or my father. I can pick on my father. Yeah, I got it. BBBY. They went through court, and the judge, I don't know what happened, but the judge made a hybrid bankrupt. I forget the name of it when you leave bankruptcy. She made it so that the equity holders were joined with some of the bondholders, and they still had ownership. They still had ownership in the NewCo. I don't know how it turned out, but there's possibilities in court that we could still be part of the NewCo. I don't expect that you're going to be happy with it because the cram down will be massive. The cram down will be massive. New investors will come in claiming the upside, and there might be 5 or 10 or 15% left for old investors. I have reasons to be a little bit concerned about, even if the judge allowed those shares to exist afterwards, I think there's people involved in this that may or may not compromise the ability of a short squeeze. So I would not look for a short squeeze ever again in GTII. I wouldn't look for that. But I think, like I said already, I think these guys can create value, and they want the existing investor list and the support of the whales, and I think they can get the stock up into prices that create a reward for all of us as shareholders. It'll take time, though. It'll take time. And you can't predict it. I asked yesterday if it's in bankruptcy, and the answer I got was not really, but it could convert to that. And then Not Legal Advice gave the advice, which was not legal advice, his opinion, that the best way to do it would be to find some creditors and take the company into involuntary bankruptcy. That's the best of all worlds as far as I'm concerned. These new guys could then take over the company, start with a brand new, clean company, and they could do some sort of financing with all of you all to just start on a new basis. And they're good at building, they're good at what they do up in New York City, so it should translate. Sam, that's exactly right. I have the Basher's Handbook, or I read it out to you guys on a Reddit. It was a Reddit thread. The shorts love bankruptcy. They love what's going on now. They love the executive market. They love it all. They don't have to cover. They don't have to cover. And if they do, it'll be water off a duck's back. The shorts cannot cover without buying our shares unless the company issues new shares equal to the short position. The company will issue new shares as long as these guys are in charge. And they'll do it under the auspices of the court system so that you can't sue. That's why they're in court. They're there to get a blanket get out of jail free card. They will do it under the current oversight. That will happen. They don't have to cover your shares. They don't have to cover your shares. They should, theoretically, but if there's new money that comes in, they organize. They could do a reverse split. They could cram you down, and effectively, yeah, maybe they buy back your shares, but it's a rounding error in what they're doing overall. So I really think the current management team, the current delusion, all of them have to go. They all have to go. And you just have to hope the new people have the courage to never do a deal with Wall Street, have the courage to raise money, the hard work of raising money on their own, and have the courage of judgment to protect you, the shareholders, instead of looking out for themselves as members of the company. And I think you'll find those guys. All right, so Bunny Chico, stop following GTII. Just ignore it. I don't know what the bid and the ask is, but I'm going to guess it's 0.01 to 0.09. The trades that they show you, they're under no obligation, as I read the, and I might be wrong, but as I read the executive market protocols, they're under no obligation to report them. They're under no obligation to report the bid and ask. They can do it on an unsolicited basis. In other words, they can manipulate your heartstrings, your emotions. They can manipulate the price of the market, and it's all done because it was approved by Congress and the SEC. You can put orders in, Bunny, if you want to sell, but put them in at your price and wait. If you want to buy, there's nothing in the protocol that prevents you from buying, but your brokerage firm is going to tell you probably that you can't buy. But Bunny, I would not obsess about GTII anymore. You missed your chance to sell. In a way that gave you some money to go do something else with it. If you want to take my suggestion and put out an offer to sell your shares, let's say at 6 cents, it might go off. If you want to take that money and buy Logic at 3 cents, 1 unit of GTII buys 2 units of Logic, and maybe with luck, Logic does announce the successful completion of these deals, and maybe Logic trades to 12 cents. You have 2 units instead of 1 unit. The 2 units you sell at 12 cents. You sell 1 6 cent into 2 3 cents. So you now have 2 units, which you sell at 12 cents, which is 24 cents. You turn 6 cents into 24 cents. That could happen. But if you want to sit and obsess on GTII, you can do that too. But it's unlikely, in my opinion, you're going to be able to get out of the stock at anything over a penny. You can try. Why do I say that? This range of stock from, if I'm right, 0.01 to 0.09 is just meant so they can collude They can cheat. They can meet at Harry's bar the night before. Hey, buddy, I'm going to put out there that I have 60,000 shares to sell at 0.0152789er. If you see that, buy it. I'll give you a kickback of 10,000, $5,000 once you do it. We won't meet here. We'll meet up at I can't think of a place. We'll meet up at I can't think of anywhere. We'll meet at the bar at the Four Seasons, and I'll give you some money for helping me out. That's why they have that big widespread. I don't think they'll give it to you. I think they'll now only give it to you at 0.01 or less. So I just think you missed your chance to sell GTII. We're now in a legal way. And there's some young men who are very hardworking, who can bring in companies. They can work with Richard and the new CEO, and they can try to make something happen. E-Trade is Morgan Stanley, yeah. How can the shorts cover in GTII if nobody is selling? The volume doesn't reflect what they're covering. That's not their goal, Andy, unfortunately. I think they believe that in court and with the gentleman who comes from a short selling fund now running the thing, I think they believe they're going to be able to get an agreement to settle this, cross it in through the court system, and they'll have no obligation. Might cost them $100,000 to get it all sorted. $1 million, nothing. You get it done. You'll get nothing, and they'll leave the company. Now they'll leave bankruptcy. Now I did say there might be a hybrid, so we don't know. But that's not what they're doing. What the shorts are trying to do is close. I feel like I really don't explain things very well. How can I tell you about this? If Jeff Easton's number one client, no, not Jeff Easton. If Kurt Kramer's number one client, Leo, sells 10 million shares of GTII at $1, and then he pays people to drive it all the way down, and we ignore any other trading, and now it's at 10 cents. He has $10 million sitting in a prime broker, which he stole from you, but he created by selling stock that doesn't exist, 10 million shares. He can't get that money unless he settles. Well, his choice all along was to buy in the open market, but he didn't do that because he didn't want to cause a frenzy of buying. So he waited it out. He manipulated the price. He talked it down. And now it's at, let's call it a penny for simplicity, next to nothing. Just because I can't do the math in my head. Next to nothing. So he goes to, he and his son, Leo and his son, create a new LLC out of the Cayman Islands or out of Virginia or out of Wyoming or out of Timbuktu. And they fund it with $100,000. and they buy 10 million shares at a penny, if that arithmetic works out. They buy through Leo's original LLC, the original prime broker. Leo goes and buys 10 million shares for a penny from a newly created LLC that's gone through the lying of the prime broker, the lying of the lawyers, and the looking the other way of the market makers. And that new LLC, Leo's wife, sells 10 million shares to Leo's original LLC a year later. So they covered 10 million shares at a penny, and there's fees all along. But let's just ignore the costs. So Leo's able to take $10 million out of the prime broker, minus costs and the penny and all that, but essentially 10 million. His wife's LLC has sold 10 million shares for a penny to him that don't exist. But she established her account in the Cayman Islands. It may or may not have any collateral at all. But because her husband is such a great client, and because the same brokerage firm or the same liars are down in the Cayman handling both accounts, they look the other way, say, okay, you can do this, because they want the ongoing business. Well, Leo's taken his 10 million out. His wife is now sitting there with an obligation to deliver 10 million shares. She got $100,000 for that. That covers some costs. They can pay off the broker and all that. She can walk away. It's a limited liability company. Hey, I'm married to the guy. You can't ask me any questions. I can't deliver. I declare bankruptcy. What they're doing, Andy, is they're moving shares, in this case, probably out of Alpine into a bunch of LLCs they'll walk away from. That's my opinion. And the court will cleanse it all.
Call from Andy.
Hello? Except right. Sorry, that was Ham, but he didn't want to talk live. He just was venting. Carahito, I don't believe they're going to let you buy in between. The only time you'll get 0.0031 is if the bid goes up to it, but you don't know what the bid is. I guarantee you the bid isn't higher than 0.0001. But it might be. Maybe you'll get out. Oh, I'm sorry. You're not trying to sell. You're trying to buy. Let me state it differently. They're not going to let you buy it unless you buy at the ask. They're not going to help you in between because they got their own agenda to move these shares. This is my interpretation. A guy like Jeremy Frommer is going to bore you with, well, it's, the systems, the computers, and their data, and we've done a exhaustive analysis. I don't know how to do all that. You can listen to him for that. But the bid is probably 0.01. The ask is probably 0.09, and anything in between, you're not going to get a fill on. That's just how it goes. They're there to look out for themselves. Ann Wagner helps them. Gary Gensler supports them. Charles Chuckwell Cromwell is paid off with his job. FINRA, that guy is a mouse, afraid of his own shadow. He just does what the SEC says. And Adina Friedman cashes her checks. Yeah, I got to say, be careful, Vin. I do think that. I think they're going to pick. I think that's why they're trying to, because I think the whole world knows there's no way that Let's Go Brandon can even reasonably be presented as a winner. So they need to find somebody that can be a winner. Start putting polls out that show that Kamala Harris is catching fire in Wisconsin and really doing well in Nevada. Georgia loves her. Virginia is overwhelmed. And then on the day, they can say, hey, it showed up in the polling. And amazingly, this candidate who couldn't get 1% in the Democratic primaries just got, I'm making it up, 87 million shares, the single most popular candidate in the history of the country. Remember, Vin, they have something approaching 20 million new people in the country who are going to be allowed to vote without ID, and they don't have to be U.S. citizens. That I don't think there's any way that they're going to let who you want win. And the only thing in our favor is Elon Musk is gotten a group of guys to invest, I think, 45 to 100 million a month in election integrity. That might stop it. But right now, I see no evidence that we've done anything that will protect from something I can't talk about on YouTube. I'm going to backpedal and say I'm right about GTII being fraud. Am I serious? I don't know. I don't know how long you've listened to me. But yeah, I'll tell you what I did. I don't think I'm backpedaling at all. At all. I didn't know there was fraud in GTII. That's something that both Busy Brands and Richard Hoffman have unearthed. But of course, I don't think you've been here long. But there were people who were driving the ship, and they were working completely on behalf of you. And I think the stock did squeeze and was in the middle of a squeeze when the New York fraternity of people, Frank Benedetto put out on Twitter that Kurt Kramer would never do that. He knows Kurt Kramer. He's a gentleman, something like that. I'm paraphrasing. They all know each other. They all work together, in my judgment. So the squeeze was shortchanged. My mistake looking back is I thought there was still enough impetus to still have the potential for that squeeze. But it turns out that Alpine, Scottsdale, the Kramers, moving to Virginia, the settlements the Kramers made, all worked. And every single strategy that GTII used, from the Picasso, from another Picasso, from Bitcoin, from Shiba Inu, from buying beyond blockchain, from buying a couple of companies I can't remember, from signing up the law firm, from engaging Trento Mines, from filing lawsuits, from going to the FBI, and there's some others I can't remember. Every one of them was blocked. Special dividend as a warrant. Everything was blocked by the SEC or FINRA. Gondor's Modern Night. GTII was always a piece of shit company. Always. The only thing it had going for it was that this inner group was working with the whales to catch out the criminal massive short position, it was believed. And what changed as Gondor's, yes, I will go back and say, I'm not saying I'm right, but I'll go back and tell you that a year ago, of course, I didn't come out with a like Roger Rabbit, the drum major. Dun 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 dun. Look at me, I'm a hero. I'm fighting the shorts, but he's really there just to screw everybody. Oh God. So yeah, I warned you a year ago. Yes, I did. If you didn't hear it, I can't come out Gondor's Modern Night. I can't come out and say, you know what I heard that's really material information that I'm not allowed to share with anyone, but I'll go out on my YouTube and tell everybody. I can't do that. I also can't go out when I'm told something in confidence and blurt it out, even whether it's material or not. I also can't take it upon myself to say, sell, when in fact, a year ago, there was a battle royale. There was an offer, as there was recently to David Reichman. Reichman didn't take it. But there were people trying to make it work. The fraud, Gondor's Modern Night, is from the Kramers and their clients and Alpine, the market makers. I think the SEC, Adina Friedman herself, in my judgment and in my opinion, although she's not here, Charlie Chuckwell Cromwell. But if you wanna just That's because you still believe there's something valuable in the system. You still, part of you believes the system works. I can't fight it. I can't fight it. I'm tired of fighting it. All I can state is what I see. If you think I'm covering myself in glory, I'm not trying to. Trying to tell you how to listen to me. $2 is the goal for the new CEO to make a lot of money. My opinion, he'll make a lot more money from the shorts than he will on that. I think that's just there to think, make you think that he's on your side. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Look, if I were in charge of the company, I might make that kind of deal. But guess what? That deal would be put in a pot. And it would be not for me. It'd be for all employees, all people involved. And I'd get a piece of it on, there'd be some formula. That's how I would do it. I wouldn't do it for myself. But my number one goal, which I don't think you can count on with this guy, my number one goal would make sure that shareholders come first, not the company, not the CEO. Shareholders come first. And my goal, Heath, there'd never be a reverse split. I would keep the company on the piece of shit pink sheet exchange that it's on until we make it go up and up and up and up, as is. And I'm not going to tell you my strategies. The young guys having it, they know what they're doing. They have their own strategies. Well, you should never go all in on a stock, particularly at high prices. But at lower prices sometimes, if you listen to Warren Buffett, if you've studied it, if you know it, and the price is down, he said something like, you don't make money taking a small positions. He said something like that. Why does it effing matter if I still hold GTII condors? Why does that matter? Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm a diamond hands. I'm going to hold it all the way through? But yes, I still hold it. I still hold GTII. I still hold it. I've told you, it's none of your business. But I've told you before, I sold a little bit to buy into MMTLP. Genius, absolute genius on my part. I sold some to buy into CRTD, added to it. Absolute genius. Absolute genius. When Jeremy Frommer was being offered $3 a share, that wasn't good enough for him. And he'd be CEO of the new company. Absolute genius on my part. I sold some to buy Logic. Again, prior to the D-SPAC. Genius on my part. Absolute genius. I sold some to trade options in Finger, which worked brilliantly for about 3 or 4 months. And then it was a wipeout. Genius. But I still own GTII. I can't not be cleared to you, Gondor. And I said it for months. I've said it for a year. People come on, why aren't you talking about GTII anymore? I don't know how I could have made it clearer to you. It was not a stock to own. Now, I'm going to go back and hedge and cover myself. I thought it made sense to do tax loss selling. Take your tax loss, go back and buy your original position at a cheaper price. I said it over and over and over again. I also think it does make sense to do dollar cost averaging. Gondors, let me be clear. I do not think you can make your money back in GTII now. Maybe in a month, maybe in 6 months. My recommendation to you, if you're still playing, I mean, maybe you should buy an ETF where they let you make 8% while they're fleecing the market. If I go down my list of stocks, I have a shopping list. I have no money, but I have a stupid shopping list. And I can't find it. So I have to do it by memory. I can't find my shopping list, but it should be easy. I've already told you, Gondors. But you want to focus on GTII? Please be my guest. Fight the impossible fight. You've got a CEO that is either corrupt or has been bought out by the shorts. You have a new guy that comes from a short selling group. What are the odds he's on your side? What are the odds? You've got Alpine fighting in the courts, buying time. You've got the Kramers moving from New York down to Virginia. And the whole position taken over by Alpine. It's all there, Gondors. Do I have to go back over it all? It's not the best setup. It was. I think it was squeezing. And it made a lot of sense. It no longer makes any sense. And now you're in court. You have no control. And you know what you're going to have to trust is a new team of people to have the best judgment to look out for your interests. So if you want to continue adding to GTII, I would only do it, and it makes sense. It makes sense. I would only do it with money you can afford to lose. I would do it with money which you have made profits on other trades, and I would do it on a dollar cost averaging with full knowledge that you could be totally wiped out and it could take 2 years. I can't find my shopping list, but Gondors, if I had 3 cents to spend, I'd go buy Logic. And I've already told you that I think Logic can go to 12 cents. That's a trade. It's not going to change your life, but it gives you profit that you can come back if you want to. You can accumulate GTII. Listen to me. I think GTII is effectively in bankruptcy court. There's a possibility it pulls out of court if the parties involved remove it from court voluntarily. But they're in court. They've done it before. They're seeking the protections of the court. To my ears, and I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Sounds like bankruptcy court to me. And do you know who's on the ass end of bankruptcy court? Shareholders. I know I get a little, it's hot, I get a little worked up, but I'm here, Gondors. Even though I believe, and I struggled with it, I believe I was as clear as I could be. As clear as I could be for months and now a year. And I'm still trying to be clear. Maybe, I guess I just, like Nancy Pelosi said to a young woman who happened to be African American, "Am I speaking English?" She said, "Am I speaking English?" But remember, the Democratic Party, they don't have racists in there. I think there's a trade in logic. I think there's a trade in silver. I think there's a trade in this gold mining company that many of you have indicated interest, and I've given the names to the company. I think there's money to be made in FingerMotion, is probably the safest of our list of stocks that is low priced. To me, it looks like Wolf is going to make money, but its price has already gone higher. But I think it's time to try to incrementally make money. Finger, for example, buy it for $2. If it goes to $4, you doubled your money. Well, that's not, I bought GTII at 7. Well, all right. You're not able to buy it at a penny and it goes to 7, but you could buy Finger at $2. Maybe it goes to $7. I think that's reasonable. Maybe it goes to 6, but it goes to 4. You double your money, you take that, and you see what's available next. And that's how. Now, the reason I was telling people to establish their tax losses in GTII, that's the one I chose to talk about, but you didn't hear it. Because if you want to rebuild your account, it means taking short-term gains. Guess what? Under the next administration, which will be, in my judgment, a Democratic administration, capital gains are going to be 54%, long and short. Well, if you would establish your loss, you have an ability to make some profits back without having to pay those taxes, because you can match those losses off. But you didn't do that. And I don't think you can now in GTII. I think now if you tried to get out of GTII, you'd be lucky to get a penny. And what can you buy for a penny? But Condors, maybe you didn't hear me saying all those. And I'm going back and covering my ass. I don't know. Hard to fathom YouTubers being on TV for short selling. I've never been on TV that I know of. I might have been in the picture of that line of people when they talked. Mike the Marine talked to Fox News. I might have been there. I don't think I was. I never looked, so I don't know. But I wasn't on TV. Talks with Secret Service. I don't remember any talks with the Secret Service about short selling. But that doesn't mean they didn't happen. Doesn't mean somebody else didn't talk about it. I do think the Department of Justice and the IRS is looking. But Gondors, if I haven't made it clear, let me make it clear to you. Congress doesn't care. They're bought out. Your broker doesn't care. They like the commission. that comes from expanding assets under management and fees as if this were fractional reserve banking. So they don't care. The prime broker loves the assets, the cash sitting there that they earn fees on, and stock loan. 86% of Goldman Sachs revenue comes from this shit. 75% of it's profit, according to Patrick Byrne. And I'm paraphrasing. It's not his exact quote. Market makers love it. They don't even ask. It's commission. Shorts absolutely love it. They get kickbacks. They're guaranteed by the SACs of the world that they'll have lawyers that keep them out of jail. These are just punks that couldn't change a tire. And they make millions. So and then the SEC doesn't care. Gary Gensler doesn't care. Adina Friedman at NASDAQ doesn't care. Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell at the OTC markets doesn't care. Robert Crook at FINRA doesn't care. So let me be clear to you, Gondors. Nobody gives a flying fig about you. Nobody. And it's unfortunate. We tried. I think there was a squeeze happening in GTII. I think the fraternity of shorts up in New York came up with a stratagem to get out, and it was effective. We lost. If you believe that, I don't follow football, but Coach Landry of the Cowboys goes on to the field with a plan, and he tells Roger Staubach to run these 4 plays, and then the defense adjusts to it. If you don't believe that Tom Landry changes his offense or his defense based on new facts, that's not football. So if you buy a stock and you don't trade it, you don't study it, you don't pay attention to it, and then you're going to say, anyway, they don't give a crap. They don't give a crap. They do not give a crap. None of them. The people fighting here do, but I don't think fights have to involve your money. You can write letters. But now we're in a position. It doesn't matter how we got here. It does not matter how we got here, Gondors. If you have even $500 and you want to rebuild your account, I would take half of it and buy, it's not financial advice, I'd buy FingerMotion. The other half, I might buy one call, near money on Finger. And I might buy a little bit of Logic and pick something else, CVM. And then when there's a profit, I take the profits and I start with cash again. And maybe I sit in cash for a week. I think about my next trade. But why do I say buy Finger with half? In my opinion, Finger will go from 2 to 4 or 6 or 8. All you have to do is wait. Instead of complaining, start taking action, start taking agency, and start saying, I can get out of this situation myself. Ham talks of dozens of stocks a day. DJT, you could day trade. I'm not a day trader. But I'm telling you, you can't make all your money back in GTII in one throw of the dice. You can't. If you have $2,000, maybe you put it all in Finger. If you have $4,000, maybe you buy 1,000 shares of Finger, wait, and with the rest of it, you buy, in my example, Logic, or you buy a quarter of it in Logic and you buy Wolf with the other quarter. Why? Because if Logic and Wolf go to zero, you can know you're going to get your money back in Finger, I think. I mean, nothing's guaranteed. There are no guarantees. If you want a guarantee, I don't know. Are there any guarantees anymore in the world? I guess if you buy a computer, it has a guarantee for a year. Well, yeah, I think there's a chance with GTII. You're going to have to listen. There's a team of guys that are going to make something happen, and you'll find out who they are as it goes. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words into my mouth, Condor. Please. I never said this was the best short squeeze ever. I never said that. So please do not put words in my mouth. Ever. I don't think I ever said it was life-changing money. I think that was somebody else. What I did say, described the situation, and I did give videos of what could happen if there were a short squeeze. And I studied past short squeezes, but I never, ever, ever said this was the best short squeeze ever. So Gondors, I know emotions are high. I know this has been tough. But if you're going to put it in writing and it's wrong and it's accusatory, it's called libel. It's called libel. Got to be careful of it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Lou was right about GTII. I don't know, Christian. Lou, and let me state it plainly. Lou caused the short squeeze in GTII to not occur. I think it was Lou's actions, Frank Benedetto's, and the CEO of COSM working with the shorts. Whether they knew they were doing this or not, I don't know, but I think there was promises involved. Lou caused the short squeeze to stop. That's my opinion. Now, I can't prove that. So I also think, in retrospect, that Lou was right. And I've always given Lou credit. And I think he has shared his knowledge with you. I think he was right in retrospect. He had information I didn't have, which he knew that the shorts were going to come kill GTII once they popped the balloon. But remember, that was one thing I think Lou did have, was access to this sort of pipeline of information. So in that sense, I think he was right. But Christian, I can see why you would have never taken any money off the table. I can see why you never traded the stock. I can see why you didn't take your tax losses and put some of your money in a different play. But you did have those opportunities. So what I mean, just to use an example, you had 20,000 in GTII. Let's say you bought it at $5. So you had 4,000 shares of GTII, right? What if when GTII got to $1, Christian, what if when it got to $1, you sold your 4,000 shares because the dollar's pretty scary, and you bought Logic at 20 cents. I don't remember the ratios, something like that. Let's take it even lower. What if you sold your 4,000 shares at 50 cents and you bought Logic at 20 cents? It's too hard for me to figure out. Logic was cheaper than 20 cents. Let me just call it 25 cents. So you sold at 50 cents and you bought Logic at 25 cents. So you took 4,000 shares of GTII and you bought 8,000 shares of Logic. Well, it turns out Logic was shit because they went with Aubrey Advisors. But you know what? Logic is still trading. Logic you can still sell. But more than that, at 2 cents, if you paid, well, I don't know where it closed. It's over 2 cents. Call it 2.5 cents. If you paid 25 cents, you're down quite a bit. But it can go back to 25 cents. I'm not a big proponent of diamond hands. I'm also not a big proponent of not listening to other trading ideas, trading with 10% of your position. But anyway, let's leave it in that scenario. At least if you had made that step, you would have locked in your loss so that you can use it against gains and assume you didn't put up any more money. I mean, obviously, if I bought Logic at 25 cents, and if I had money, I would want to buy it back, but buy more to average down. But leave all that out. You would actually have a stock that, yes, it's been annoying, but you don't want to listen to all the annoyment. It's got a lot of the reasons, but it can still go to 25 cents. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just goes from 2 cents to 10 cents. Then you can sell that and listen to a different story. But at least you have optionality. You can do something. By holding GTII, I didn't know it was going to, I mean, Christian, I got to tell you, I had no idea that it could go into this executive market or whatever the hell it's called. But do you think the guy from the short hedge fund who now is in control of the company, do you think that he hired an attorney who advised the CEO not to make any filings? Cover your ass letter. So in court, it'll look like the CEO did it because the lawyer said some reasonable, well, we didn't want our client to write anything. We didn't have enough information. And how could we do it when there's, we don't really know how many. So in abundance of caution, Your Honor, we said don't file. Oh, okay, we see why. But the nod and the wink going on is that attorney gives that advice, the CEO doesn't file the paperwork, and then the company goes on the executive market. You don't think that was done as collusion? You don't think that was done as a strategy? You think you're learning a lesson? You've been taken, and me too, we've been taken advantage of by criminals. They use the courts, they use lawyers, they use the regulators. Everything is in their favor. So if there's one thing you learn, Christian, in your lesson learned. Maybe you don't want to play any of these stocks. Remember, the reason you invested probably is you were looking for outsized returns. You can't get that anywhere else. I think you can get it if you buy silver right now, but it'll be volatile. I think this this little private gold company, I think you can get it there, but you never showed any interest. I think there's a number of shares here. You could trade DJT as Ham does, day in, day out. Buy the dip, sell the rip. There's ways to do it. But if you haven't established, well, now you got a tax loss maybe. By the way, you don't have to sell the stock to establish the tax loss. You can declare this tax loss. Check with a accountant. Don't take my advice. You can declare the tax loss if you no longer are able to sell the stock. The proviso is that if it ever does start trading again, your new cost basis is zero, and then your clock starts all over again. 2 lessons you should have learned, Christian. One is do not allow, and it's the hardest thing to do is to sell. You had a profit in GTII unless you paid $9. You had it. Unless you paid $8.97, you had a profit. Did you sell any of it for a profit? I didn't. So I'm not blaming you. But one lesson is when the stock is up, at least take your original money off the table. Every trade that you do from now on, at least take your original money off the table. So the rest of the trade's for free. If you bought 4,000 shares at $5, it went to $9. You could have, you would never have gotten $9. Call it $8. I can't do arithmetic in my head, but you could have sold maybe 3,000 shares and taken your money off the table and left the 1,000 shares ride. I didn't do that because I fully believed in the squeeze. And it's only after the fact that I processed that Lou, Frank, and Georgios were working together. Whether or not they were working together knowingly, I don't know. But I think the shorts came to them. Investment bankers came to them. For example, investment banker that did the cross might have gone to Giorgio, and Giorgio went to Lou. I don't know. The Kramers might have gone to Benedetto. They're friends. But that changed the situation. So anyway, I believe you had a chance to take money off the table. But you didn't. I didn't either. I did follow the rule that I have in my life, which I've told you over and over again. One time to sell a stock is when the story changes, which in retrospect, I think the Three Musketeers changed the story. And that retrospect, I think we saw soon enough that we could have gotten money out at 3, 2, 1, 50 cents, right? But anyway, selling's the hardest thing to do. But one reason to sell is because there's a better opportunity. But that doesn't always work out. So anyway, one lesson is to take your original money off. If you bought 4,000 shares for $20,000 at $5 and it went to 8, 4,000 times 8 is 64. I guess your account was worth 64,000. Yeah, 64,000. You could have taken your money off the table. I think my arithmetic is right. So that's one lesson. Second lesson is pay attention to the story if it changes, and study some other stories, you know. But if it changes, maybe you have to take action. And the third lesson is, if it goes down, when particularly in a market that's stacked against us, start having ideas of where, oops, I could have made a profit, but that's gone. Now I just want to make sure that I have some money to trade with. So I'm not selling it when it's at 20,000 because I still think it's going to work. But at 10,000, I don't know. I'm a little worried. Maybe I'll just take my loss here, or maybe I'll take half of my loss. You have to be willing to accept that the trade no longer is working and at least get some money off the table so you can still play. Anyway, those are the lessons I would learn. Heath, I agree with you. I think Wolf, I think I owned 10,000. I did own 10,000 of it. I paid basically $1. And then I sold it at, I think, 86 cents. I lost money on it. I regret I didn't keep it. So I'm not, these rules are very hard to follow. Very hard to follow. But Heath, if I had to say what's going on with Wolf, the criminals are done there. They probably got out of it. They probably moved all the shares they want, or they're just being run over because now that stock at $6 either is or is about to be followed by institutions. And I think they've missed their chance. So I think Wolf is going to go a lot higher. And of course, using my example, $10,000 would have owned 10,000 units of Wolf, 10,000 shares, if I had it. I don't have it. But if, and you know, it wouldn't be my first place to go. But if I had $10,000 now, I can buy 1,000 shares, 1,500 shares. But I think Wolf goes to 12. I think it goes to 15. It might even go to 20. It has a chance for a squeeze. It's just you don't own as much. It's not as much leverage. But I think it looks really good, Heath. Nappy, I think GTII, I don't know what you mean by delisted. Effectively, GTII is, I don't know. I have to look up that definition. But it's on this new exchange, which is called Expert Market or something. It's effectively delisted already. And it has nothing to do. Stocks can trade on the deepest of over-the-counter markets. Stocks can trade by appointment. They can go essentially private. There's all sorts of ways to not technically be delisted, but effectively be delisted. And that's where GTII is. I don't know that you say goodbye to it. From a legal situation. I also know there's some young, compared to me, young guys who want to make it work. And that goodwill, and you've got whales in there that want to make it work. So I don't think it's over by any means. But Nappy, to continue to say the same thing that I've said for a year with ever increasing shrillness until David Reichman is gone, And I'm going to extend it to every single person in that company until they're all gone, with the possible exception of this one person. But I would just say a clean slate is probably the best. A clean start is probably the best. They all got to go. And then you got to hope the people that come in are not manipulated by Wall Street. Look, I know everyone loves Bitcoin, Bunny. And it doesn't take a genius to root for the Dodgers once they're in first place. But Bitcoin at $67,000 a coin is volatile. It's probably going to go much, much higher. But it's volatile. If you were to buy one coin of Bitcoin for $67,000, and it went to $670,000, you make 10 times your money. If you bought Wolf at, well, I don't know. If you bought silver at $30 and it went to 300, it's 10x. I don't know. You can get all excited that Bitcoin is the holy grail, but just break it down into rates of return. And is it safer than everything else? I don't know. I don't know if it is. A lot of people have convinced me that it's pretty good. Yeah, John, 3 cents is probably a cross going on. I don't know for sure because you can't see the bid and ask. Let me just see where it closed. I have 0 bid, 0 ask. It closed at 4.5 cents. I mean, you can put out sell prices and maybe you'll someday wake up, wow, I got it done. It might happen. I wouldn't hold my hope up. Most of my retired fund is gone. Are you a real person, retired? Or it's just a typo? It might be a typo. Is gone because of GTII, CRTD, and Finger. I don't believe you, Sam. I don't believe you. If it's your retirement fund, I don't believe you'd put everything into GTII, everything into CRTD. And if you're still in Finger, the story's not over. The story's not over. I mean, you can sell it if you want. And you can be very. I don't know what you're very. I don't know where. Let me see what you're very about. I don't know what you're very about. I don't know what you're very. But I think I have no idea. You've got to let go of your dreams of short squeezes. Let me assume you put everything a third, and let me assume you paid a reasonably high price in all three. So let's say you put $10,000 into GTII, it's gone. You put $10,000 into CRTD, it's gone. And let's assume with Finger, you put $10,000 in at $10, down 90%. Let's just assume that. Well, now you're down 80%. The 2. You have 1,000 shares. Well, in my example, you invested a total of 30,000. It's down. You have a choice. You could sell in my example, your Finger at $2 You have 2,000 left, go buy silver. I think buy the Sprott Physical Silver Trust. I think you have an excellent chance over time. That is a, you buy some other stock you listen to, something Roaring Kitty tells you to chill about. Or you could just hang on to Finger. I'm not going to tell you about how you could sell calls. I'm going to leave all that out because you can bring money in. But let's just say you hold on to your Finger. So you started with 30,000, you got 2,000 left. Finger is at $2. Sam, do I have to go through the story again? Finger just signed a massive contract, not maybe visible yet, with the Chinese government. I'm hearing there's other contracts. Anyway, I'm not going to go through them. There's 6 different earnings potential that are massive in Finger. Maybe Finger is going to be a complete disaster than like everything else. But they only have 52 million shares outstanding. They have no intention of selling stock down here. They've separated from Lynn Partners. They're not sucking Lynn Partners' private parts. They are not going to raise money from Wall Street the way CRT still continues to do. And they've got a booming business. So, Sam, assuming you have no more money and you're never going to trade again, and assuming you're 60 years old, and assuming your $30,000 have made you vary, because it's only worth 2,000 now. GTII is worthless, CRTD is worthless, write them off. Finger, you've only got 22,000 left. What does Finger have to do to get your 30,000 back? 1,000 shares. It has to go to $30. Is that possible? Yes, it is. How long? Well, it could take, let's call it 2 years. So you can be very in 2 years' time and have all of your 30 grand back, in my example. Or if you get lucky, Finger actually goes to a higher number in 2 years. Let's say it goes to 60,000. And you can be very in 2 years, even though you lost everything in GTII, lost everything in CRTD, and you never put up any more money, you never did any more trading, you can be very at getting 100% return over, let's say, a 5-year period. It's 20% a year, and it's in your retirement funds, and you're paying no taxes. So you could be very in 2 years, and you've made all your money back. But if you want to be, I understand it. I'm going through it myself. You want to be PO'd. You want to just, GTI didn't work, CRT didn't work, CEO of GTII, FUCK'd me, CEO of CRTD, FUCK'd me, so therefore the CEO of Finger is going to FUCK me. Well, you can use that purely reptilian sense of logic, which is what reptiles or animals would do. That hurt, so that one's going to hurt. Or use your brain and your knowledge and stick it out. But you do what you want to do. I don't think you need to be very about FingerMotion yet. GTI's under investigation, Bo. Wall Street doesn't care about lawsuits. Wall Street cares about trades. Yes, it's under investigation. And I think there's a way of making things work. And if anybody can do it, these young men can do it. I don't know why. How can you be so confused? ATJG64. Are you a robot? If it is dead, why is William still posting there's a proof of a short? I'm not. I haven't. I haven't. I haven't. Okay, so I'll move on. Well, here's Bunny's got a good point. It's hard to cut losses. Look, Bunny, I actually understand most people here, because even with all this experience I supposedly have, it still doesn't keep me from making mistakes. The single hardest thing to do is sell. It is the hard. Why? Because when you come into a story, you listen to it, you believe it, you start believing your own spit, you know it. And it just is so hard to let go of the dream. The hardest thing is saying, hey, the story's changed. It is difficult. It really is difficult. John, telling someone they can take a tax log. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. Yeah. In an IRA, it doesn't, you're right. In an IRA, it doesn't matter. John's correct. In CRTD, in Vocal, I lost at least $150,000 in my IRA. And I think it's because Jeremy Fromner well, I'll keep my comments to myself. I think I lost more than that. I don't want to look. I think it was much more than that. So I didn't get any tax benefit from that. And the Friday that he withdrew, he said, I'm not interested in having Vocal CRTD acquired by GTII for $3 a share. Sheer brilliance on his part. I called into the guys I was talking to, and I said, this doesn't feel like this is going to happen. And partly it's because I wanted to get my update on what I was talking about. But another part of me wanted to, should I be selling? Should I tell people to sell? Oh, no. Trust me, the whales are behind it. Why would Jeremy not take $3 a share, and he's going to be CEO and he can run it whatever way he wants to? And he's got the whales behind him. Why wouldn't he do it? I can think of one reason. Can you? Can you? I'm not going to state it out loud. But that morning I said, all right, okay, sounds right. That makes sense. You're right. That afternoon, I don't know, 2 or 3 o'clock, Jeremy he renegotiated, because that's his characteristics of finance, I think, of his. It's his trying to get a better deal, basically. So he renegotiated, I think, to $5. And I guess he thought that was in the best interest of shareholders to renegotiate. But it's kind of odd to wait that long. I think it's kind of odd to agree a deal and not honor it, because then you run the risk that the other side says pound sand. Well, the other side said, you know, hey, you and the horse you rode in on. And so that afternoon, the stock dropped from I think it was 149. It dropped to 70 cents approximately, and then it was 30, then it was 20. One guy I know, I won't use his name, just sold immediately. As soon as he saw the news, he sold everything. I didn't, because I thought this is so stupid that he's obviously going to renegotiate and start over again. Instead, what he did is started calling people and saying, I want the hot money out of my company. I think you should get out. I can think of a reason. Can you? But I lost a massive amount of money in my IRA. And you're exactly right, John. It makes no sense in an IRA. On the other hand, once the stock starts breaking down, and let me use the example of CRTD. I had more than 100,000 shares, but let's just use 100,000 shares. Once it broke, of course, it all happened so quickly before you could think. But let's say it went from 150 to $1. Well, at $1, I should have, in a sane world, said, well, you know what? This doesn't feel like it's going to happen. Why don't I sell half or a quarter? But let me use the example of half. So now I only am exposed to the upside with 50%, but with that other half, I'm going to buy Finger. Well, of course, Finger was higher than, I think it was $6. So I'd still be down, but at least I'd have my money in something else that had the ability to recover. Anyway, you're absolutely right, John. It's no one, you're correct. Mock Kitty all you want. He'll wipe his tears with $100 bills while we languish in the cellar. Sounds like sour grapes. No, it's not sour grapes. It's not. I hope he makes a ton of money, and I hope you make, Spiny, I hope you make a lot of money following Roaring Kitty. I watched it. I was in the audience, wide open eyes. I didn't see anything that Roaring Kitty did over the last 45 days that made you money. If you listened to him and you got caught up in the hype, in fact, I think you lost money. Most people did anyway. That's my opinion. It's not sour grapes. It's not sour grapes. I hope you make a ton of money. Which brokers, they're supposed to, according to Matt, according to the protocol of the rule, you're supposed to be able to buy it anywhere. But I think brokers, in their what you sign, it's like they can refuse service to anyone at a restaurant. They can change the rules on you. All right, I'm going to go to the bottom and then I'm going to sign off. Jonathan Daly. What now for GTII? Where can you see this going, if at all? I think GTII is buried. It's in this new market called executive market or some expert market, which to me it's seller boxed. There's several people working very hard to bring companies in, and I don't think they're going to quit. There's 2 or 3 people who want maybe to step in as CEO. There's the guy who's on the board who comes from a short selling hedge fund, who I think is acting CEO right now, or that's the proposal. They're going to go into receivership and have a receiver, and the responsibility of the receiver is to protect the corpus, to protect the asset. They're going to be in lawsuits or whatever it is. I've asked, I'll try to do a video on that. I haven't read it, the filings. There will be an incentive from the lawyers to get everyone to settle because that helps the shorts. And there may be a settlement. It won't help you. It won't help you. The new CEO has the right to make $20 million if he can get the stock to $2. I think that's just gross. I think it's disgusting. But anyway, that's what he negotiated. I don't know with whom. Probably in the mirror, he negotiated it. So there's a potential they'll get it to $2. I don't see it going much higher than that. It'll stay there long enough. If he's in charge, it'll stay there long enough that he can get his bonus and sell it. Court legal systems, my experience is they wipe out shareholders and they cleanse everything. So the new co will just be either a shell or it will be a new company. And I bet there's a cram down. I'm not very optimistic in any of that. There are some young guys who are working very hard. And I think when they take it over, they'll do a good job. But legal processes take months, if not years, unless there's a settlement. And during that time, I think, while it's on this so-called expert market, I think they'll be moving the naked short, the counterfeit position from Alpine into Pinto's Securities, LLC. And by the time the judge gets to see it, the lawyers will do all sorts of Johnny Cochran bullshit. And the judge, they'll say, well, we'll cross it in the expert market, Your Honor. And we've had a look at the expert market, and we feel a penny is the dutiful price. There's some legal term I can't remember. And they'll end up crossing it all at a low price. I think GTII, as long as it, and this, I haven't changed this for a year. The CEO hasn't given up. There's a fight still going on. Until we can end this bloody hell and say it's over, then there will be a period of creating a business plan, looking at different options. But then if we can establish a starting date, I think there are ways to get GTII not only to $2, but maybe to $9 or $10 or $15. It'll take time. It'll take selflessness on the part of CEO and other people. I mean, obviously they need to get a salary and participate a bit. But this $20 million payday, no, in my opinion, CEO shouldn't get that. There could be an incentive pool for everybody involved. There's no way to share that with shareholders without it being meaningless. But an incentive pool for maybe all the employees and equity, the the people that come in with assets, something. But I think you need a CEO who, one, has judgment, two, will not do a deal with the criminals, and three, has a strategy, many strategies, and four, is willing to work like a European CEO rather than a USA CEO, and just get compensated with the rest of the team. So there is a chance. And by the way, Jonathan, you have no choice now. You can try to sell to get out. I doubt you'll get out. But you might. You might. If you get out, then you don't have any upside. I'm sure when there's a new company, you'll have a chance to invest. But I think it's a situation where we're in the middle of, we're at the end of July. If I had to predict, nothing's going to happen in 2024, nothing, unless there's some sort of sitting around a coffee table with everybody. Everyone agrees to hold each other harmless, and they agree to a deal that the only reason the criminals will agree to any deal is if somehow limit their risk on the short position. So anyway, I think for the rest of the year, you just pay close attention to what's going on legally. And I'll try to do some videos on that. I think you should look to trade other stocks. And maybe if you have profits, you can come back to this. But Jonathan, I really want to emphasize something. The 40-year, 44-year bull market is coming to an end. I think there's going to still be one massive run-up. But I don't know that we have that much time left to try to make our money back in GTII. I think you should try some other things to make some money back. Give up on the dream of a squeeze. Give up on the dream of the squeeze. I do think there's a way to make not only a viable company in GTII, to make an extremely prosperous company in GTII. I think you have whales on your side, and I think you have some well-meaning young men on your side. And you have exceptional legal advice. I think it's, I think there's some clarity now. And here's my clarity. It makes no sense to sell it. Makes no sense to sell it. Why? Because you can't sell it for anything anyway. A penny, 2 pennies. If you need the tax loss, you can always sell it in December. And why not stick around and see what kind of magic rabbit can be pulled out of the hat? Why not wait and see if some magical things can happen by hardworking people? Yeah, I think XRP is interesting. I just can't, I'm not fluent in it. Aaron Foxhunter Ambrose, I can understand your depression and your lack of belief in FingerMotion. Don't know what you paid for FingerMotion, but if I assume you paid the highest price over the last couple of years, maybe you paid $9. So you're down massively from $9 in FingerMotion. GTII, there might be a miracle. I don't think it'll be a miracle. I think it'll be hard work by some well-intentioned men. But if you want to be depressing about finger, please do. You have to make a decision. Is FingerMotion like GTII? Is FingerMotion like KNW? Is FingerMotion like COSM? Is FingerMotion like CR? Only you can make that decision. I suggest this weekend you take out a pad of paper after you listen to 2 or 3 of Martin Shen's interviews. Print out the last 5 or 6 press releases from Finger. Sit down with a pad of paper and make, with a clear head, do it in the morning. Write down what you read. Just make notes of what you read. And if after you've done that homework, you decide that Finger, if it ever does anything, as you put it, if you think that's what Finger is, and if it ever does anything, stop. I would guess you should just sell. But I think if you listen to the interviews, take notes, if you print out the last half dozen news releases and write down, read it and write down the things that catch your eye. I think after you go through that exercise, take you an hour and a half, you'll start to see that Finger is going to do things. But if you want to lump it in with GTI, which is a piece of shit, which can change, that's your choice. I really can't help you. But if you want to listen to Finger, and I'm not going to do it right now. I've done it so many times. I'll try to maybe do a video over the weekend. But if you want Finger to come to life, listen to the interviews, read the press releases, go to the website, learn about Finger. I have no idea what you paid for it. I don't know if it's the larger position or the smaller position in your account. There is risk. It's Chinese. There's risk. There's risk. I'm not going to go through it though. If Finger gets to profitability, which is predicted sort of this year, but remember this year goes into February next year for Finger. If Finger starts having visibility of growth, they've just announced a massive contract which you refuse to visualize. You refuse it if it ever does anything. But Finger is under a concentrated, continuous, relentless attack by Jeff Easton's clients. They want to get it to under $1. They want to seller box it. And what's one of the reasons it could be? It's because Martin Shen said in his interview he needed to raise money. What's one of the modus operandi of Jeff Easton's clients? Keep the pressure on, sell the stock price down, so that when a judge looks, or a lawyer looks, or a CEO looks, or a lying investment banker comes into the office representing a client, which happens to be the short sellers, well, we love the story and we agree with you. It could be a $30 stock, but look at the market price. It's $1. And we need to do it at a discount to the dollar. We need some warrants, and we need some conversion rights, and we need to do it in tranches. So they price it at 75 cents. That's their strategy. But Aaron Fox Hunter Ambrose, you can't help it but believe still that the system works. You can't help it but believe that the stock price is telling you more truth than the behavior of Wall Street is. You can't help but believe that because the stock is down, it's a piece of shit. And you ignore that the criminals, I mean, maybe you believe they're real. Okay, they're real. They're real. Maybe you believe there's so many private placements done in Finger that that's what's the selling. Maybe you believe that the fails to deliver is because it's stock from overseas. When does it end? Maybe you believe it's good clients every day selling stock they don't own, but then buying it back at the end of the day, and there's systems in place. Maybe that's all the things you believe with Finger. I don't know. You've had chances to trade Finger, so you obviously believe it, at least at one point in your life, you believe Finger was going to go higher, and you were afraid to sell it at 6 or 7. So maybe you still have some of that belief. I don't know. But I'm not going to go through it again. Please, if you print out 6 press releases, listen to the interviews, you're going to hear a CEO who is committed to not diluting his stock. And I think you're going to be surprised, Aaron Fox under Ambrose. Let me ask you something, Aaron Fox under Ambrose. Let me ask you something. Is the only way for a CEO or a company to raise money through equity? Is the only way a company can raise $5, $10, $15 million through equity? I'll just ask you that. I think you're going to be surprised at the answer once you think about it. So I don't agree with you. I don't think your only hope is MMTLP. By the way, there's people on Twitter still saying that this has to be resolved by trading. If you still own MMTLP, I think you're committing financial suicide. If you still own MMTLP, I think you're committing personal malpractice. You simply must move your MMTLP to NextBridge and get the real shares of NextBridge. But if you don't want to do that and you want to sit and be victim, I mean, we're used to being victims, but you can act. MMTLP is worthless. It is a unit of accounting to show, to record, to keep track of an obligation that your broker has to you to deliver to you shares of NextBridge. And if you're sitting there being a victim, I'm going to wait. Oh, my only hope is MMTLP. I'm going to listen to these self-interested idiots on Twitter. And I'm just going to assume the Congress or the market or I'm entitled to my shares. Therefore, I'm going to stay in MMTLP. You're committing malpractice on your own self, as they might say. Get up off your rear end, Aaron. And I say that with all politeness. And my rear end is hurting me right now. Pick up the phone, call your brokerage firm, and pull out your statement, print out your thing. Hi, this is Aaron Foxhunter Ambrose. I own 17,000 shares of MMTLP in my account with you. Oh, yes, sir. Well, I would like to request that my shares of MMTLP be transferred to the transfer agent into NextBridge, as is my right as a shareholder. Well, sir, let me put you on hold and let me call you. I've sent an email to my department and we should hear back in 10 days. Well, wait a minute. Can I get a copy of that email? No, sir. I've sent it, and am I going to get my shares of NextBridge? Well, sir, they say we can do it, but I won't know personally until Mrs. Bloodthirsty in receiving gets back to me in New Jersey. Okay, click. Make a note of it. Send an email. Next day. Hi, this is Aaron Fox under Ambrose. I spoke with somebody in your department yesterday. I have a good account with you. I have 17,000 shares of MMTLP, which I'd like to have transferred to NextBridge. Oh, hang on, sir. And you listen to music that's worse than the band that played at the convention last night. Come back in. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Well, I see that we sent an email and it's in process. Did you talk to the people? When will it? Well, I don't know, sir, when it's going to happen, but we can assure you it's going to happen. Is it in your system? Well, sir, it's still with Mrs. Bloodthirsty in our New York office. Okay, next day. Hi, I'm Aaron Ambrose, and I have 17,000 shares of MMTLP I'd like to have transferred. Can you tell me when that's going to be done? Oh, no, sir. It's still, anyway, you go through until they finally say, sir, the transfer is in process. It's going to cost you $80. Well, can you debit my account? Well, sir, we see that you have $240 in your money market. We can take it there. And you will be receiving physical certificates directly from the DTCC in your name. And then you can send those in to the transfer agent. Oh, that's great. When can I expect it? Well, it shows here in my records that Mrs. Bloodthirsty processed that on August 1. So we think it should be with you within the next 6 weeks. Do I know it's coming to me? Well, no, we think it'll be there before 6 weeks. Do I have any right? Sir, I can tell you that Mrs. Bloodthirsty's doing this. And then you can call in, or you can call in 6 weeks and say, I've never received it. Is it on its way? Oh, yes, sir. We sent it to the DTCC. They're just going to get it to you. Can I get a reference number? Yes, sir. Hold on. And then you get your shares of NextBridge. Then you are no longer tied up. You might get a dividend distribution that's bigger than your investment. You get away from the idiots on Twitter that are telling you to do nothing, and you act. And if I had to guess, there will be dilution in the shares of NextBridge because they need to raise money. I also believe they're going to do a deal with Roth Capital because that was announced. I also believe that Roth Capital has clients who are the short sellers, whether intentionally or not. So I'm not telling you anymore there's going to be a big potential short squeeze. But what I do know is NextBridge is going to get funded. I do know that Greg McCabe is on your side. I do know it's an oil and gas asset. And if you want to wait for settlement, you're an idiot. You're a complete idiot. And God's not going to answer your prayers. Can I be any more blunt? The only person that can settle MMTLP right now is you. It's you. Transfer your MMTLP to NextBridge. It's the only thing Wall Street owes you is 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. And if you saw in the one of the the things I print out and read to you from FINRA or the SEC, or from I think it was from FINRA, the responsibility's on you to request that transfer. Now you're going to say, I'm a victim, I'm sitting back, and I'm praying that it settles soon. You're an idiot. Initiate the transfer yourself. The bus or the aircraft, doors wide open. Go get your shares. If you don't, your recourse is lawsuit. And the gentleman on Twitter that is telling you, oh, we're entitled, oh, we'll file a lawsuit. Who's going to pay for it? It'll be $250,000 to walk into the door. Do you have $250,000 to press a lawsuit? That's the start. It'll end up being $10 or $20 million. For a class, it could be more than that. You're not going to ever file a lawsuit. And those guys on Twitter aren't going to do it either for you. Nobody's going to do it. You have to take agency. You have to settle your own MMTLP. How? Go get the shares. Wall Street owes you 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP, and right now you can do it for free. If you think somebody is going to finance a lawsuit, if you sit in MMTLP and the door shut on the bus and the gate closes on the aircraft, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. If someone does this as a class action, they'll take half, 40%. The other half will be sold to investors to finance the hard costs of the lawsuit. So out of the 20% that's left for shareholders, present value, you're not going to get very much. And on top of that, if you pay attention to the filings, the lawyers on the other side are well paid. They're going to come up with reasons why it's worth 0 to you, why it's worth $298 to you, why, Your Honor, the others, they were just speculating. They don't deserve anything. Your Honor, he had a chance to move his shares, but he never did. So it's unfair, Your Honor. At this point, Your Honor, time has gone by. My client stood ready and willing to provide the shares, but Aaron Ambrose did nothing to claim the shares. So, Your Honor, the time has passed. We believe he abandoned his rights. But you don't have a lawyer to fight. It's in arbitration. MMTLP is worthless, Aaron. MMTLP is worthless. There will be no settlement for MMTLP that's different than a settlement for NextBridge. It'll all be part and parcel. My opinion, there'll be no settlement in MMTLP that pays any big number. My opinion. There's no judge, Aaron, that's going to give you what you missed out on a short squeeze. No judge. None. No one. Nobody. And the other side is going to have arguments, like I just said. They'll add to it. Well, Your Honor, if we paid $50 a share, that's going to break our what we believe is the original shareholders should have their stock but the rest, we're willing to return their money. You don't know what the judge is going to approve. You don't know. But you're going to pray. I pray this settles. I pray. Wall Street took away 2 days of trading. And I know that there might be 1 billion shares counterfeit, and there's only 165 million real shares. I know the other side has Gibson Dunn, Baker Hostetler, and all the high-priced attorneys on their side. I know Congress is on their side. I know the lobbyists are on their side. I know the regulators are on their side. I know time is on their side. But I'm going to pray. I pray that I'm going to get what I deserve. There's 1 billion of shares out there needing to get into 165 million real shares. I pray it gets done. I pray for settlement. I'm listening to Double D Diligence on Twitter that I'm entitled, and I pray my entitlement comes to me. Do you know how idiotic you're being if that's what you're doing? There's 165 million real shares sitting at the transfer agent. And because you're listening to Double D Diligence, you're not moving your shares. The vault is wide open. Last number I heard is there's only 50,000 or so shares, maybe 40, maybe 60, that have been claimed. That means there's 100 million real shares sitting over there. And you're going to pray. I pray for settlement. I pray for settlement. I know there's people out there working. There's going to be a lawsuit. I know Congress is going to come to my aid. And I think the SEC is going to help me. And FINRA, oh boy, they're a crack team right there. And I know that the people at NextBridge are on my side, even though NextBridge's loyalty is to 165 million real shares. I know they're going to look out for me too. And no, I think the best thing for me to do, I'm going to pray for a settlement. And I know that settlement's going to be big because Double D is telling me it. I just cannot believe the misplaced trust and the forfeiture of personal responsibility for your own finances. I don't understand it. I do not understand it. You, without a legal battle, without writing letters, without calling Congress, without standing out on the highway until you're 85 years old with a sign, without going to bed saying I was robbed every night for the rest of your life, you can simply call your broker dealer and go get your real shares. That's your settlement. You're settled. You have real shares. Oh, but Double D is telling me that what if they get MMTLP trading and what if there's a settlement that gives a big cash? And then I might not be able to get it out of the transfer agent soon enough to come over and get it. And I try. Oh, he's such a good guy. He's looking out for me. That argument makes no sense at all. Have you seen anything the SEC does quickly? Have you ever seen a settlement that's done quickly? You're going to have plenty of time to, if you want, to get out of real shares back to fake shares. The idiocy of that astonishes me. Why would someone want ersatz shares versus real shares? I don't get it. Why would someone want a Gucci watch they can buy on the sidewalk rather than one that they have to go into the Gucci store to buy that has a validation that it's real? I don't get it, but you will have time to move. They will have, in a settlement, as you call it, they will have to notice everyone. The settlement will take time in its final negotiations, and it will have to be approved. And there'll be releases all around. You'll have plenty of time if you want to go from real to fake. But guess what? In reality, you're probably not going to have to do that. Because if there are 1 billion shares, and I've heard there could be 2 billion shares counterfeit, in order to get all parties to a settlement, they're going to need the real shares too. And you've got Greg McCabe working for you, at least if you're one of the 165 million shares. I think any deal, settlement, is going to include all parties. And guess what, Aaron? Guess what? If you own real shares of NextBridge, there may be dilution, but that will also translate into what you call a settlement for MMTLP. But with that money, they're going to drill wells. I just read to you there's 5 distinct reservoirs. They're going to renew the leases. They're going to define those reservoirs. They're going to add to their lease position. What are they going to do, Aaron? They're going to increase the value of your real shares while you hang on to fake MMTLP. Now, you can argue all day long. What's fair, what would be fair, you can go to a dinner table with your friends. You know what would be fair is they should give me, and for my MMTLP, whatever NextBridge is now worth. That's what's fair, plus a penalty. That's what I think's fair. Who's gonna fight for that for you? Congress? Lobby? Do you have a lobbying firm? Lawyer? You're going to start a class action? Aaron, stop praying, start doing. Move your MMTLP to NextBridge. The only 2 things Double D tells you you're going to miss out on is what if it starts trading MMTLP and you can get out? Or what if there's some sort of payout and you need to be an MMTLP and you're stuck over there and you can't move the transfer agent? This is all hogwash. And if you listen to it, you deserve what comes to you. Move your shares. That's your settlement. You don't have to pray. You can act. And I'm telling you, even if you own the real shares, you've been wronged. You've been wronged. And there's justifiable claims. And if there's a class action, that'll all be rolled in. But the benefit you get, what if NextBridge starts producing the Johnson prospect? They drill 5 more wells and then they raise some money and they do a couple of patterns and maybe they get it up to 50 wells producing. They have cash flow. You might get dividends in 1 year that are more. Maybe McCabe says, you know what? No CapEx this year on these. We're going to distribute everything to make our shareholders happy. And we'll delay a year before we we spend our revenue on further drilling. I bet you could get a dividend that more than pays for what you paid for MMTLP. So stop praying, start acting. That if you're hoping on MMTLP, you're on dope. Move to NextBridge. And Finger, I think you're going to be rewarded. So out of your portfolio of GTII, Finger, and MMTLP, I think you've got two that the book's not closed on. And I think every bit of a reasonable upside remains. I think Wall Street has short squeezes under control for the time being. Carter's, no, I don't. I think that your interpretation of what happened with GME is one interpretation. I think it was prearranged. My own opinion is Laughing Kitty, who's gonna be I'm jealous of, and I've got sour grapes, and he's gonna be blowing his nose with $100 bills. Roaring Kitty. To me, he was a signal. Just like that woman behind Trump held up her sign that seemed to start everything. I think he was the prearranged signal. That's my opinion. It could be wrong. Anything's possible. But I think it was prearranged. And I think Wall Street, the criminals said to the CEO, I forgot his name right now, hey, you help us do this, we'll fund you. You sell stock to us. We'll make sure you have billions of dollars in your company. You never worry about retirement. You'll have enough money to create a company. And more, I bet they also promised we'll help you become a miniature Amazon. So I don't think that's going to happen with Finger. More than that, I don't think Martin would agree to it because it has to be agreed by the CEO. They cannot force that to happen. That's true. I don't know if I said last chance, but I might have. I remember X1. I remember making that point. I felt that Logic prior to the look, X1. Most people are bored of hearing this. For over a year, Aubrey Advisors, who had done 100 SPACs, Aubrey Advisors sponsored a SPAC in Logic's subsidiary, DataLogic. And for over a year, they talked about what Logic would be worth. At the time, it was 25 cents. They still hadn't distributed DataLogic, which became Collective Audience. As it turns out, I bet I don't have time to do the arithmetic, but X1, I'll try to do it before Monday. I have a feeling if you include the collective audience distribution and Logic, it's still over 25 cents. Because you got no, maybe I'm wrong. You got one share of collective audience for every 8 shares of Logic. Was that it? So collective audience, I think 60 cents times divided by 8. All right, so that's 7.5 cents. So it's plus 2 cents. So the value right now, you saw me do it. I'm not promising my arithmetic is correct, but basically it's 7.5 cents. Logic closed at 2.5 cents. The value is 10 cents. You paid 25 cents. Not thrilling, but if Act 1. And you might be working for the clients of Aubrey Advisors. I don't know. But if Aubrey Advisors had done an honest financing and an honest DSPAC, it is my opinion and my judgment that Aubrey Advisors set up a sting operation and their clients, maybe it was Polar, stole $100 million worth out of the market. That was a disastrous DSPAC, and it affected Logic. Do I think they could make it go down to 0.002? Anything's possible. Anything is possible. But no, if the CEO stupidly does a toxic convertible note, I guess it's possible. I don't think he will. I do not think he will. And Act 1, if you've been listening, you just, because there's no research analysts anymore, there's no retail buying, you just focus on, you make a statement that's a not for nothing statement. It's just idiotic. Well, you said it was the last chance to buy it at 25. I doubt I said it that way. I'd probably put a might be in there because that's typically how I do it. But I know I went on to fully explain myself, what I meant. Is it my fault that Aubrey Advisors criminally screwed the pooch in my judgment? I don't know. I don't know anyone at Aubrey Advisors. I'm told they're great people. The only other option is they're idiots. They're incompetent. I don't know which I'd rather be. If I'd done 100 SPAC deals and I put myself out as a great Wall Street firm, would I rather be known as incompetent or that I was complicit? I don't know which would be better. But Act 1, I don't agree with you. Anything's possible in the short run. You have a panic in the market, you have a spike downward, the CEO makes an idiotic decision to listen to Aubrey Advisors again. I don't think that's going to happen. The CEO doesn't stick by the valuations they have, and then they do the conversion, the calculations on the stock price you get it down to. I don't think they're going to do that, though. I think you're going to be sorely disappointed. But just to give you the bottom line, Act 1, they've already got an announced binding deal that's worth 5 cents a share, supposed to settle by the end of July. Things can take longer. So if it doesn't, you come on and say, well, you said it was going to do by the end of July. How do we know it's not going to be September? I don't know. I don't. But that's 5 cents a share. In the press release, 2 more, which are either all or part of a series, which is going to be worth $750 million all told. We get 15% of that. If you use 300 million shares outstanding, which is partly your guys' fault and Aubrey Advisors, because it's a double from when the stock was 25 cents. To my memory, it was 90 million shares out. And then it went to 125 million, then it went to 150. Now it's 300 million authorized because of your guys' action. You're very self-fulfilling. And then you come to me and you're saying, oh, maybe you can go. Yeah, maybe if you were dealing with one of the other companies that are still in your thrall. The CEO's no longer in your thrall. And I think he's got the salesmanship skills in a good way that's going to convince the CEOs of the various private companies that are going to come in all at once at that valuation of $750 million 40 cents a share, X1. 40 cents a share. Let me ask you this, X1. Because of your genius, you made a video on how, quote, last chance to buy at 25 cents, unquote. And you never explained what you meant. I think I did. But anyway, let's take it at your representation. Ever. And it went down to 0.02 after you and your friends destroyed it with a disastrous financing and de-SPAC. So maybe it can go down to 0.002. You said A would happen, but B happened, so therefore maybe C can happen. Okay, love it. I'm sure you get through life with that kind of thinking. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. But if you read the press releases, unlike you go by Acts 1, the principals at Logic put out press release, you have their name, they can go to jail if they're lying. You can lie and you can hide. But anyway, let me just ask you a question. The stock closed at .021. And by the way, I still think there's risk in the trade. Otherwise, the stock would be trading higher. There's the risk you guys continue to suppress the price. You guys continue to counterfeit. Also, that you find an investment banker that lies to the CEO and the board and convince them to do business. And then there's probably problems. But let me ask you that, even with all of that, it closed at 0.021. 0.021. We know there's a binding deal worth 5 cents. Binding. It's agreed. We know there's at least 2, maybe it's more, but we know there's a series of deals. The letter of intent's already signed. And in the press release, the combined value is going to be over $750 million. There's 300 million shares out. We got 15%, it's 40 cents. Let me ask you, X1. Maybe it can go to 20 cents instead of 0.002. A company that has 750 million in value, has revenue streams, maybe some cash, maybe it can go to 20 cents instead of 40 cents. Maybe it goes to 20 cents. So you can FUD, oh, maybe it goes to 0.002. Could. Tell you what, if it went to 0.002, I'd sell my furniture and go buy some. Depending on why. I reserve the reason why. Why was Ham's Twitter account banned? You know why. He reposted and then stated in his statement that short sellers should be. That's why he was banned. He wrote it and he reposted it. I'm not going to say it out loud because this is YouTube. Where democracy dies in darkness. And I know that Democrats are looking out for democracy, and YouTube is too. So I can't say what that is. That's why he got banned. Just be careful, guys. He doesn't have a track record of picking winning trades. Thank you, X1. And thank you for your care that you have for everyone here. When's your last winning trade? Oh, we can't join in? You just sell stock down, down, down. By the way, I'm not going to defend myself. It's not true. Many of my ideas have worked, and many of my trades have given you chances to make money. Many. So I don't agree with your assessment, but thank you for stopping by, X1. I agree with you, Heath Roach. I think they're gonna, I don't know if they'll be gone, but they won't be a threat anymore. I don't think they'll be a threat. Can they short the finger dividend? If they want to join in for sure in the fraud, they could try that. But I don't think they will, because it's not the first time that they've seen a special dividend. And I think they know that we're watching them, and there's lawyers out there. If a broker dealer were to put in your account a fake dividend, a short, they'd get in trouble. Now, they could be, if they're honest with you, which I don't know that they will, they may say to you, you know, we did not settle our trades, so we owe you a dividend, but we don't have it right now. If they were up front and they put that in writing, I think they'd protect themselves. But they won't do that because it could cause the very squeeze they want to avoid. Now, I think there's going to be two ways they get out of this. They go buy finger stock. I don't see them doing that. The other way is they'll create some sort of dividend or derivative or legal document that passes muster that they can put in your account. And just look at what they did with GTII. They hemmed, they hauled, they stalled, they lied, and eventually the stock price came down. So they can go in the market and buy stock back. But Phil, I'm so sick of repeating the same thing over and over again. What Jeff Easton does at Lynn Partners is he signs up a CEO. His 4 clients start shorting the stock right away. So they create money out of thin air. The money's real, but the stock they sell is fake. Then they continue to keep that pressure down. They sign a deal that gets through the prime broker with seedy lawyers, and they just turn a market cap of, well, not a cap, an outstanding 10 million shares, they turn it into 1 billion shares. And they keep the pressure on the company. The company comes back like CRTD to Jeff Easton and takes more money. They do an at the market offering. They do it over and over again. And it's dilute. They have 1 billion shares outstanding. So then if in that case Finger tries a dividend, doesn't matter. They can go buy as many as they want, and it doesn't cost anything. And that's what they did with GTII. And mostly they didn't buy back GTII. What did they do? They stalled, they bullshitted, and they've got GTII, to me, seller boxed. It's not what it's called. It's called expert market. Now they have all the time in the world to play their games. And they'll do it with, a judge will think, oh, that sounds reasonable, an expert market. And their lawyers will snowball the attorneys. And your attorneys, who you don't pay for, will want to settle. It's not pretty. But so with the Finger situation, the problem is, Phil, they are using this same pattern, this same strategy on hundreds of companies, hundreds of offerings, thousands. And they're going to keep doing it with Finger. So the 4 hedge funds behind the genius Jeff Easton, let me give the other slide of that. can never find anything right away. I just read it to you. Anyway, doesn't matter. I can't find it. Jeffrey Frommer says that Jeff Easton is a great gentleman, all that. He put it in a press release. Well, the difference is, Phil, do I have to just keep saying the same thing over and over again? Let me show you something, Phil. Ham uses a ridiculous number. He says that each installation of FingerMotion on the cars, the emergency vehicles, costs $100,000. And FingerMotion gets 20%. He says there's 5 million cars, emergency vehicles. So they get 20,000 per vehicle, and there's 5 million of them. It's one contract, Bill. That's what Ham just said. It's not the first time I heard it either. So what's net for a finger? $20,000 a vehicle times 5 million. You know what that is, Phil? I don't believe it. It's 100 billion in profit for Finger. Personally, it just sounds preposterous. So what I did is take it and assume that it really is 100,000 won, 100,000 renminbi per vehicle, not $100,000. So that works out to 13,750. 13,750 times 0.2, it works out to $2,750 per car in profit. That's believable to me. Their part might be 2,000 or 3,000. So if we use 2.75 and we multiply it by 5 million cars, vehicles, that's 13 billion. 750,000. Of course, we don't know how long it takes to install. 13 billion. How many shares are outstanding of FingerMotion, Phil? 52 million. $264 per share out of this one contract if it generates 3,000, almost 3,000 a car to Finger. You want to say it just generates 1,000 per car? It's $88 per share. You want to say it generates $50 per car? It's $44 per share. You want to say it generates $25 cars, $22 a share from this one contract with the government. You think it's the last contract? I don't know if you guys, I don't know if you guys really should invest in anything because you don't seem to have the ability to extrapolate. And look, Axe One is right. These shares and this is just some of them that I suggested in December. I suggested Wolf. It's not on here. I know I did. I suggested a couple others, but most of them are down. Remember, Axe One's friends, all they do is sell counterfeit shares. This suppresses everything. And then the CEO cannot implement her business plan. I mean, it's the perfect crime. But in the case of Finger, you have a CEO who's not going to go back to Axe One. And you have a CEO with one contract. At $22 per car is 10 times the price of the stock right now. And remember, when I said 22, I chopped that way down, way, way down. That's one contract. I just read to you how in China they collect data from every car, at least electric vehicles. The government does. That's the data that FingerMotion is using their algorithms, their scientists to mine. You don't think there'll be other contracts? Yes, they can. I don't think they will short the dividend to you. In other words, put a counterfeit dividend in there because they don't want to lose their license. And there are honest people on Wall Street and they're aware of it. But what I think they will do is put a placeholder in there or stall you and lie to you. Oh, it's taking time, like they did with GTII. So yes, to answer your question, the theory of your question, they can play around with it. They don't have to go out and buy shares. But here's what I predict. The longer they wait, Finger is not going down into the executive market. It's not going down. Finger's going to go to 4, 6, 8, 10. Those are predictions, not promises to Axe One. But as it goes up, the back office is going to say, we got to buy this in. This dividend that we're holding as a placeholder, this warrant, when it crosses $7 and maybe the stock goes to $20, oh my gosh, we got to buy all this in. And then you could have what you're waiting for. So they will not expose themselves to fraud. They may find ways to stall and put a legal document in there that buys time. But FingerMotion's own earnings growth is going to catch them out, in my judgment. Did the short make a deal with Reichman? I mean, I'm tempted to say you said it, I didn't. But it is my opinion that the guy that's there now is there to protect the shorts. That's my judgment. It's my opinion. I'll change it if I find out. But that's it. I mean, it's idiotic to think that a guy that has years and sophistication in the derivatives market and works for a short hedge fund, as I understand it, would go become a CEO of a shell company. Or COO. Thank you, Nunya. Nunya. I don't see any protection. The only protection I see is Elon Musk's PAC says they're going to do something, but I don't see any. I don't see any. So I'm not getting any. Whatever happens, happens. Hey, Billy Ray. I think they're going to let it happen in the blue states. It's all about changing the electoral, Nunya. It's really scary. It's all about changing the electoral map. So they'll make Oregon, for example, go for, I don't know what they have, from 17 electoral college votes to 50. They'll make New York go from third largest to first largest. They'll make California even bigger. They'll make, Nunya, it's part of the reason that I emphasize that everybody needs to try to get their own financial house in order. I think the country's going to fall apart. I think by the time I'm in my dotage, or maybe sooner, I'd say by the time we're in within the next 10 years, I think our country breaks apart. Unless Trump's successful at getting that optimism of our idea back, I think our country falls apart. Mexican, Webull have processed your request to transfer to AST. That doesn't give me a lot of comfort, but at least you have that. In my case, the one I did this year, they said it took 6 weeks. Personally, I think it took 8. But when I look at their timestamp, I mean, they picked the time to start. It was 6 weeks from the time they chose to say they started. So I would guess you'll get them in 6 weeks or 8. From the time I was bugging them, it was 8 weeks. So 6 to 8 weeks. And if you don't get it by then they're just lying to you. But that, I don't trust Webull at all. But it's possible. It's possible they have shares. So that's good, Mexican. E-Trade is telling your sister that MMTLP is delisted and she can't do anything about it. Well, talk to somebody else. Now, I will tell you, Mexican, my broker's E-Trade, and I got my shares. I felt so lucky to get them. I didn't believe I was going to get them. I did not believe it. It is possible E-Trade's run out of shares. It is possible. But Mexican, that's not just based on what's written there. E-Trade is telling my sister that MMTLP is delisted and she can't do anything about it. Number one, that's not what she asked E-Trade. It's not what she asked. It is true MMTLP is delisted. It has no value. But if you, I don't have it in front of me. I think that it was supposed to expire on the 14th. They expired it on the 13th, I think. But what MMTLP, your sister owned MMTLP. It gave her a right, if she owned MMTLP on the effective date, which to my memory was the 12th, the Monday, and she did, she is entitled to 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. So if they told her that, it's nonsense. She needs to call back, and she might have to put it in writing. She didn't ask them if MMTLP is listed. It's not. It is. It doesn't exist. Not only that, it's expired. It's worthless. But that doesn't change the fact that E-Trade owes her 1 share of NextBridge for every share of MMTLP she owned by the close of business. I think it was the 12th, the Monday, by the close of business on the 12th. And I think they expired it the next day. It's E-Trade who didn't honor their commitment. Your sister did what was right. She held the MMTLP through the record date. The effective date. They owe her the shares. E-Trade's lying to her. Now, I don't take it as a good sign. I think it might mean that E-Trade's out of stock, but I would try again tomorrow. She's not arguing that. Your sister agrees. Yeah. The word isn't, I don't believe it's delisted, but that might be the word they have on their record. I think it expired. It's not, MMTLP doesn't exist anymore. What's in your account is a placeholder. It's got a CUSIP number that allows the auditors to keep track of the obligation E-Trade has to your sister. But MMTLP is not anything. And you can listen to Double D all you want. MMTLP does not exist. It's an ex-parent. But the obligation that E-Trade has to you, Morgan Stanley has to her, to give her 1 share of NextBridge hydrocarbons for each share of MMTLP, that is their obligation. Now, Mexican, you can tell her. Double D will tell you, oh, you're entitled. Look up the court cases. Look, you're entitled. I'm entitled. I'm entitled to be in love, and I'm entitled to be happy and have children. And for all the work I've done in my life, I'm entitled to live a better life. I'm entitled. Now, you have a right to that 1 share. But if they don't give it to you, you got to go to court. Who's going to pay for that? Not Double D or any of his friends. And I'll tell you, most people in the community won't pay for it either. Not NextBridge. No one's going to pay for it. It's real money. So I don't want to be negative, but it's possible there are no more shares available at E-Trade. And if that's the case, she's kind of out of luck. But it's not hopeless. It's not hopeless. But let's not assume that's the case yet. Let's believe that if she calls in and says, I am entitled, as Double D would say, or I am owed 1 share of NextBridge for every MMTLP, and see what they say then, because they are. It's not that it's delisted. That doesn't mean jack. It doesn't mean jack. She should have the dates ready. I have it somewhere here. I can read it to you another time. But I think the record date was December 8th. And the final, the final date was December 12th. She was there for that. So she can do something about it. Put it in writing. I would put that in writing in a notebook or email it back. But when she calls back, just say, look, that's not what I'm asking you. I understand that MMTLP is worthless. But you, E-Trade, I paid cash for my shares, and you put a IOU in my account. It was your responsibility to settle my trade. It was your responsibility to ask for delivery. This is on you. Everybody's watching. You need to give me the shares I'm entitled to. Don't take no for an answer. Now, if they're out of shares, I don't think they are. I think they still have shares. If they're out of shares, you're going to be in a position where everybody's going to be who listened to Double D. You're going to have to trust Double D. And since you listened to them, maybe that's the way to go. But it won't be hopeless because we are not quitting as a community, as they call it. And we're not going to quit in Congress. We're not going to quit with Devin. We're not going to quit. I'm not going to quit. And there's a lot of people working hard. There is a crime here. I think there will be a settlement. I think the whales will help. But it's not guaranteed. What is guaranteed is the shares of NextBridge have value. Yeah, sorry, I muted. That was Ham calling in, and he didn't want to be live, and I couldn't let you hear him. But he was just pissed off with the trading, and not in a complaining way. It's just his fight. He's fighting. No, I don't think any more shares are needed, but I think every share helps. I think every share helps. I really think what's needed is 5 creditors. Just somebody the company owes $100 to, or $1,000 creditors. I tried to read part of the NextBridge 10K. I couldn't find where they have a greater impairment. And I have to admit, Sandman, that my eyesight has been disappointing me lately. It's very hard to read the small print. It's way too big to print out. My takeaway so far is that NextBridge got rid of that accounting firm Borders, which is great. They would never have been able to raise money with that crap firm that's been sanctioned. They restated their 22 earnings, and they've gotten their 23 done. Fantastic. I don't know if they have to do the first quarter and second quarter this year, but that's a small thing. I think it's great they got that all filed. So I think that's a prelude to raising money. That's my opinion. That's how I read it. They may still have to do the first and second quarters filings. I don't know. But I think they've done enough to raise money. So I think that's great. Yes, could they do it at $2 or $20 or $100? My opinion, they're using Roth Capital from a previous announcement, I think. My opinion is that the clients of Roth Capital are going to represent shorts. So there is going to be an attempt to cross counterfeit shares to get one short seller out of trouble, or 2 or 3 or 4. I think they'll be in there. And they're going to try to convince Roth Capital to do the deal at a low price. What works in our favor is McCabe, I don't think, will fall for that. John Berta negotiated that when he was in charge, and I think it goes to McCabe, they can turn down any client of Roth Capital that they suspect. They don't have to have a reason, but they do it because they suspect it's a short seller. So I think that works in our favor. Having said that, my guess is that the offering that Roth Capital does won't be at a very high price. That's my suspicion. Why? Because a couple of the transactions that have been done have ostensibly are done at a low share price, although it was in Louisiana. You can calculate the value of the upside of the wells they still have, the percentage ownership. But I'm Sandman. I'm not expecting a massive number per share when they raise money. However, what's exciting for me is if they raise the money, they can drill the 5 wells on the university lands and complete them by the end of the year. That is fantastic. In this filing, they said they found 5 distinct reservoirs. They want to delineate those reservoirs. Think of a cake. Think of amoeba floating in a water on top of another amoeba, but frozen in an ice cube. They just want to get and define the extent of each of those reservoirs. They may have to buy new acreage. Fantastic. They have to renew their acreage. It's great. The financing may disappoint us, and I'm getting ready for it too. However, it's going to do great things for the value of our shares because it's going to allow them to keep their leases. It's going to allow them to further delineate their reservoirs, and it's going to allow them to drill 5 more wells. They should be valuable. And it's going to allow them maybe to buy more acreage, lease more acreage, and to renew their acreage on 5 years. It is bloody fantastic. And then also in here, it looks like they might go to the same core group of investors who invested in the Johnson prospect. It doesn't say this year, but they might go to them to drill this year, maybe next year. And they can drill another set of wells on the Johnson prospects. Great news. This is all great news. This increases the value of your shares of NextBridge. It increases cash flow. It increases their ability maybe to even to give you a distribution. It's all fantastic. And if the financing price disappoints, remember, the next time they do a financing could be at a massive price. It's cyclical. It comes and goes. And I've seen companies do deals like, crap, why did they do that deal? But then they drill a bunch of good wells, and the next thing that deal, I can't even believe they got that deal done. It was at such a high price. So we'll see. The only thing I didn't see in the 10K that I want to see is what is this impairment? I have no idea what it is. The other thing I saw, by the way, Sandman, in the report, to my memory, they have about 120 million in tax loss carry forwards. Awesome. That means as they generate earnings, income, not revenue, income, they can earn $120 million going forward, and they don't have to pay any taxes. They can offset it with the tax loss carry forward. I mean, that's my understanding. I'm not an accountant. There might be some percentage that's much lower than 100%. But anyway, they get a huge tax benefit to those losses going forward. Who does it help? Ghostbusters. Who might get a cash distribution because of that help? It's great. I really liked it, Sandman. My bottom line is that by filing these two things, it allows the company to move forward with alacrity, and they should be able to raise money, I would guess, by September. And then, because they've got to, and then they'll drill those 5 wells and complete them by the end of the year. And the company is growing. The company is moving forward, and the shorts and the boo birds on Twitter and all the goal to get the company to do a bad deal, to not keep leases, to disappear. All of that risk is gone. I think this filing is absolutely fantastic. Can I be any clearer? You've seen GTII holders attacking others who have questions? Oh my gosh. How have you lived through it? How do you live through that? Are you saying human beings get upset with each other? Oh, that's preposterous. You guys blocked everyone who raised the red flags about GTII. Now you're here being victims. That's just false. That's false. I know that I always, to the point of absolute emotional draining, I've always tried to answer every single question. When I've blocked people, it's because they're being cruel, bullies and liars. And I think you're pretty close to it, but I'm not going to block you. The red flags are there, but we told you guys, which is an assholeian name, you're part of the crew that is counterfeiting shares. I'm not going to go through it again on GTII. I believe the stock was squeezing. I cannot, we told you guys, control the decisions of David Reichman. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't control the decisions of investors to move over and get ripped off by Cosmo that takes 35 million out. I can't control. Am I talking like Biden? Whispering? I cannot control what Alpine does. I can't control that your friends gang up on the stock for day trading without money. I can't control that Gary Gensler doesn't settle trades. Can't control anything. But thank you. Thank you for raising the red flags all along. And thank you for pointing out to us that we're victims now. I won't have any of that. I think you're completely wrong. And I'm trying to show people, yes, this hurts. Love hurts. It wounds every heart. I know. But we can fight back. Thank you for laughing at us. It gives me an impression of your character. Acts 1, thank you for joining. And I hope whoever's paying you for me saying your name from the short side, it does pay you. And I hope you've had just a tremendous career day trading stock that doesn't exist. I hope so. No, I don't think that Ham's theory of a billion share short and Wolf is proven wrong. I think they've fought it every step of the way. That's Yorkville Advisors. They've done everything. I think there are risks in Bitcoin. There are risks, particularly when computer systems go out worldwide. There are risks. We'll find out about a billion shares. I am not recommending Wolf for a short squeeze. I think you and your friends have everything under control, and you have Gary Gensler to watch your back. But if you can think about when they started shorting the shares in Wolf, to my memory, you can look it up. But I think the stock was $20, $15, $10. So there, it's not clear to me that the shorts are in trouble yet at $6, if there are shorts. But that's not the reason to buy Wolf. The reason to buy Wolf is kicking butt. They take inexpensive, unused electricity off of nuclear power plant production, and they produce Bitcoin. Bitcoin's selling at $67,000 a coin. I don't know how much they're producing. I do know it's cheap. I bet they're producing the coins at $12,000 a coin. I say that because that's what somebody quoted me on a natural gas process. Who knows? But if you use that example, they're making 50,000 profit a coin. Maybe it's half of that, but they're making profit. So you boys are going to be in trouble. I think the stock goes back to 20. You might have to wait. It might be volatile. And if it goes down, you're going to say, you said it's going to 20. The stocks fluctuate. And Nunya, you're the best, Nunya. Nunya. All right, I'm going to go to the bottom. I hope I'm almost done because I feel like Colby. The grill is heating up and your beer is cold. There's a baseball announcer for the Orioles, I think. Chuck, I can't remember his last name, but the name of his book was "The Beer Is Cold." That was the name of his book. I hope you're having a great time. I hate the humidity and the big. Do you call them cockroaches down there, or are they some other kind of bug? Those are big ass bugs. But yeah, we have that problem here, humidity. Thank you for joining, Colby. I hope you're having fun. I hope you have a great cookout. I really do. Enjoy it. Yeah, I think it got down to a penny. Let me look. Oh no, that's weird. The low on the day is 0.0026. I thought it got down to 0.001. Am I doing that right? Anyway, Rich, it opened at 0.0026, which is less than a penny. Is that what you asked me? Yeah. Okay, you did. Okay. I'm out of it. 0.002. It was as high as 0.051. So as high as 5 cents and as low as a third of a penny. My guess is that's the bid and ask. If I had to guess, the ask is much higher than that. And it's going to get worse from here, Rich. They moved the stock because David Reichman decided, or the company decided anyway, not to file their financials, which is odd because GTII's whole story was that they incubate companies who want to go public, but the company didn't have the knowledge or the wherewithal of the money to stay current in the filings. So GTII would give stock, absorb the company would operate for a couple years, 3 years. GTII would do the filings and the SEC and get it all up and ready. Then the company would launch. The stock would come back to GTII, except for maybe 10 or 15% of the company. It's not a bad business model. So it's really odd that they couldn't do their financing. My guess is from some of the information I saw, there might be fraud involved. It might be that the lawyer said, please don't make it worse. Just don't file anything. But I also suspect that there's an arrangement with the shorts. I'm speculating. I can't know this. There's an arrangement with the shorts that if you don't file, the company goes into this expert market, essentially seller boxed, and you're helping us out. And we'll look out for you later on, or we'll look out for you at the bar with a bag of cash, or we'll make sure that, whatever. I'm pretty gullible, but I think the coincidence is, I think this is all coordinated destruction of GTII. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm not going to go much later. I'm worn out. Fidelity just told me that I can't transfer my Roth because the shares are worthless. That's a lie. You can transfer. You can transfer to your individual account, especially because they're worthless. There's no tax consequence. But if you can go to Junk Savvy on Twitter. She found, I don't know if she did, she posted it, but she found a company who will accept your transfer as an IRA. There's another one called Advanta out of Chicago. So you can find, there are ways to transfer your retirement account. Look up Junk Savvy on. I'll try to remember to have that for my next live. I'm just too worn out to go through the trouble to look right now. Now, in terms of that advice, it's just a straight out lie. Number one, MMTLP is worthless. Absolutely. That's not what you're asking. What you're asking is for Fidelity to give you your real shares of NextBridge, 1 for 1. And that's what MMTLP is. It is worthless, but they still owe you that. Now they're going to say, well, it's in your IRA, and your IRA cannot accept. We don't have a relationship with a transfer agent, and it cannot accept private shares. That's what they're going to say. That's on them. That's their self-directed retirement account. You can find places that allow you to have a real self-directed 401k that allows you to hold private shares or real estate or, paintings. So anyway, I can't transfer my Roth MMTLP to an individual. It's just not, write that down, but that's not true. You have to call back, and I'm not sure I'm understanding your full sentence, but you have to call back and say, I understand MMTLP is worthless. It expired on December 13th. I think that's the date. However, Fidelity owes me 1 share of NextBridge for every share of MMTLP I had at the close of business on the 12th. You haven't given me that. I understand, I would tell them, I understand that Fidelity is one of the worst offenders of non-delivery, non-receipt of MMTLP in the financial system. It's my opinion, Fidelity does not have the real shares, which is why you're giving me the runaround. I would say I do not understand if you believe MMTLP is worthless, you should have no problem transferring it out of my IRA to my regular account. I will sign a release. I will take any obligation on the taxes and reporting it. And I expect you to do this immediately. Once it's in my regular account, I'm going to require that you exchange MMTLP for real shares of NextBridge at the transfer agent. Can you do it? Or is what I've heard that you may have 40 to 50 million fake shares of MMTLP, 40 to 15 million shares that you never settled prior to the 12th. Is Fidelity exposed to 50 million, the obligation to deliver 50 million shares of NextBridge? I would ask them, because you're going to have trouble for me. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to send letters to Congress. I'm going to let NextBridge know, and this is not going away. That's what I would do. I'd be polite. You don't have to get angry like I sometimes do. But that's a lie. Yes, MMTLP is worthless, but not NextBridge. Not NextBridge. And it doesn't matter if it's worthless. You can move, you have a right to move whatever the F you want out of your Roth MMT, your Roth IRA. So anyway, Louis, if none of that works, I'm still open to trying to answer that question. I just can't believe how bold they are. Billy Ray, I don't know if I did, but let me write it down. I'm not going to do it right now. I thought I did yesterday. ASES. I'm not going to do it today, but I'll write Billy Ray. Yes. Yes. I think you're stuck in I am too. I think we're stuck in GTII for the time being. You're lucky that you have, there's a group of hard charging guys that are going to do the best they can to make it valuable. And you have some whales that want to make it valuable. I think it's more important to make money in a company than it is to make it back in GTII. Since we're all in GTII, that's a great starting place. Oh, thank you, Donna. I had two oranges. I am exhausted. I'm worn out. But Donna, some of these people are just behaving in a completely evil, disgusting way. But there's a lot of people here that are hurt, don't understand, and I get tired of saying the same thing over and over again. But at the same time, I was there for some people when the plane took off, for other people mid-flight, and now that it's, I don't know if it's landed, it's kind of it's in the drink. I want to just be there to answer questions because I think some of the charges or tax or whatever are unfair. But for people who have lost money, do not understand how Wall Street is set up to steal. And they say, oh, I learned my lesson. That's not true. It's not right. This is a rigged, illegal game that Gary Gensler supports. Gary Gensler is a complete fraud, in my opinion. I did talk with Hamster. Hey, cutie pie. Who's cuter, Celeste? Who's cuter, you or Sharif? My guess is eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I bet you're cuter than Sharif. No? He has to be a pretty cute dog. Who makes your daddy more happy, you or Sharif? Or I know, what makes your dad more happy? When you're happy to see Sharif? I bet that's it. I bet that's it. I bet when your dog makes you happy, it makes your dad happy. I bet that's what happens. Well, thank you, X1. Are you here to brag? You made money when Roaring Kitty came out? I don't know. A lot of people didn't, but great. Good for you. I'm in awe of you. I am in awe of you. Acts 1. I am in awe. You made money with Roaring Kitty. Bravo. Bravo. Did you make a lot of money? Did you risk a lot of money? Do you have access to a market maker? Do you have to put up a lot of money? Do you trade with other people's money or your own? Do you hold positions over the weekend or you close them out? X1, I am in awe. All right, I think it's spinning. I think that's as good as I can do today. Let's see where, if anything's trading for some reason. No, everything's red. Everything's red. And then let me just quickly. I just want to see if something happened in our government. Madness in Michigan. Look, there's people that are going to work very hard to make you whole in GTII. Uh-oh. Michigan, it's Palestinians. I don't know what's happening, but I have to agree, if you're Palestinian, you're not going to get help from RFK, Trump, or Biden. And I'm not talking about that we have to be all jihad or something. And I'm just quoting what I read here, YouTube. It says here that it's America's JIHAD capital, unquote. I'm just reading from the Daily Mail. So I can understand that their young people would be upset with both candidates, all three candidates. Wow, Brad Pitt's daughter looks just like her mother. I hope she's not as crazy. Nope, doesn't seem like there's any news. Joy Behar calls Donald Trump a narcissist. He might be. Not all narcissists are bad. I mean, can you name a politician that's not a narcissist? Maybe Jimmy Carter. All right, so there's no breaking news. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's all okay. Let me see there. I know one other place to check for news. Breaking news. Oh, good. I like this. Trump and Zelensky speak via phone call. Anything to end the war. Anything. Appeals court rules residents must show proof of U.S. citizenship to use state voter registration form. Which state? Arizona. Well, that's important. Did Donald Trump misspell Corey Comparatore's name on the uniform? I doubt Donald Trump put the name on the jacket. The shooter had 3 accounts overseas, maybe. All right, so nothing's happened. Nothing's happened yet. Colby, it isn't. I agree it's not over, but please, the stock is buried in this expert hell. And it's not going to come out until either a deal is made with the CEO, which I don't see happening because I think the guy that's in there running everything is from the short sellers. That's my opinion. So if somebody came to the table and said, all right, Reichman, you get to make 40 million. Hey, jerk from the hedge fund, you get to make 20 million. And the shorts get to be covered at $15, and shareholders stand to have a company worth anywhere from $10 to $25 a share, but also a chance for risk. And we all agree to it. And this is who's the CEO. This is how we're going to do it. And when lawyers lawyer it all up, everyone signs releases. It's a nightmare. It's going to cost money. But if that were to happen, we don't have to go to court. I don't see that happen. I don't see that. I think we're going to go through the court process unless the judge kicks it out. It's going to be a long process. Remember, they have money, we don't. We have to get investors to put up money. I think we have great attorneys, and I think we have whales working with us. And I think the guys that are going to make it happen make a great team, and they'll get it done. But you got to finish this stage first. Look, let me put it differently. One way is everybody leaves the company and these new guys come in. The other way is it goes through the legal process and it's cleansed. Nobody in a sane mind, now that it's in a legal status, is going to put money or assets into that company until the court blesses it. It's just a fact. That's going to take time. So we got to get through that period. Then there's a business plan. And you've got to pick, you got a bunch of cats. You got to herd those cats into one direction. And then it's off to the races. And I think we can get that stock once we start. And I don't mean to include myself, but once we start, we can go from $0 to $9 in 9 months. That's my opinion. Stockholders' meetings are very expensive. The number I'm usually quoted is $250,000. And you're going to say, well, couldn't we just meet at Denny's down? Couldn't we meet on a Zoom call? Well, you need lawyers. You need to notify. You have to give notice. You have to make certain filings. I believe you have to have other information current. And anyway, the minimum number that I believe a stockholders meeting costs is $250,000. No way Reichman's going to put it up if he's going to be voted out. No way. None. The better way to do it is to get through this. No one wants to accept the fact that we cannot make any progress as long as Reichman is clinging to the dead hands to the wheel. I think there's a way. Somebody said it before. I think Nico maybe. I think it's totally appropriate to maybe sit with Reichman and say, "Hey, what do you want? You know, we're not comfortable with this, and this, but what is it you really want? Okay, let's go over and negotiate with the other parties, and let's see if we can come to agreement because we want to move down the road." I think that's totally possible. But once you have lawyers involved, I'm telling you, everyone listens to their lawyer. Every lawyer says, oh, I wouldn't do that. And oh, you shouldn't do that. And you got to get a release right there. And you better get them to say this. Once it's with lawyers, there's nothing quick. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Everybody wants it tomorrow. It doesn't mean it can't happen in the next month or the next 90 days or by the end of the year. But this is a completely different animal. When GTII, when I was first informed of it, the Kramers had issued a toxic convertible note. They had sold into existence approximately at least 50 million shares that did not exist. There was only 10 to 15 million shares in the available float. I think the float was bigger, but it was all tight. And Reichman had just bought it back. Everybody was working to make a squeeze. They were trapped. The stock went from 10 cents to $4, just like that. Pulled back and went to 2 or 3. Pulled back and went to 2. Then it went to 8 or 9, whatever it was. It's not like that anymore. That's not going to happen anymore. You have, now that it's in the court system, you have to get it out. You either come out clean or everyone walks away, which isn't clean. The only way anyone's going to do anything with this piece of crap company with a crap name is if it comes out with releases and it's clean. What are the strengths of GTI? A bona fide large short position. Does it still exist? We don't know. But we know that it was large enough to be filed by the NSCC in court. It's pretty big. We don't know. Is it cleaned up? We don't know. That's one asset. What's the other asset? The other asset is it's a clean, essentially, shell. I'm not sure it's a shell because it's got a couple of crappy little companies in it. But it's essentially clean and current. Well, it's not right now. That has to be changed. That takes money. That'll take, just to get the financing sorted, will take $500,000. Maybe $250,000. Maybe 100 million. I'm sorry, I'm saying million. Wrong. It might, if we're lucky, it's $100,000, but it might be $250,000. Could be 500. Then you've got to get the new game plan, the new everything, and then you've got to deal with if there's any debt. You've got to deal with raising money. You've got to deal with, the odds are we'll be crammed down. Some white knight will come in and fund everything and we'll be crammed down. I mean, there's a lot to get through. I'm not sure everyone involved knows that. But you have people that are willing to work to make it happen. Why? Because of the other asset that GTII has. It has a deep and wealthy shareholder base. And if you can work with it, some Joe Schmo who's renting apartments can suddenly become a big shot by having the Rolodex of billionaires, cent millionaires, 10 millionaires, call them, raise money, and change his or her life. That's the other asset that GTII has. And that's why everyone wants it, those assets. I'm not interested in it anymore. But if I were the CEO, my goal would not be all those things, although I would use, it would be great to have the investors to make things happen for the company. But my goal would not be to somehow enrich myself or give myself this great. I would hope with hard work I could make money and could set myself apart. But my first priority and only priority would be to look out for the shareholders that exist right now. Right now, the shareholders. I didn't say company. Now, technically, you've got to look out for the creditors first, too. But as far as I know, the creditors are de minimis. Number one on my mind would be the shareholders now. And I would never dilute it unreasonably. There's always, when you raise money, you have to issue shares or do something. But it's how you spend that money. Anyway, I'm not going to give what strategy I would use, but I think there's ways to create a company that not only would give share price valuation, it could also give other benefits to shareholders. But my goal wouldn't be to hit some number so a hedge fund guy can make 20 million. My goal wouldn't be to help out the shorts. My goal wouldn't be to suck up to hedge funds and Wall Street types so I can go do another company. My goal would be, if I were doing it, we would be a lean, mean machine of people who can trust each other, who any and every shareholder can walk in the door. Let's say we had an office. I doubt it. But any shareholder could come to my desk or answer my call me. I mean, within the limits of time and within the limits of workload. But my view is there is a way to make sure that every single person who bought GTII, not the boo birds, not the people that are here to say, oh, well, you said that and this and that, and you never. Yeah. I mean, if they own shares, they own shares. But I think there is a way to make sure that every single person is rewarded for this experience. I'm not saying there'll be a squeeze. Or if there is one, it may not be gigantical. That's not a word, Celeste. Gigantical is not a word. But hey, if it's squeezed to 25 or 30 or 40 and people got out, and a lot of people, once they get their money back, are going to move on down the road. But you're going to find a lot of different goals on people. Like this guy that's in there now, his target is to get his $20 million bonus. I believe he's there to help the people he really works for, who are the shorts. And I think he's in court to get the court's blessing. And I think there's already arranged big, huge kickbacks. Am I a jerk for saying that? Maybe. Prove me wrong. Jeremy Frommer didn't believe me. Is Frommer right or am I right? MMAT didn't believe me. I didn't talk to him directly, but I know the person who did. Am I right or is MMAT right? I've never been wrong in this particular arena. It's pretty frightening. CAUD, the Aubrey Advisors deal. You saw me if you were watching. I lost my cool when I read it. And I fought all the way. I did it nicely. I cajoled. I even got upset when someone, like a tattletale, put me up in front of the CEO as if I was doing something wrong. So I wrote the CEO. That person's predictive ability was 0. Oh, it's going to go to 38. Oh, it's going to have a squeeze. Oh, it's brilliant. It's beautiful. Blah, 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 blah. There's systems in place. I said it's going under $1. You don't know what you're talking about. Under $1. I've never been wrong. Why? I worked on Wall Street. I've dealt with clients of all kinds and natures. All creeds, all races, all countries, all sexes. Dealt with them all. And I've done so much business in my life. Back when it was a lot of business, it would not compare to the people today. That I got to know the back office. I got to know the regional managers, the president, the CEO of these firms. I've been out doing money raises with CEOs for almost 30 years, dealing with investment banks, dealing with liars and promisers, writing letters back when no one had ever heard of the term. I made it up. Well, I'm not sure I made it up in the sense, I don't know where I got it from, but I applied it to these financings. There was a company out of Denver who was seeking $5 or $10 million to develop an oil field. Good, solid company. 3rd generation, been around for 100 years or something. Working with a financial firm out of California who moved to Oklahoma. I flew to LA, met with all those guys, was in Denver and New York meeting everybody. I was back in London. Hey, we know we're going to get this transaction done, but we need, I forget what the number was, 300,000 or 400,000 just to carry on. I raised that on one weekend. Wasn't a lot of money, but hey, no one else was doing it. I got it done in one weekend with the help of my friend and associate partner, business partner. If you say partner in London, they assume you're your business partner. Well, then the deal came out. I got the prospectus. I'm sitting in London late at night because I'm the American. I didn't have a wife. All my Arab friends would go out to dinner. I'm never invited because they don't want, someone as hot as I am out with their wives. No, I don't know. I was just never invited. So I'm sitting at my desk, smoking a Cuban cigar, trying to stay awake, waiting for phone calls, looking at the dark sky. And I start reading the prospectus. What did I see in it? A formula. Why did I recognize it? Because I had clients that traded based on formulas. So I read it. I took it just like I told the other gentleman. I took out a pad of paper. I started writing down the key words. I read it out loud. I put it all together, turned off the computers, closed the windows, put the cigar out. When I took the cigar with me, locked the doors, and I walked down to the pub before it closed. I sat at the pub and ordered the chicken dinner that I would order. Sometimes it came frozen in the middle because their chicken dinner tasted good, but it was frozen and they would just microwave of it. And I ordered a whatever pull that I ordered, and I met my friend if he was there, and I flirted with the bartender who was just a lovely bartender that I'd always go to see. And I thought about it in myself. No one came. I just had another pint, and then ding ding ding, last call, ding ding ding. You all right, mate? I'll have one more. So I might have had 2 or 3 beers as I'm sitting there thinking about it, because in my gut, I knew the company was toast. So I called the financial firm that didn't put the deal together, and I said, guys, this deal is a disaster. It will destroy the company. And to my surprise, these financial types, they said, you're right. We've been going over it. We think the same thing. Could you write a letter to the CEO? I said, can I talk to him? Well, he won't take your call. Can you write a letter to the CEO and the board? We've tried to tell him. So I wrote a letter. I'm not good at writing. It was probably 6, 7, 8 pages. I only remember one part of it. I lost the letter. It's gone now. Thrown away by the guys in London. But I wrote, it looks like you received a net of $4 million, what I remember, but you received 5 million something. I said, you must right away buy that note back. Otherwise, you're going to lose your company. And I said, the thing I remember saying, because it was a little bit awkward when it came to my head, but I said, if you continue with your somnolent management, your company is finished. Well, anyway, I ran into the guy, big, tall guy. I believe it was in New York City at the oil and gas conference. And we were standing after some of the breakouts. But it was after or during the happy hour. And we were standing over near, I was standing over near the computer where everybody would punch in quotes. It's probably 100 companies attend, and I would go every year, maybe more, 200 companies. Two different rooms, small and large. Well, here comes the CEO over to me. I've got a couple people standing that I'm talking to. He's got people in tow. And then, oddly, the banker that did this deal pulled up beside me drinking his gin and tonic, his fancy shoes. Everybody was there for the show. The CEO said to me, everybody here loves our transaction and they're all pulling for our company. You're the only one that's negative. And he's angry and it's drawing attention. People are coming all over. I stood and took it. And I said, I stand by what I wrote. And the fact is, if you don't buy back that note, you're not going to know how many shares you have outstanding. They're going to destroy your denominator. And he said, oh, you're crazy. This is a good group. They're good people. They're here to help us. They're going to be there later. We raised $5 million. We're going to drill these wells. They're going to be help us grow. I turned to the banker. This went on for half an hour, 45 minutes. I turned to the banker with his gin and tonic. I can still see him when I turned to him. He turned his head down. I said, Mike, am I wrong? You put the deal together. You know what's in it. I read it very closely. Aren't you going to issue endless amounts of shares? This was back in the 90s. He wouldn't answer me. He looked at me with his drink, took a drink, looked, and then he looked down his shoes. That's why I remember his shoes. And he walked away. I got a few calls from the financial firm. I got from the board. You were great. You wrote your letter. It was read out at the board meeting. Everyone agrees with you. We appreciate it. You're the only one that showed the current, all the crap. About a year or so later, year and a half, the company went out of business. The CEO went to work for Merrill Lynch. Third generation CEO. I know what I'm seeing. At least I think I do. I admit that like Jeremy Frommer wants to do this study and get 250 million pieces of data and put it through some bullshit program, and then it comes out and it only tells him this or that. An idiot, I'm telling you, maybe not an idiot, but a reasonably well educated person. Now, it doesn't have to, I'm not talking about Harvard. I'm talking about getting through the 8th grade arithmetic. Can read the prospectus, write down the terms of the agreement, and with a pencil and paper figure out that's a bad deal. The advantage I have, I know the other side does this. The other advantage I have, I'm under no illusions that these are good guys trying to help. None of them are. There's some, because our little group in London, we always were. That's why we couldn't marry Ivanka Trump or something. We didn't blow it away. I mean, one thing is we never got paid up front, ever. Every deal we did, we made sure the client got their money back before we got anything. So it wasn't the brightest business model, but we actually did put the clients first. It's not the way Wall Street does it. I mean, my associate used to always say, effing Bill. Everybody's a great guy. He trusts everybody. He'd mumble under his breath. So it's not like I was perfect. I do trust people. But I guess what I learned is the document tells you what they're going to do. Not the promises, not the bullshit that, oh, Jeff Easton is a gentleman and he's such and such, that Jeremy Frommer put in a press release before he reversed you one for 500. That's a guy, I don't care how honest, how courageous, how smart. That guy's a functional dolt. Or he's paid off. I don't know. He wouldn't listen to me. I guess because I didn't, I don't know, I didn't check one of his boxes. So anyway, I forget why. I can't remember what point I was trying to make. But I think the problem is people get all beholden to money. They get beholden to people that make money. They get, oh, wow, 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 wow. This isn't why we're on the planet. On the other hand, I struggle with figuring it out because I don't play golf. I can't sing, as you know. I can't, unfortunately, I don't have that great wife and background that I could be in politics, which I would have enjoyed. I didn't stay at one of the Wall Street firms in the greatest bull market in history. I went out on my own with talented people. We raised a shitload of money, every industry. But money has never been my motive. When I was President's Club at one firm, a young man, I was young too, but he was younger. He was also President Club. He flew in here and then we flew down to, I think it was Puerto Rico together. Or flew back, whatever. I've lost his contact details. I've lost a lot of it. He was a good, really nice guy. But I had him, I drove him, but I had to quickly go by where I was living. I was living in the lower level of a townhouse, 1 bedroom in 1 room. You couldn't believe it. I was President's Club. I was on the list every month. The firm, top 20 of the firm, top 5, top 1. But I was living modestly. I wasn't spending the money on, I had an old crappy stereo. I had a VW Scirocco, but it wasn't brand new or anything. I loved it. But I didn't go buy a Mercedes or anything. And I was saving at least half of everything I earned. And he just could not believe it. But I'm telling you, money has never been my goal. Oh, I'm going to make all that money. That's not it. I've wanted to do the job. And if it makes the money, great. I love that. And I love deals. And I love thinking, how can we get there? And that's great. Some people would do anything for money. I'm not one of those people. Which explains why I have down periods sometimes in my life. But I'm not one of those people. I won't do anything for money. But what is weird, and I feel like I've wasted a lot of the gifts God has given me and the opportunities he's given me. It's something I'm good at least as I look back, in other words, some people have the talent to be a singer. Some people have a talent to throw the football. Some people have the talent to paint a painting. Some people have the talent to invent penicillin. I think I would have made a good diplomat, a good senator, I think. But one thing I know how to do is this crap. but you can't delude, you can't hear what you want to hear. And I've made mistakes. My biggest mistakes is partners, who I trust. But you got to trust somebody, right? You got to trust somebody. Can't do anything alone. So I guess my advantage, that's probably what I started on this. My advantage is I see them for what they are. And I don't have to go through the nicety of, well, we've done a report. I mean, what the hell? Is it still here? Do I still have it here? I guess I erased it. All right, let's just see where his letters are. Investors. SEC filings. News. Okay. I mean, oh, this is the wrong one. Anyway, I'm trying to find the Frommer letter that says how great Jeff Easton is. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. They enter into settlement talks. I didn't read this before. This is what Jeremy Frommer, CEO of Created, said, quote, "We are pleased to announce the initiation of settlement talks with Lynn Partners." In other words, they're not complete yet, and that they were leverage on him. What's the word? Blackmailing him to do another deal. That's my opinion. We initiated settlement talks. Quote, "This is a critical step forward in our journey to revitalize Created's financial structure." Is he dumb or is he part of it? I would never write this. After extensive due diligence, this is CEO. After extensive due diligence, we have concluded there is no evidence of extraordinary or unlawful trading activity. Where'd you check? As far as I know, you can't get the blue sheets. We are grateful to the team at Lynn Partners for their diligent efforts and time invested in seeking a resolution to this matter. You know, this is a suck up. I'd use a different description involving suck. We are grateful. The process has been transparent, and we found Lynn Partners to be both understanding of our current condition and appreciative of the potential upside of our company represents. I would never. Why am I different than Jeremy Frommer? I guess Jeremy Frommer is smarter than I am. He's worked in the back offices. I have every bit as much courage as he does. I have every bit as much willingness to say it as I see it. But I would never suck up like this. It's false, but you can't prove it's false. 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 Anyway, I'm trying to find the other one. Then he just wrote this letter. And what he has to do is the data presented in this article has been meticulously retrieved and analyzed from the SEC's fails to deliver. And then it spans all these years, but it's only taking a snapshot. It's meaningless between the snapshots. He doesn't point that out to you. And to gather this data, we embarked on a comprehensive data extraction and processing journey. We downloaded 300 zip files. Oh, you dears. We unzipped them. No kidding. And we converted it into CSV format. Bless your hearts. Leveraging Python, we used powerful data manipulation libraries such as pandas to perform a series of data normalizations and parsing operations. Yet he still signed the deal. Yet he still reversed your stock 1 for 500, selling a third of his company. He didn't listen to me and others. Anyway, I don't know what's different about me. I really don't. I don't. But I know that's a compromise I would never make. I would never make that compromise. And then you do a bunch of data extraction and use a bunch of fancy words just to put a smokescreen about the fact that 1, you didn't do your job, and 2, your judgment is shite, and 3, you destroyed your shareholders. I don't know the attorneys that have been hired. I know and like Richard. I think Richard is tremendous. Richard Hoffman is completely my read. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. He's doing all of this work because it's the right thing to do. Full stop. His parents would be proud of him. I think he's doing it because it's the right thing to do. And I think, I know if I were doing it, but I also know these other guys, he would be counsel for the new co. I trust him. I think you're right, Colton. Friend, his average is $5. Your average is 10 cents. That's brilliant, Donna. That's brilliant. Commit your shares. Yeah, he might. I don't think he needs them. But your friend, Donna, your friend didn't do anything wrong. And your friend had every right to look at a situation and believe that there could be upside potential. I've already told you all the things I think that went wrong. I'll give you a different scenario, Donna. If David Reichman really looked out for shareholders when the stock was $5, if he had been doing his work all along, he should have had in his mind, in his Rolodex, in his computer, in his files, several companies he wanted to acquire. when it was $5, he should have snapped one up that had earnings, revenue, cash flow, and growth. I don't think your friend did anything wrong. And I know my commitment would be steady on, nothing, no quick mistakes, no, but using judgment. There's value out there to be created. Huge value, by the way. Huge value. All he has to do is get out of the way. All he has to do. Return his shares. Return, if he stole money, return that. We won't go after him criminally. But darn straight, you return the money if you stole it. And that includes shares that you sold. But Donna, these boo birds here, they day trade. Jeff Easton, the Kramers, they're just fronts for funds that short. And they break the law. And then they have the audacity to come in through the front door as if they're real institutions. They're a real family office, and they're going to fund your company. And it's just getting them out of the problem of the short, and they can book the profits. I'm sick of it, and I would never turn to that. But with GTII, with you, Donna, and your friend, and everybody else here, we can make GTII strong again. We can make GTII wealthy again. We can make GTII free again. We can make GTII functional again. We can make GTII valuable again. We can make GTII great again. Well, Donna, I unfortunately don't own as much as you do. But I'm very optimistic about NextBridge, and I'll try to do a video on oil and gas. But if you heard me, China has 300. I saw a number 400 million vehicles. Last time I looked, we have 350 million. We might have 500 million, but a lot of those are just sitting in the parked and in driveways or by the side of the road. But our entire population is 350 million. China's is 1.5 billion. India's not far behind. They have 350 million cars. They have a population of 1.5 billion. Do you think their car demand is going to go up or down? They drive on highways. It's a big country. When Ronald Reagan came to office, they didn't consume very much oil. Neither did Saudi Arabia. We did. We still do. NextBridge is going to be a good investment. It's going to be a great investment, I think. I mean, there's still risk. And I think Finger is, well, that's a good point, Donna. If it ran, don't diamond hand Finger. And I don't, frankly, I think if Finger went to 20 or 25, I would wonder why you wouldn't sell some. Lower numbers too. It's all up to you. But I think Finger will be, or at least I should say it differently. I think Finger has the possibility of being $100 stock. It could be one of those stocks that's like Facebook, which was $32, or Amazon, which was under $20, and just run like a sumbitch. We'll find out. We'll find out. But I think you've got two great stocks there, Donna. And there'll be other stocks. I wish I could talk about other things. There are other things to invest in. There are. Believe it or not. Hey, Colby, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm a great guy. I really don't. But you know what's great is when guys like you tell me that. And you know, when last night Trump was talking about, he was looking out in the audience and he knew he had to stand up and he could feel the, I don't know if he said love or the, and anyway, the connection. That's what I appreciate. So I think, Colby, a lot of what you're seeing is a reflection of you and all the good people here. That's what I think you're seeing. A lot of good people that you don't know that reach out to me. A lot of good people that you hear from every day. A lot of people you don't know that I talk to. I think that's where the goodness comes from. I think it's you and everybody else. I fail quite a bit to keep my temperature down, but I hope you recognize that I haven't quit, and I try to stand in and take the blows. I wish more than anything one of these had worked and we were talking about different investments, because in many ways these small stocks could have a run, and it's where you get the stories of, oh my God, they got rich, but it's really the off Broadway part of Wall Street. To invest, you really want to be on Broadway, but when you start with a little, you got to focus where you can. I really think Donna has two great stocks. Well, I don't think Dubai will be the place it'll happen. I think the best shot of it is Saudi Arabia. But it could be Qatar or it could be Abu Dhabi. Dubai, maybe, but the money's not in Dubai. But Dubai has the DFIC. So yeah, could be Dubai. Could be. I have character and valuable experience. I don't know. What good has it done? People have lost money. What good has it done? On the other hand, it's a weird thing, Donna. If I controlled someone's money, I would do much better by that money than I do for myself. You know how you can't be your own doctor if you're a doctor. But I think, Donna, in my own defense, maybe not as well as I should have. Maybe because I can't come out and say everything. But anyway, I don't want. I really don't. I sound like Biden anyway. I don't really want to talk about myself much in a good light at all. I don't want to do that. Yeah, it's a good description of a priest too. It's what my mother said to me. Honey, I did one week. I barricaded my door, I made a desk out of sawhorses and plywood, and I did What Color Is My Parachute? I played the music somewhat loud when no one was in the house. I just went through it. I did every exercise. My mother came in and read it while I wasn't there. I said, I don't want you reading that. But she was reading it, and she said, honey, I think you should be a priest. I said, thanks, Mother. Donna, you're the best. I think other people have learned, and I've learned, Donna. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. I really have. And I'm not always right. Good gosh. And I've been unfair sometimes, but it's hard to tell who necessarily one is speaking with. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Rodney Allen, thank you, Rodney. Everyone here should be responsible for themselves. We all appreciate everything you do. Him, Ace, Not, great people, busy. There's so many. It's 2 or 3 dozen. And every single person that's out there helping, if I have a chance to listen or talk to, I'm there for them. It's only when I get this little sense, uh-oh, this person doesn't feel right. That I guess going back to Donna's point, I think it was Donna's that I have experienced. The only times I have regretted things is when I went ahead with a deal, but my gut was telling me not to trust this guy. Only times I've regretted it. Also, I guess sort of moving too quickly sometimes. I've done that. You're the best, Rodney. Thank you. I'm going to leave it there. I really appreciate everyone listening. I didn't mean to be on this long. In fact, when Ham was talking, I felt like I was just going to hang up. But I do appreciate all the questions. And we'll get through it. Somebody said, I think it was Susan, said, we just need one win. I agree with her. It feels like they don't let us have one win, but we'll get there. I hope you're learning how corrupt the markets are and how corrupt the regulators are and how corrupt the rich people that you look, not necessarily, but a lot of the rich people you look up to are just cheats and thieves. Yeah, we're not going to win them all, but the other thing, Rodney, we'll get a win soon, but maybe we have to define some of our wins. I hate sports analogies, but I'll use it. So maybe we have to get some bunts, some stolen bases, some singles, some reach base on error, fielder's choice before we go for the grand slam. You know what I mean? We'll get there, Rodney. We'll get there. Every dog does have their day, unless it's a hot dog. Every dog has their day. My mother used to say, Rodney, you're probably too young to remember, because I'm too young to even know what she's talking about. But on TV, there used to be a show called Lassie, black and white. And she told me, or it was on the radio maybe, but she always told me, she'd say, a collie. Lassie was a collie dog, collie. A collie down is not a collie out. That's what she'd say. A collie down is not a collie out. Also, she'd say, because the toughest thing, I know women maybe don't experience this, but the toughest thing I've found when you're a guy is when you get down to your last shuck and you have nothing left to sell, it can be pretty tough, you know. And you find out who your friends are. But the real hard thing, and make no mistake about it, I like hanging around people with money because they're usually interesting. And I like the freedom that financial independence brings. But you know all that is? That's spending $100 less every month than you bring in. That's financial freedom. No debt if you can do it. But anyway, Mother used to say, I don't know why I'm talking about her in the past tense. I think she's still alive. But she'd say, I forget exactly how, a tree can lose all of its leaves and its branches. But if the roots are still strong, it can grow better than ever. Something like that. And that's the point, Rodney. We can recover from this. And I think to the extent that some of you are younger, you might learn some lessons or not from me, and you might get mad when I get blunt. But where you really learn investing is doing it, liking it, caring about it, reading about it. And it's like poker. I don't play poker, but I love watching the shows, you know, Hold'em, whatever it's called. I've done it a couple of times, but I can't count, and I can't figure out the other guy or anything. But it's a lot about money management, and it's a lot about knowing when to press your bet, knowing when not. But the worst thing is when it's all gone. And how do you start over again? But you do. You guys have learned a lot. You have, even if you lost money, even if you're down 90%, even if the boo birds come here and say, oh, I did this, this, and this, as if they only did what they say. Even they, I don't believe them, but the rest, even if you lost, you've learned a lot and you can make it back. And even if one deal totally crapped out, you don't have to jump back in right away. You can say to yourself, you know what? I can't afford that trade. I'm going to step back. If it works, I'm happy for everybody else, but I've got to go slow right now. And you never know, something else will come along as you learn, as you husband your capital. Something else will come back and you'll make it all back. Many of you know your Bible and you know your faiths much better than I do. But I do believe that when you're wronged, when things are taken from you by evil people, God makes it up to you in multiples if you remain true and you remain good. Don't get down in their game. Learning is winning. So is winning. Winning has a nice feel about it. Well, Acts 1, one thing you can do is, I would check with an accountant, but you could lock up your shares with Richard and then write them off this year. You don't have to make a decision until the end of the year, but you could, if they're still in this executive market, you could write it down to a penny, because that's you can't trade them. And there's a definition in the tax laws about that. If you can't trade it, you can write it off. I'm not an accountant, but there's something. But if the last trade is 0.000231, you can write it down to that. Or you write it down to 0. And then you have your losses. And if you can make some trades that have some profits, like for example, I own Logic. I'm underwater. But if it, well, actually, I just thought of something. That's a bad example. Platinum would tell me I got to have a better example. What's a better example? I would use GTII, but that's not going to work. I could use my CAUD position. It's up a little bit, but I'm losing money. But if it goes up and I trade out and I have a profit, X1, let's say by December I have a profit, I sell, I want out. But all of a sudden, let's say let's dream big. Let's say I make a $10,000 profit. That means I think it's by the time it was issued, not I think, but theoretically, it's a short-term capital gain. I make 10 grand. I owe 55 of it. So I get to keep 45. But if I have a write-off, which I do, I have write-offs and GTII losses. I can say, okay, I write that off. From an IRS standpoint, I don't have to pay taxes on my $10,000 gain I'm making it up, in CAUD. But if I still own the asset like GTII and I wrote it off to 0, if for some reason it comes back to life, 18 months, we get it somehow to 9, your cost basis is 0 and you have to pay taxes then. And okay, by then maybe it's long-term capital gains. And if we're lucky, the Democrats haven't changed long-term capital gains to 54% like Biden is proposing. Oh, you remember Lassie? All right, Sway. All right, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go walk my puppy dog, who I love. We'll go out. All right. Peace, love, happiness. Pray for Jenny L. And one other person I saw here, even if you don't know the name, pray for 2 people. God knows the name, but pray for Jenny L. And pray for each and every one of you. I don't know how to do any better. Pray that I do better. Pray that I do better to help. But I am very thankful to each and every one of you. And that's my prayer of thanks. And I'll finish by saying peace. Peace.